So basically, I don't usually do relationship topics. I usually don't do dating topics. I usually just stuck to politics. But there was a conversation that I was having a little bit earlier, which forced me to say, you know what I want to do? I want to do a floor conversation and open this topic up about whether or not men should marry. But here's the thing. I think the problem is that I have to expand on that question. American men, I believe the question should be whether or not American men should marry American domestic women. I should also say that I would also like to make the question of whether or not older men should marry younger women, which actually I believe the answer is basically yes. But on top of that, I'd like to say that we should also be asking ourselves the question, why is it that men do not want to get married, and why is it that so few men are getting married lately? So let's take a look at some real quick information here. There's a article, Why Men Should Not Marry Women Above 30 Years Old. And before I get into that, let me just say, the reason why I'm having this conversation, I was having not really a debate, but a discussion with my parents. And I was telling them, I was like, listen, I don't want to marry an American woman. Now, the first thing on my mind is the fact that by myself, I was able to achieve so many things. I've got perfect credit, 850 as a score. Got my cash money coming in regularly. I've got a pension lined up. I'll be out of the system in 10 years. I'll be retired. Not only that, I got cars when I want to get cars. I can have any toys I want. As you can see, I can go and spend money at the gun range when I feel like it. I can go buy whatever I want that's New York State compliant. I can go to any country I want to go to. I can fly there. I got money. I can go business class. So the question is, why would I want to this is the bottom line. Why would I want to risk everything I have on some woman that I barely know, who's probably been in previous relationships with somebody else? Me personally, I won't date any single moms at all. And that's because, as you know, basically dating, I'll say it like this, dating a single mom is like financing another man's orgasm. And I ain't interested in that. Now, somebody, TD right here, he says, okay, what about the tax breaks? I get tax breaks on my real estate properties. And it's not much, but the thing about it is I think you need to understand the reason why tax breaks when you have children exist. The reason why there are tax breaks for children is because it's an incentive to have children. The problem is our economy is so far off the rails that tax breaks don't mean anything anymore. I mean, realistically, tell me, how much do you get as a tax break per child? Now, compare that amount of money that you get as that tax break to how much money you're spending on childcare. That tax break you get is virtually nothing. It's pennies. It's a pittance. There's a couple of things I was talking to my father with, and I don't want to get way off topic because I want to actually get into these articles before I open up the floor, and I'm not going to spend too much time monologuing. There's a lot of guys who come on and they monologue for like an hour and shit, and most people are waiting there for you to drop the link because all they want to do is get in and have their 2 cents. So I'm not going to talk that long. But basically, exactly what I'm saying is what I told my father. There were a couple of key things that I told my father about why. And I've even told my mother this, and I've also told other family members, because the thing about it is I'm 39, I'm turning 40 soon, and they're like, oh, well, when are you going to have children? Or when are you going to get married and then have children? And I'm like, listen, y'all don't understand this generation. Most of the people in this generation, millennials who were born in the 80s, most of us don't want to get married, especially if you're a man. The women want to get married, obviously, because they have everything to gain, but the men don't want to get married because they have everything to lose. At this point, the court system, it's become so litigious that marriage is a threat to my wealth. I got wealth. The mere fact I can run out and I can buy a $2,000 Desert Eagle, or I can buy a $2,000 AR-15, or I could go fly business class to Philippines or Thailand or whatever on Emirates and spend $5,000 on a seat on a plane for 12 hours. That's wealth. Men generate wealth because they get settled in their careers, and by the time they're in their 30s, or their 40s, they are straight. Women are always having financial problems. Right now, what's the big thing? Student loans. Who's getting those huge student loans? It's mostly not men. It's mostly women. Why? Because they're going into easy subjects that like liberal arts, social work, sociology, nursing, this, that, and other. They're raising up huge amounts of debt. The PhDs in education and all these doctorate degrees you ain't never heard of, they're mostly women. There's a couple of men, but they're mostly women. Those PhDs ain't free. That's $40,000, $50,000 you're talking about for a full program. And sometimes, like in the case of coronavirus, it runs over. So you end up in school 5, 6 years, and you were supposed to be in and out in less than 3, and now you've got $50,000 of student loan debt. Guess what? My student loan debt, I went to CUNY College, and that was a local school. I had a chance to go away to Morgan State University. When I went down there, I really wasn't even interested in college. I went down there for like a summer enrichment program. Let me tell you something. Morgan State University and all those schools down south, like when you're black and you go on one of these historical black college tours, those schools are all party schools. I hate to say it, but they are. Now, I know somebody's going to snap back at me. That's not true. If you had gone to this school, you'd major in medicine and blah, blah, blah. Bottom line is, when I was looking at the schools, the only ones that I found that were interesting were the ones that were brand new that basically looked like shopping malls. Most of the people who go on these college tours, they look around at these schools and they're like, yo, I want to come here because this is where the party's at. Those are party schools. And the problem is, you paying for that. If you're an out-of-state resident, you're paying like $10,000 per semester. But now the bigger problem is the fact that you've got to pay for your dormitory. Your dormitory might cost you more. It might cost you twice as much as your tuition, because the problem is living expenses are so high. So you got to pay for your dorm. You got to pay to eat every day. You got to pay for your transportation back and forth to the school. Long story short, I went to Morgan State University to check it out before the fall, and I went there for the summer to check out Morgan State University, right? And Matthew says, he used to hit Howard to go to parties, right? You ain't supposed to be going to no damn college for no parties. That's the problem. These are party schools, and these kids are partying while they're signing their name to the dotted line and taking out massive amounts of debt. And the problem is, nobody else is willing to say it. These schools are party schools. You're going there for a party, you stay for the party, and now you've got $100,000 loan on your head. But in my case, had I gone to Morgan State University, had I actually taken it seriously and gone through all of the financial aid and the process and everything, I didn't take it seriously. And when I started school locally, and I stayed in New York City, and I figured, you know what, it's so much easier, I'll just stay here. Morgan State University, if I had gone to Morgan State, I would have come out of it with $200,000 worth of student loan debt. Your parents, in most cases, are willing to sign on to that debt. The student loan companies don't give a shit because they're signing up these loans whether they think you could pay for it or not. When I came out of college, I was not an A student. When I stayed here and went to grad school, I got straight A's. I was a 4.0 average in grade school. In fact, I graduated top of my class. 36 credits, master's degrees, 2 of them. Now, if I had gone away, I would have paid $200,000 on probably just a bachelor's degree and all the tuition expenses that were associated. I would have gone there for nothing more than partying. I would have gone there to try to play football, maybe get a scholarship athletic, possibly. And I would have probably had some woman pregnant, and I would have had kids or something right now, and I'd have been neck deep in debt. And that's what you get when you go away to most of these schools. So, long story short, I stayed home. I raised up about $30,000 worth of debt. Over the next 5 or 6 years, I paid it off. I graduated college in 2005. I got a scholarship to get a master's degree, got my master's degree. I went back, paid out of pocket $18,000. I'll never forget the numbers. I paid off all of my student loans when I was working. I have no student loans. I am debt free. That's one of the reasons why everybody's like, oh yeah, you should run out and get a Trackhawk, or you should run out and get a Ram TRX. I want you to understand something. Right now, my Jeep SRT paid off. My mortgage paid. I am not trying to raise no debt right now. I'm going to save some money, maybe wait, make some money on these stocks, take the stock money and maybe do the smart thing, buy a third house, and then use the other people's income that I'm making off of them in order to buy whatever I want. But yeah, if I'd gone to Morgan State University, I'd have been $200,000 in debt right now. Right now, I got an 850 credit score. I have $0 because I've taught you how to use these credit cards. I've taught you to use the credit card for all your purchases, pay it off at the end of the day. I've taught you that on my channel, but not a lot of people have seen those videos that I've made, but I've tried to teach people how to use credit cards and beat the credit card system. I've tried to teach people how to make money in stocks, weed stock. As you know, New York State, weed is getting legalized for recreational use. They're going to treat it like alcohol. I'm going to boost these weed stocks, pump these things up, and then sell them, make that money. And I'm going to hold on to some of that money. I'm going to use some of that money to do upgrades on my houses. Bottom line is this. I'm not in student loan debt. So let me go back to these women. These women are going for PhDs because they think that they can get everything that they want without a man. Now, if they're willing to work for it, yeah, they absolutely can get it without a man, but their problem is they're running out of time. I was telling my father, he was like, oh, well, how would you feel about dating an older woman? I was like, absolutely not. And he was like, well, why is that? And I was like, hey, Dad, when you go to the grocery store, when you go shopping for eggs and milk, do you buy the eggs and milk that's about to expire? Or do you peek back there to see if they got brand new eggs and milk that, like, for instance, if today is March 29th, I don't want no eggs and milk that is going to expire on April 1st. If I'm looking for the freshness date, I want my eggs and milk to expire on April, 30th or something. You never shop for eggs and milk that is going to expire a day later or 2 days later or has expired already. I'm 39 years old. I'm wealthy. I don't need to buy no woman who's 40. I don't need to be by no woman who's 45. I want my eggs and milk fresh. You hear me? I want my eggs and milk fresh. When you think of buying, I'm sorry. When you think of getting with a woman, you should be thinking of it like eggs and milk. If you can afford to wait a little bit of time to get you some fresh eggs, you got to remember, eggs and milk is being put on the shelf every single day. There's fresh eggs and milk. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Fresh eggs and milk. Why would I take the eggs and milk that are old and the carton is starting to crumple and they're putting that eggs and milk out there for the poor people and they say, hey, guess what? You want some eggs and milk? We got that for $1 instead of $3.99. It's like, I don't want that eggs and milk. I want fresh eggs and milk. Fresh, say it with me, fresh eggs and milk. That's what I want. I want my milk. I want fresh eggs and milk. When I go looking for my eggs, I want them fresh. You know how you know if eggs are old? What you got to do is you got to make a bucket of water in a pot, and you take the eggs and you put them in the water, and if they sink to the bottom, they're okay to eat. That doesn't mean they're fresh, but they're okay. If they float to the top, that means that carbon dioxide has built up inside the egg, and that egg is no longer fresh. I want fresh eggs and milk. 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 That's the bottom line. So, that said, I told my father exactly that, and he was like, wow, I never thought of it that way. I was like, yes, that's exactly what you have me for. I'm smarter than you because, I'm like your DNA, except I live in this culture that is poisonous and toxic, and I've learned how to deal with it, so I understand things that you don't understand. So, one thing that I always say, marriage is an insurance policy on a woman's rapidly depreciating market value. A woman is basically like stock. I want us to put on our Wall Street hats right here, right? A woman is like stock. So understand this. Basically, the woman is basically a corporation, right? And her eggs are her stock. And you could also say her bodies are stock. But okay, her eggs are her stock, right? Now, you're trying to buy into that corporation, right? So you're trying to buy the stock of that corporation. Now, here's the problem. Their job is to try to get you to buy it at the market high. She wants you to buy it when the value is the highest because she knows that once she hits that wall, the value is going to plummet. Just like freaking, what's a good one? Just like GameStop. So she's trying to get you to buy her stock at $488, right? Problem is, her stock is about to plummet to $170. And it'll probably go low because if you remember, GameStop dropped down to $50. So if you think of a woman like stock, it all makes sense. Now, here's the problem. A man's value, he's like stock too. He's a corporation. You know what the Supreme Court says? They say corporations are people, right? So here's the problem. A man's value, his stock value is at its highest once he gets his career together and once he has himself together. So when a man is between like 30 and 45, a man's stock value is at its highest. A man's stock around 40, 45 is at its highest. Here's the problem with women, though. Once they hit like 27, their stock value turns to GameStop. Their stock value goes from that 488 all the way down to freaking $50 a share. Now, that doesn't mean that she can sell it $50 a share. That means that she's looking for some simp to buy her stock when it goes back up because she's trying. Now, see, here's the thing. If the women go on Instagram and they dress a certain way, they can kind of push their stock value a little bit higher because now you got a bunch of simps who are on their phones trying to get that stock and they're sending her pictures and stuff and they're trying to get at that stock, right? So what she's basically doing is she's pretending that her stock value is higher than it actually is. So here's the problem, though. If you know anything, you know that her stock value ain't that high. So what she's trying to do is she's trying to get you to buy the stock at its highest price or anywhere between, like as it's appreciating, she's trying to get you to buy that stock because she knows that once she hits that wall, that stock is going GameStop. It's going to $50 a share, maybe even 45, maybe 40. I don't know. Maybe 30, maybe zero. Her stock might go to zero. So she's trying to get you to buy her stock, right? Once you marry her, marrying a woman is buying her shares. Once you put that ring on her finger, you have purchased the stock. So when I say that marriage is an insurance policy on a woman's rapidly depreciating market value, what I'm saying is that when her stock is at its highest, it has nowhere to go but down, right? So if you marry her and you try to leave, you already know what that means. That means, okay, guess what? Alimony, you're going to be screwed in court because you can't win because they've set all the rules, right? So you're done. And she's going to have her regular payments coming out of your ass. She's going to have part of your pension. She's going to have part of your check. She's going to have part of your ass coming out. Like every month, your money's going to be disappearing and you're going to be like, oh shit. Oh man, the government has garnished my wages and they're taking money from me. And you don't even understand, like, how the hell did this happen? It's like, well, you got married and you got divorced. Now, here's the problem. Marriage used to be a promise. First of all, a wedding is for witnesses to show up. Like in the old days, a father owned his daughter. A father sold his daughter off to some man out there for some, like, to connect the families. It was a business transaction, right? And the father paid for the wedding. The father usually had some kind of dowry. In Africa, they might give you some cows and some goats. I don't know how many of you read that book. I think it was either Native Son or All Things Fall Apart. If you remember the part about the Africans with the father and he traded the daughter for some cows and some goats or something. Yeah, well, that's what it used to be. Marriage was always a business transaction between families. That's what it was. Now, as marriage started to fall apart, people became more and more secular. Well, what it's turned into now is basically a woman. Okay, I guess I'm going to change this. Women spend more time planning the wedding than they do planning the marriage. So that is ultimately your problem right there. Women need marriage to show off to their friends that they got married. That tells everybody, hey, guess what? I was able to get this stupid simp to buy my stock. So now her stock is sold. She's married. And now She's got your ring, and she's also got your ass if you try to leave, because she's going to take you for alimony and child support. So half your paycheck. You want to have a Hellcat? You want to have a TRX? You want to have a Durango Hellcat? You ain't getting shit. Half your check is gone. You want to go on a vacation to Maldives? You want to go on a vacation to Seychelles? Half your paycheck is gone. Oh, you want to go to Dubai? Half your paycheck is gone. You have a crappy Honda Civic and you want to put a fart can muffler on it so it sounds louder than a Hellcat? Half your money is gone. So now you purchased the stock and she's cashing in her insurance plan on your ass. So that's what you're dealing with right there. And I didn't even get to the article yet. I want to get to the article, but I'm just having too much fun. So bottom line is this. I told my father, I'm like, why should I take that kind of risk? I don't gamble. I don't go to the casino. Why should I take that kind of risk? If I gamble, I'll gamble on the stock market because at least I can tell my CPA to take my losses in the stock market if I have losses. And I can say, yeah, CPA, give me a tax deductible on these losses. There ain't no winning. If I were to marry a woman and I catch her cheating on me, and I have a friend, he caught his wife cheating on him, and I thought they had a lovely wedding. I thought that they had a lovely marriage. She cheated on him. He divorced. He left her ass. Now I don't know about all of the details about the divorce and everything, but she thought that she had this dude wrapped around her finger, and she thought he ain't going nowhere. This dude caught her with some other dude, and it's over. And that's it. Now, why should I go through all that government standard issue nonsense? Why should I go through any of that just to worry about a goddamn divorce? Why should I go through that? Now, I don't intend to be single forever. As you know, I'm probably going to go. I have a family member. I'm not going to say who, but I have a family member. He flew down to DR. He got himself one of the Dominican Republic women who's 14 years younger than him. He got himself this woman. She will come from one of those foreign countries. The foreign women are indoctrinated to be wives. They're indoctrinated to be mothers. Indoctrinated. So they got 3 kids. They got a huge house. Very happy. Now, he was wealthy too. He was in his 30s, late 30s. He was wealthy. And he could have gotten himself an American woman. He was like, hell's no. I'm not getting no. I was like, yo, listen, what you could do is you could take your nice luxury car that you drive around in. You could park it in front of a mall. You could set up a little sign that tells women that you're interested in marriage. And you could set up a little cardboard sign that says you're looking for a wife. And women, I guarantee you, will line up for that sign. And you'd be like I put on the sign, guess what? I'm black. I'm 40 years old. I'm rich. I got a pension coming. I got health insurance. And I got this car right here, and like I'm rich and I'm looking for a wife. He didn't do that. He was like, I don't want nothing from these Americans at all. He flew to another country, got himself a woman. She came back up here. They are happy as pigs in shit. Me personally, I don't really like Hispanic women like that. I like Latino women, but I'm not that into them that much. I prefer different types of women, not just Asians. I like Africans too. Some Europeans, not all of them, but I'll say it like that. And even Muslim women. I dated an Algerian woman. She was really, really awesome, but she ended up having to leave the country because of, the visa process. So bottom line is this. I'm getting a foreign wife from a culture that abhors divorce. It has to be one of those cultures like Catholics where they're like, yo, listen, we're not getting divorced at all. No divorce. A lot of these guys, they marry Filipinos because they don't believe in divorce. I don't want divorce either. And I'm not the kind of guy who beats women. I'm actually a very nice person. And I don't get drunk and hit nobody. I don't smoke drugs and shit. I don't do crack. None of that. If I did crack, I'd probably lose some more weight. But I don't do crack. I don't smoke weed. I don't do any of that stuff. Bottom line. So what I'm going to do, I'm 39, I'm going to be 40 soon. I'm going to get a girl half my age who's like 22 or 23 or something like that. 20 if possible. Because as I said, I want fresh eggs and milk. So bottom line, That's what I'm planning to do. And I told my father exactly that. And yes, it is that easy. Let me just show you something. Let me just show you. There's a dude on let me see, how do I stop this? There is a dude on what was it 90 Day Fiance, who I learned a lesson from. You may have, I don't know if you watched the show, but you may have seen this show 90 Day Fiance, and the guy's name was Mark, and he got him I'm gonna show you the photo. Where is it? Mark and Nikki. And you can watch the entire thing, because they have the entire thing available to watch, right? Like on 90 Day Fiance, they have the entire thing to watch. So this guy is like a hero, because at first it seems like something you shouldn't marry that young, but then I thought about it. I was like, wait a minute, this guy's a hero. This guy's brilliant. This guy's absolutely brilliant. So here's the thing. Let me just share the screen. So this is him right there. Yeah, there we go, right there. Mark and Nikki. So Mark was 58 years old from Baltimore, Maryland. He flew on down to Cebu, Philippines, and he got himself this chick right here, Nikki, who is, how old is Nikki? What is that number? What's that magic number right there? Somebody tell me. I can't see it. What's that magic number? What's that magic number? What's that magic number that this guy, what is it? What's that magic number? How old is Mark? How old is Nikki? I'm sorry, I can't see it too well. Huh? What's that magic number? You read it to me. Help me out. Read that number. How old is she? How old is she? How old is she? I'm sorry, what? Oh, shit. Expert Gaming said it himself. He said she's 19. This dude is 58. He met her, married her on the 90 Day Fiance visa, because it's called the K1 visa, brought her back. He got himself, this man, like you know how I said, listen, I want my groceries fresh? This guy got his groceries before they got off the truck. This guy's a hero. I can't, now me personally, I don't think I would date somebody that young. I really don't think so. But here's the problem. There are certain cultures where they want an older guy. They want a 30-year-old guy. They want a 40-year-old guy. Why? Because we're stable. We have money. If we have the money to fly intercontinentally in business class, obviously we must have something going on. My man Mark right here, this guy, he done changed the game. And and a lot of people are the women were jumping on there, typing negative comments. How could you do it? It's terrible. You're evil. You're a pedophile. No, you're not. She's over 18. He didn't do nothing wrong. So the women are hating because they know that they can't compete. They cannot compete with fresh eggs and milk. They cannot compete. Can't compete. But you know what's funny about guys? I'm a 39-year-old man, and I can compete with 20-year-olds because they ain't got nothing. They don't have a job. They ain't got a car. They're driving around in Honda Civics, for God's sakes. They're driving around in Acuras that are old and used. I can compete with them. But when it comes to a woman my age, they can't compete with no 19-year-old Cebu, Philippines, Nikki. They can't do that. So I told my father exactly what I'm saying right now, and I think I sounded about the exact same way. Yeah, it probably sounds like you're crazy, but at the end of the day, it makes all the sense in the world. What did they say? They said the distance between genius and insanity is measured only by success. So this is what I explained to him. I said, listen, I'm not marrying no older women. It's not happening. Somebody says, what you want, Big Truck? You're going to have to find overseas. Exactly. The culture in America is poisonous. This culture is toxic. Every single day I wake up feeling infected. Like, you know Agent Smith in The Matrix, how he was rubbing Morpheus's head and he was like, yeah, man, I hate The Matrix. Agent Smith was trying to tear down the Matrix. He hated it. He was like, I feel like I'm infected by this place. I hate the Matrix. I'm just trying to kill Zion off so I can get out of the Matrix. That was Agent Smith. Agent Smith was the real hero of the Matrix. Because if you remember, Neo went up against the Matrix, and the Matrix ended up, they tried to work with Neo to help them beat Agent Smith, because Agent Smith was really going to tear that shit down. Agent Smith he was destroying the Matrix. Neo had to join up with the Matrix to stop Agent Smith. So Neo originally was supposed to stop the Matrix. Neo didn't stop the Matrix. Agent Smith was the hero because he was the anarchist. So bottom line is, I feel just like Agent Smith every single day I wake up. I'm like, I hate this place. I feel infected by this place. Everything is toxic. The relationships are toxic. You've had several mass shootings within 1 week. Everything is toxic. You have a horrible relationship with the police. You have a horrible relationship with your family members. You have a horrible relationship. If you think, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This place is toxic. It's a toxic environment. That's what it is. It is a toxic environment. And I feel like Agent Smith every single day. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what do I have to deal with now? I got to deal with somebody else's bullshit. I got to deal with something stupid. I got to deal with somebody who wants to fight me over something that's not worth it. Somebody wants to snatch some $200 sneakers off my feet. Somebody wants to steal my Dodge Charger. It's a toxic, toxic environment. When I leave here and I get a month away from this place, I don't even watch our media. I don't watch our politics while I'm overseas. I relax and I start losing weight immediately because I'm eating food that's fresh and not toxic. When I was in Thailand, oh my God, Thailand, Philippines, I'm eating all this fresh food. I'm surrounded by young, beautiful women. I got beautiful pools. I can walk everywhere. I don't have to worry about getting robbed because most of those governments murder people who screw with terrorists. Who screw with tourists. They don't play that game. Like the safest I've ever been is 5 a.m. in China going to the ATM. I ain't got to worry about nothing. Nothing. Here, somebody's either trying to steal your car, or you seen the dude got shot up by these young guys trying to steal his Jeep. It's like they're trying to rob your Dodge Charger. They're trying to steal your Charger out of your yard. They're trying to rip open the roof on your Dodge Challenger. Now, if I don't want my car stolen, I could get a Toyota Corolla. Nobody's trying to steal those. But I don't want a Toyota Corolla. I don't want no Acura. Nobody's trying to steal no Acura because that's like, it's like, here, you can have it back. I don't want that. But bottom line is this. Toxic environment. So you know what? Let me hurry up and get to this. I've been talking a lot. Let me hurry because I know I want to let people come in, but let me get to this this article. It says why men. Okay, first of all, we're going to do the top 10 reasons why men do not want to marry. Now, I know you're going to have a little trouble seeing that, so I don't know if I can increase the text size. Maybe I can increase the text size, but I'm going to read it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to increase it to about 250. That should work. So what are the top 10 reasons that, like, I was just looking up randomly top 10 reasons men don't want to marry. Okay, number 1, they can have casual sex without marriage, something that is far more common today and accepted than in generations past. Personally, I disagree with this. You want to know why I disagree with this? Because if you make the mistake of having a kid and you get a woman pregnant and you're not married, it's actually a lot worse than if you were married and you had children. And the reason why is because, and anybody who's in here paying child support knows exactly what I'm about to say. You might get your ass garnished, and you're going to have this chick pulling child support out your ass for 18 years. Halle Berry crying about child support right now. I don't agree with number 1. Now, granted, you can do this, but understand something. Sooner or later, you know how they say, what is it? Why buy the cow when you can have the milk for free? Sooner or later, the cow is going to slip up on her birth control and she's going to get pregnant. And she'll say, oh, I don't know what happened. Oh, I don't know. The Depo-Provera shot must have been injected in my bone instead of my arm. I don't know. Because a woman is smarter than that. Sooner or later, she's going to poke holes in your condom. I ain't trying to have no illegitimate children. I'm not trying to have no illegitimate children. Because she will poke holes in that condom and you will get pregnant. And next thing you know, you'll have a baby crisis scare. And next thing you know, you'll be paying out your ass child support for 18 years. I am not trying to do it. I'm not trying that casual sex. Sooner or later, that always goes bad. Guys who are stuck on child support where half your paycheck, where you could have been flying all around the world. You could have had beautiful vacations. You could have been meeting foreign women on the moon. Now half your paycheck is gone. And I ain't doing that. I'm not doing it. I don't like to take that kind of risk. Next, by living with a girlfriend, they can enjoy all the benefits of a wife without having to say, I do. This is a no-risk way to test the idea of marriage. First of all, this second opinion, this is the same as number one. This is no different than number one. This is risky because if you have a kid out of wedlock, you're fucked. So no, number two is number one. So that's a horrible argument because it's the same as number one. I don't like it. Number three, men want to avoid the financial risks of divorce. What better way to do that than to not get married in the first place? That I agree with. But the problem is all of our, what is it called? All of our property rights, most of them are based on marriage. Imagine you're with a woman and you've got a kid and you have an inheritance that you're going to leave that kid, but you're not. Now imagine you're not married and it goes to the woman and the woman squanders it. I don't want my property going to some woman out there that I met. I want my property going to my kid. My name is the only name on my mortgages. When I'm dead, I want my kid to be rent-free. And that's how you build intergenerational wealth. I want to have my kids smart enough to understand how to take care of the property. I'm going to make them mow the lawn and all that stuff. I want them to be smart enough to understand how to manage a property. But when I'm dead, that kid can have a job and live rent-free. Only thing they got to pay is the taxes and the maintenance and repair, and that's it. Now, I'll tell you like this. I think they could pay the taxes. My tax is like $5,000, $6,000 or something like that a year. I'm pretty sure they could get a job that'll give them $6,000 a year, but they're going to do better than that. Okay, number 4. Since they don't have to worry about their biological clocks, which is me, men do not have a biological clock. The only problem you might have is getting it up past the age of 50, but guess what? We've got drugs for that. We got Viagra and Cialis. So yes, you may get old, but you can still get it up. So since men don't have to worry about their biological clocks, men say that they want to wait until they are older to have children. They really do not want to be pressured into marriage by a woman whose primary goal is to have children. See, here's another thing when I'm talking about women. When you think about women, you have to kind of think in terms of the alien queen. Okay? Now, some people don't understand what I'm talking about. So let's unpack that right there. Let's unpack that. So when you think about women, this is what you gotta figure, because you gotta understand that movie Aliens. That movie was about women's rights. Now people think, oh yeah, it was about Marines and machine guns and shit. No, it wasn't. That movie was about women's rights. That movie was about empowerment of women, and it just so happened that Sigourney Weaver was obviously a woman, and she went up against the queen alien. Now, the queen alien, as you know, the queen alien lays eggs, and the eggs have to, infect people in order to do the chest burster thing. I'm trying to get a photo of this. So, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna change back. Because I don't think they let you have multiple streams at the same time. So anyway, the women are like the alien queen, and once you understand that, it all makes sense. What was the alien queen's primary goal? The alien queen's primary goal was to find a place to make a nest so that she could lay eggs. Am I wrong? No, I'm not. The alien queen's job was her sole purpose. She's looking to find a stable place. In the movie Aliens, it happened to be the atmosphere recycling plant. And she's laying eggs. Because it all comes back to eggs. I keep saying this. Milk and eggs, fresh milk and eggs. It all comes back to milk and eggs. It all comes back to milk and eggs. The woman's job is to find a place that's stable so that she could, it has to be a warm place that is stable. It's not falling apart. So she can lay her eggs. That is the woman's role. That is her primary function. Primary function. Now, the men are like the alien drones. Their job is to go out there and fight for their woman and to to go do all the work that she tells him to do and this, that, and the other. That's the men's job. But the problem is, when you understand this, it makes all the sense in the world. Her job is to lay them eggs. Now, that said, you're going to get stuck at paying child support if you're not careful. One way or another, she's going to take a piece out of your ass. That movie was about women's empowerment. Ripley, what was Ripley doing? Ripley had no man, but what was she doing? The whole movie of Aliens, she's up there trying to be a surrogate mother for Newt. Do you remember the movie Aliens? Ripley was so busy trying to be a surrogate mother for Newt, and she goes up against the queen alien, and they're fighting over their reproductive rights. That's what that movie was about. It was about reproductive rights. So Ripley had no man. Ripley was like 100 and something years old because she was sleeping in a cryo tube. And eventually, I guess she was like, okay, well, men ain't going to work out for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adopt this kid over here, Newt. And now I'm going to go up against the queen alien, and queen alien's there trying to lay her eggs in the atmosphere processing center. So when you really think about it, it makes all the sense in the world. It's 100. Anybody who saw the movie, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's get back to that list. Since I like going off on the movie tangents, I'm telling you, it all makes sense when you understand it. It all makes sense. So anyway, men don't have to worry about their biological clocks. We're not pressured to have children. Exactly. So I'm turning 40. I can get me like a Nikki who's 19 or 20 or whatever, because by now she's like 23. Get me a Nikki. She can worry about that. I ain't worried about that. Their greatest fear is that marriage will require too many changes, compromises, and responsibilities. And after all, it's a lot more fun to play poker with the boys all night long. Okay, first of all, I don't know how to play poker. I don't gamble. I don't really gamble. I don't know how to play poker. But what I'll say is this. Going out to your car shows and your car meets so you can bring your Subaru and show the boys. You wouldn't be able to do that if you're locked into a marriage, because she's going to expect you to be home. And even if she doesn't expect you to be home, she's going to want to know where you are, because she's going to assume that you're out cheating. Now, for the most part, you're probably not out cheating. It's just that she expects your ass to be home. So, bottom line is, women expect you to be home, and you're going to have responsibilities, because if you try to skip out on your woman and leave her home with the kids, and I've seen this happen, they will totally flip out and they will embarrass you in front of your friends when you try to bring your friends over. So, no, she expects your ass to be home by a certain hour. When you get married, you have like a time you got to be home. Now, if you're one of these guys who works late nights, that's one thing. But she's still going to expect you to be there at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or whatever it is. She's going to learn your schedule. She might even come up to your job and check on you. But once them kids start driving her nuts, she's going to hate the ground you walk on if you ain't there. So the bottom line is, you're going to have a curfew. Okay, 6. Men are romantics at heart. They believe in a soulmate, and they're willing to wait for her. What is a soulmate? Men define her as someone who accepts them just the way they are and does not want to change them. These men don't want to settle for second best. Okay, let's understand something right now. Men, okay, wait, I got to type this. I'm putting out this logic. Men who love a woman never want her to change. Women want to change men and fail. So men who love a woman never want her to change, but she does. Women want to change men and fail. That's right there. That's your problem right there. Every woman does her best to change a man. Men don't want their women to ever change. If you're a man who likes prostitutes, then you're okay with her being a prostitute. And you know how they say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife? If you're a man who likes strippers or likes these Instagram girls who will give it up to any man who's sending them super chats, then that's just what you like. If you're a man who wants a car woman, or you're a man who has mommy issues and you like a woman to beat the shit out of you and hang you in a closet like David Carradine, Well, then that's just what you want. And you don't want her to change. If you're David Carradine and you want to be autoerotic asphyxiation and you want her to choke you out for sex, if that's what you like, what you don't want is to marry her and then all of a sudden she's like, Dave, I don't want to do this anymore because I'm afraid I'm going to hurt you. It's like, listen, the reason I'm marrying you is so you'll choke me out before sex. Some of you are sick. I know some of you guys in here are sick and you've got fetishes. Everybody's hiding something. I already know it. You're hiding something. I don't know what it is. Maybe you got a mommy issue. Maybe you got a daddy issue. I don't know what it is because Sigmund Freud said that all of your problems are stretching back to your parents. So the bottom line is, if maybe you like having a big woman towering over you, like in Resident Evil, that's the new thing. Resident Evil, they got this big, tall woman who's busty and she's towering over you. Well, what does that tell me? That tells me you got mommy issues because when you were a little kid, your mom is towering over you because she's a big adult and she's beating the shit out of you, slapping you around, and it's like, listen, I told you to stop, Timmy. I told you to stop, and she's dominating you. So what happens? You end up becoming an older guy, and now you want to be tied up, and you want to be spanked, and you want to be slapped around, and you want women to hold BB guns to your head. I don't know what your fetish, I don't know what you're into, but y'all are sick. I know you're sick. A lot of you've got issues. Every man's got some kind of sick fetish. We already know. They're selling sex dolls on eBay. Those things are selling out. Somebody's buying them. And it's you. They're selling all these vibrators, dildos, these female things. Somebody's buying these things. It's you. So I know y'all got fetishes, some of you. Bottom line is, men want women not to change. So if you get with a woman, you don't ever want her to change. You want her to stay exactly the way she is, but she's not. She's going to get older. She's going to get fat. She's going to probably get uglier. And she's going to eventually, the WAP is not going to work no more. She's not going to be, if you want kids out of her, great. You better hurry up because she's only got a short period of time to give them to you. And after that, the WAP stops working. So the bottom line is, men want women not to change. And if you like dirty women, then that's just what you like. If you're the type of guy who likes homeless women, then that's just what you like. So you're looking around for homeless women in those cardboard boxes over there in California, and they've got their cardboard box, and they've got their pickle jar. That's where they go to the bathroom. And if that's what you like, then that's just what you like. You don't want her to suddenly start making money. You want her to stay homeless. If that's what you like, that's what you like. I ain't judging you. If that's what you like, that's what you like. Now, women want to change men. So if you're a big strapping fellow and you're big and strong and everything, you can bet that she wants to break you down. Because you think about it, if she's attracted to you during that time, she knows that other women are going to be attracted to you and there's a chance you could cheat on her. So she's going to break you. She's trying to break you down. She wants, if you're big and muscular, she wants to feed the shit out of you and make you fat. Because once you're fat and bald, other men ain't gonna, other women aren't gonna want you no more. Here's the problem. Once she changes you, she ain't gonna respect you no more. That's the problem. Women try to change men and fail. Because men, after a man is 30, he doesn't change anymore. Whatever I sound like, whatever I look like right now, I ain't changing that much between now and the day I die. Once a man hits 30, he don't change. If he's a liar, then he's going to stay a liar for life. If he's a kleptomaniac and he goes into stores and just to see how much shit he can steal, that's what he's going to be. He's going to be a kleptomaniac for life. If if he beats women, he's going to be a woman beater for life. If he's a simp, he's going to be a simp for life. If he's the type of guy who, I don't know, if he's going bald, he's going to be bald for life. That's the bottom line. Men do not change after 30. Men stay on that path. They do not change. Men do not suddenly develop gambling habits. If they had a gambling habit at 30, then they're going to be a gambler for the rest of their life. Men do not suddenly do anything. If they learned it in their 20s and they're by their 30s, that's what they are. They're going to be that for life. They don't change. But bottom line, men do not change. Once they hit 30, they do not change. Even if they were young, here she comes. Oh, snap. Here she comes. Okay, so I gotta hurry this up. So she can go through these things with me. I don't even know if I really want to have. Well, okay, listen. You can leave your camera on if you want it on. So anyway, we got 84 people in here. You know how I told you my live streams is popping? We got 84 people right now. So here I go. I've got a relationship counselor here. And she thinks that she knows more about men and relationships and women than me. So I'm going to bring her in here soon, very soon. I'm going to bring her in here. And if she wants, she can go through this list with me, but she got to make sure her mic is on. She doesn't, like, first of all, Joan, you should have an avatar. You should have a picture of yourself. You should have a picture of yourself. And then later on, I'll bring some of the guys in and they can talk too. And in fact, you know what? You can go through this list with me right here because I don't know how long you've been listening, but you can go through this list with me. You got to use your mic, and I know you know how to use it, so don't start fronting because I know you know how to use that Zoom thing. So anyway.
I've just gotten on.
What?
I have my mic on.
Okay, great. So you can go through the rest of this list with me. It says, okay, what's number 7? These are, it says reasons why a man shouldn't marry. So what is this? It says there are very few social pressures to marry. While their dads were pressured by religion, just like my father. My parents were pressured by religion, employers, or society to settle down and say, I do. Men today are free from that. What do you think about that? Go ahead. What do you think? Yes, and she's British. So by the way, guys, you know how y'all have on the Manosphere, you got Jessica X? Yeah, well, I brought my own British backup. Y'all have Jessica X is a British girl, and she has a channel, and she's trying to act like she can run the Manosphere. But now I brought my British backup right here. Now, unlike Jessica X, you've been married, and you've stayed married, and you have a long-lasting marriage. So you must know something because you're a foreign woman. And I argue that because you're a foreign woman, that's the reason why you're better at marriage than these horrible American women, especially Halle Berry. And especially Halle Berry. So I brought my British backup. So go ahead. What do you think about number 7? What do you think?
I'm sorry. Talking. So what did you say, love?
What do you think about number 7 right here, where it says there are very few societal pressures to marry, while our parents were pressured by religion, employers, or society to settle down and say, I do?
There are that is so. First of all,
you got to fix your mic because you're choppy.
Oh my God, it must be where I am. I'm in my cousin's kitchen. Sorry, mate.
Can you tell your cousin to get Verizon Fios because that cable shit don't work.
I think we have that, mate. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, lovely. So, absolutely, there are the same pressures or more than when your parents and my parents were married or had to be married.
True.
So,
see, you already got somebody in the background telling you that ain't true. Look at that.
That's my cousin.
Yeah, your cousin is already telling you that's wrong.
Yeah, she's been married quite a while as well. What's not true? Do you want to talk then?
Go ahead, no. I'm gonna let you talk.
Go on. I'm not going to be in anybody's camera.
So you're not on anyone's camera.
The camera's off because we already know y'all ain't got your makeup on, so the camera's off. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So yeah, she's very American. So.
Now I want you to notice something. We got 90 people in here, and the numbers are growing. So you got to give them a good show.
I do agree. There aren't no pressures for men to get married today. Back then, when your parents got married, they were pressured by the church to be married or by whatever, the status quo back then. Nowadays, there isn't any pressures for men to get married. It's as though you could have your cake and eat it too. So why marry?
Is that the question? I didn't know.
Well, we were looking at, there's a list there, and it says number 7 is the one that says society has pressures for our parents to marry, but right now there are fewer pressures for us to marry. I would argue that right now, most women who are going into marriage, they're doing it, number 1, because they want to impress other women by showing off the fact that they were able to get married because they want to have a big wedding. And then on top of that, they want to have that big ring so that they can show it off. And then I would argue that women right now are spending more time planning the wedding than they are planning the marriage.
Well, I don't know about that because very few women are married now. They marry.
No, and see, that's perfect. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I'm married for love, my friend. And so 30 years ago, because I've been married 30 years.
Congratulations. Yeah. Woo.
The feet, and they don't make them like me anymore, or us. We believed in marriage. We believed in the connection of two people who wanted to join and make a life together. That's what it's about. It's not, and you and I were talking earlier, John, about, it's a financial arrangement now. That's so sad. I mean, you could just make money and be in your house by yourself and watch telly and play games, like I'm sure many of the men do who are on your blooming chat. But if you're looking for a relationship, and if you're looking for love, if you're looking for companionship, if you're looking to build connection and emotional fortitude, then you get into marriage and you do that. You build those things. You don't just make money or think it's about who's making the money and who's paying the bills and and stay. You could do that on your own, as you say. You men can just stay there and play your games, and then you get old and you're by yourself. You become angry. You become desolate. It's terrible. It's a known fact that people who are married or in a relationship do live longer. They are happier, right? They're less stressed. All those things are beneficial in a marriage, right? Just because you have that other person with whom you can, share all your sadness, your happiness, your woes. I know when I go home from a day at work as a teacher, and now I'm a school social worker as well, and as he says, relationship coach, I can tell my husband everything that happened and get it off my chest. Many of you who are single or alone or by yourselves, whom do you have to speak to? No one. And so, yeah, exactly.
Excuse me, wait. Let me just stop for a second. Guys in the chat, who do you have to talk to when you need to talk to somebody? Yeah. Chances are you're talking to other guys or you're online talking to people, so you always have some. Who do you have to talk to when you need to talk to somebody? Yeah. Y'all tell me, guys in the chat.
Jesus. My aunt says Jesus.
So I want you to tell me something. What are modern women bringing to the table that makes them worthy of marriage?
Are you talking?
And let me just start out by saying this. Women control access to sex. Men control access to marriage. What are modern women bringing to the table that makes them worthy of a man marrying them? What are they bringing to the table?
Okay, are you asking me?
Yes. Either one of you. Go ahead.
All right, so women are bringing their sense. Yeah, what are we not bringing? We're bringing everything.
Oh, no. I asked you, what are modern women bringing to the table that makes you worthy of marrying?
Worthy. Oh my goodness. Exactly. What is worthy? So that means that we're less than you are. You guys still feel that we're in the dark ages, that women are less than men? See, that's the kind of nonsense.
That sounds like a false premise. Did I say you're less? You got to understand. First of all, let me break it down like this. What does a woman do? What does a woman do for a man? A woman allows a man. Again, I said a woman gives access to sex. Men give access to marriage, right? A woman is a photocopying machine for a man's sperm, right? So when a man and a woman get together, she's basically saying, you know what? I'm going to reproduce a child for you. And I am taking your sperm cells and your seed, and I am growing a child to further your genetics into the future. And I'm making it so that now you have somebody to leave your house and your cars and your gun collection and all that too. That's, in my opinion, that's what a man is worthy. If a man is worthy of a woman to do that for him, that is what she would be bringing to the table. So my question is, you tell me why should one woman be chosen over another woman? What is it that modern women are bringing to the table to make them worthy of a man going out there and going on his credit card and spending that money for a wedding ring? What are modern women bringing to the table?
You'll have to ask my husband that, all right?
No. You should be able to answer that question.
I can answer it. I bring.
Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
I bring everything.
What?
when we met, well, let me finish. Let me talk. So
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I will have you know that he was like, you are the most unusual person I've ever met in my life. You
That's
know,
because you're British.
because I had values, I had goals, you know, I had a future that I saw with or without him, and he knew that I was independent. But I also was a team player. Right, he played football in college, so he got it. He was like, "Oh my God, this girl is on my side." You know, I understood him and what his needs were, and he, in turn, got to understand me and definitely provided the things that I wanted from a relationship as well. So that's what we bring. We bring this sense of let's work together to make us both feel important, wanted, seen, and loved. Everybody wants that in the whole wide world. And I don't know who all of these men are on here and if they're what they have or don't have, but everybody, it's a known fact. Read Maslow if you haven't read it yet, half the men who are on here or women. And, you know, self-actualization comes from when we feel a sense of belonging and as you say, to use your words, worthiness, but not in the sense of what you're saying of, oh, I can pick you because you're the better of all of the women, or I can hit you over the head and drag you to my lair as we did in the dark ages. So if I can carry you, I can have you. No, it's you don't have to carry me because I can walk by you and come with you willingly. And so we all are looking for that. Everyone is walking around with a sign on their shoulder saying, love me, you know, be good to me, be kind to me. Even you, John, even you know, with your bravado about, oh, I can have all this and my gun collection and just give it to this.
Well, keep in mind, I explained to the guys in here already about Nikki and Mark from 90 Day Fiance, and I also explained to them about my Filipina connections over there.
Right.
So the thing about it is, they already understand where I'm coming from.
Right.
But bottom line, let me help you rephrase this question a little. When I say what are you bringing to the table, let me tell you what I'm bringing to the table as a man. And most of the men in here could pretty much say the same thing if they're above the age of 30. What am I bringing to the table? Well, number one, I got 2 houses. Number 2, I've got cars, and as I was telling you earlier, if I were to marry one of these chicks, I'm gonna buy her a little car. It's not gonna be very expensive because I know she's probably gonna wreck it, but I'm going to get her a little car just to drive around in, so she's going to get a car from me. Number 3, I'm going to get her a job because I have contacts. I've gotten my ex-girlfriend a job before, so I can get her a job. She can kick back money to her parents back in the Philippines. $30,000 may not sound like a lot of money, but number one, if she's living here, she doesn't have to pay rent. Only thing she has to do is help with the bills. So I'm giving you houses. I'm giving you cars. I'm giving you clothes because I'm going to dress her like a Barbie doll. I'm going to dress her the way I want her to dress.
Yes.
So she ain't got no money. I'm going to help her dress.
John.
So I'm giving her cars, clothes, money, and what else? I'm giving her a safe house in America. Right now, as I explained to you, in these other foreign countries, just like with my uncle, and he got himself a foreign woman, in those countries, most of those people are suffering right now because tourism is non-existent. So most of those women are suffering right now because women are usually the first victim when it comes to war or recession, right? They calling it a she-session. They're not even calling it a recession. They're calling it a she-session because the women are the ones suffering most. The men can easily go out and get a dirty job, a dangerous job. They can work that job. They can make their money. So what am I bringing to the table again? I already told you. Money, you're getting an American visa. You're coming here. You're getting to live in America. You're getting to kick back money to your family, so you're getting the finances. You want to have children because most of those women there, they want to have their children before they're 27 years old because they know that if they go past 27, that their chances of being able to land a good man go lower and lower and lower. So what I'm saying to you is that I already know exactly what I bring to the table. So when I ask you, what are you bringing to the table? That's when you're supposed to be able to enunciate number by number. You're supposed to enumerate what are you bringing to the table.
I don't have to enumerate things because I bring more than things. What I bring.
So why can't you number them?
But even I can't. No. I bring all of that. No. I bring a house and
you bring all what?
And trees and and education. I bring
But that's
all
not
of that,
what John
John.
wants.
But that's not what my husband
John.
wants or I want.
John, that's not what you want from anyone, right? You seem to be someone who's insecure, and because of that, you are not looking for someone who's your equal. You're not
Yeah.
looking for a woman who's your equal match.
Men don't want, first of all, men don't want equals, and neither do women. Women are hypergamous. They always date up. What do women want? Well, hold on. Women are the word is hypergamous. Hyper.
Answer. Let us
Answer the question.
Go ahead.
What is a modern woman? You're not asking about a woman from the dark ages.
Even if you ask, hold on 1 second. Even if you ask modern women, what do they say? They want a man who makes six figures. That's the first thing that comes out of their mouth. They want a tall, dark guy, and handsome, makes six figures.
No, dude, slow your roll.
Slow your roll, dude. Figures.
Your question is, what is a modern woman bringing to the table?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Hit me.
Today's modern woman is not going to allow her man to dress her. Okay? Today's modern
that's
woman,
part of the problem.
Slow your roll, dude. Slow your roll. Today's modern woman is her man's equal. Today's modern woman.
We're bringing six figures.
Okay? Today's modern woman stand next to her man and not behind him. Today's modern woman. Okay? So what we bring to the table is the same stuff that you got. Because we are just as capable as you was pulling six figures. We can bring two houses. We can bring the cars. We can bring all of that, John. So if you want to go to the third world to find a woman who is not your equal, it speaks to your insecurities. Yep. And we don't deal with insecure brothers, right? So you could even step in our role because you're insecure, dude. And we don't walk with insecure men. We don't do insecure men.
No, here's a question. When you say, hold on. First of all, when you say, I'm gonna get to that thing about being. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna talk about that thing that you just said about men being insecure.
Because if you want to dress me, no, you can only.
No, hold on. Before you get to the whole thing about dressing,
I don't need you to dress me like a Barbie. I need you to undress me slowly, and I need you to rub my body slowly, and I need you to make love to me slowly. Yeah. Don't dress me like.
All right, wait. Hold on. I got to bring up something. First of all, in the days when marriage was stable and people weren't getting divorced, women were not in the workplace. And the problem with women being in the workplace is that, yes, we know that you can make money. We know you can make that six figures. The problem is you're competing for a man for that job. That's the reason why you're seeing more and more men who are unemployed. It's because they have to compete with women for work. So the problem is you may not think much about you being able to go out and make that six figures, but most of the women who used to stay at home were able to stay at home without having to work because their men were able to get the jobs that now they have to compete with women for. So if you're going to accuse men or me of being, what is it called? What did you say? You said insecure. The reason why men are insecure, and I'm pretty sure I speak for every man here, is because of some of the reasons that I just read off. Men are insecure because they're worried about the possibility of their women cheating on them, leaving them for another man, and then divorcing them, and then they end up paying child support, they end up paying alimony, and they're losing half their money for no good reason. I have a friend who recently, he got married. He had lovely wedding photos. He had a lovely wedding. It looked like his marriage was going okay. All of a sudden, he caught his wife cheating. And I guess he split from her. I haven't really talked to him much, but I think he split from her because he found out she was cheating. So, and this is a black man, by the way. This is a black man and a black woman. He married a black woman, American black woman.
And of me and everyone else who stayed together, who are still married, who respect the.
But you're from a different generation. See, the problem is, I'm talking about modern women. What are they bringing?
This modern woman, she's your age, mate. My cousin you spoke to is your age.
Now, here's the question: hold on, let me ask the question: is your cousin married?
Yes, for many years.
Okay, so here's the thing: if she's married and she's staying married, then her husband must be happy with her and this, that, and other. But my thing is, the majority of women who are modern women right now are not married. They have no prospect for marriage. And the men are basically either dating them and leaving them, but the men aren't putting rings on their finger. So what I'm not talking about your cousin per se. I'm talking about women who men are not marrying. The question is, what are women bringing to the table to make them worthy of a man putting that ring on their finger?
We answered that already. All right.
You keep saying everything, but I'm not believing you.
Right then, we just told you we're bringing the six figures. We're bringing the homes.
But they don't want you to bring six figures. Do you know what? Wait, hold on. Do you understand what happens when a woman has to work to make six figures? It means that she's not in the home. It means that she's not in the home. The kids are not being taken care of properly. She's leaving it to somebody else. Why do you think so many men end up cheating on their wives with the nanny or the nurse? Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger was super rich. This is probably the most famous man in the history of men, the most buff guy in the history of men. He's banging up an old Guatemalan looking, like she looked like a rag compared to his wife.
Who was that?
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Look at the woman that he cheated on his wife with. Why did he do that? It's because his wife was not bringing it.
No, rubbish. It's because.
So you mean to tell me he looked at that old Guatemalan booty and he was like, "Oh, I got to have it"? Are you telling me that Arnold Schwarzenegger could have gotten any woman in the world? Any woman in the world he could have gotten, but he looked at this old Guatemalan maid. "Oh, I've got to have it." Really? Tiger Woods. Look at Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods married some chick and he ends up cheating on her. You mean to tell me Tiger Woods, he could have had any woman in the entire planet?
That also attests to men's insecurity. Why do you think that, they have to have 2 and 3 and 4?
The problem was she wasn't there to
prove their manhood. It's pathetic.
He wasn't doing enough. Do you understand what a woman's job is? To keep her husband's stomach full and his balls empty. She wasn't doing enough.
How do you know? You have no idea.
What do you mean I don't know? I know exactly what it would take for me to put that ring on.
Here, they feel just like him that they have to prove themselves to every woman they see. They're like dogs in heat. You men are like dogs in heat most of the time, right? It's like, oh, I see a woman, look at that booty, let me go and get it. That's it. That's exactly what's happened. And it's all biological. You can't help it. Most of you cannot help it, but you have to have that self-control to not fall, into it. Of course, you're driven by your sexual urges and, your needs.
So yes, okay, so fine. We understand that, first of all, a man's job is to go out there, and they used to say, bring home the bacon. That means that he's supposed to work, and he's supposed to bring home the bulk of the money. If the woman wants to stay home and work, or she wants to go out and work, that's fine. But she's supposed to be home to take care of those kids. Because understand something. I need you to understand something. The onus of parenting falls mostly on the mother, because God did not give men breasts and God did not give men vaginas to birth children.
Right.
So the bottom line is, a woman is always going to be the primary care. How can a woman be a primary care if she's not in the household?
John.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
That women have a primary role. Okay, contrary to what I just said, okay, I am not a feminist, right? So I do believe that there are defined roles for men and for women, right? However, when you look at the way our society has been set up, it basically forces women, specifically the African American woman, okay, to go out, to step out of her role, and to ensure that her family is cared for, because
and that's the thing I would say is that
go on. It forces the African American woman to step out of her role, whether she wants to or not,
Right.
okay, and to pursue other means to make sure that our family is cared for, right? Not necessarily because she wants to embrace these other roles, like going outside and bringing home the bacon, but in most cases, African American women do not have a choice. Okay, this is something that
I'm glad you said that. I'll wait till you're finished and then I'll mention something about that. Go ahead.
I had a conversation with a plumber who was doing some work in my home, who told me that he doesn't have time for the Black woman because of her attitude, and she appears to be angry and blah blah blah, and she's so different from the Caucasian woman. And I said to him, that may be true. Your perception may be correct, because the African American woman's experience, her experience, the life that she's lived, has caused her to be different. Her experiences has caused her to be different. And perhaps if the Black man takes the time to truly get to understand the Black woman, to truly get to understand her experiences, to truly get to understand the things that she has gone through, that's caused her to be what the Black man described as, oh, she's got this attitude and I can't deal with the attitude of blah, blah, blah. You realize that it's not an attitude that the Black woman has, but the Black woman is frustrated with everything that she has to go through. Okay, frustrated with everything that she has to go through with life. Okay, because most Black women in this country reared her children by herself, on her own. Even if the father's in the home, it's been that mother that has to press through, and it still is this way. Still has been this way. Go ahead and speak to that now, my brother.
Oh, okay. So, all right. First of all, I've heard it mentioned, because now that men are talking a lot about relationships and why they're not marrying and why they're not having children lately. The thing about it is, on the dating totem pole, Black women are basically at the very bottom of it, because in this country, basically white women are obviously the predominant majority, so they're at the top. But the question should be, white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, they are, for the and by the way, a lot of them aren't getting married lately either, because a lot of their men don't want them either. And what's happening is, a lot of white men are going and getting Asians. A lot of these white women they're basically falling back and they're dating outside the race because they don't have a choice. And the problem is, for all of these women in other races who are dating outside of their race because they don't have a choice but to do that, it only hurts the Black woman, because most other races aren't going to date Black women. So the question is, well, why is it that Black women are having so much trouble getting married now to value men? I'm not going to say high value men, but let's say men who are making a decent salary, working a job, this, that, and the other. Well, part of the problem is they're choosing not to go for these men, and they're choosing like bad choices when they should be making better choices. Either that, or they're swiping left on Tinder and they're saying, oh, well, this guy's too nerdy, I don't want him. But meanwhile, she's dating a thug and that beats her. And the guy who who could have been with, that guy is gainfully employed. And he's like, you know what? Forget this. I'm not going to date one of them. So they end up alone or single mothers. That's the reason why the Black community has so many problems with so many single moms. It's because they end up dating a guy, they have children before they're married. So my recommendation for that is, I think more Black women need to close their legs. They need to say, listen, I'm not going to have any children before I get married. I think they need to say, you know what? I'm going to marry before I carry. Now, what do you think about that?
I do agree that, yes, a lot of our young sisters should make better choices when it comes on to, their choices around sex. However, when it comes on to my professional sisters who are college graduates, have careers, and are single, do not have children, these are women who have been dating and have been looking for the right mate and are still single, okay? And there are a lot of African American professional women who are in that category. Now, those are the women that I'm speaking of.
Now, by the way, I'm sorry, when you talk about African American professional women in that category, here's a question. How old are they?
These are women, I would say, between 32.
Right.
and 41.
32 and 41. Now, here's a question, because I was on this a little bit earlier because I was explaining, because my father asked a question. I came right out and told him. I'm like, listen, if I'm in the grocery store, I'm looking for the freshest eggs and the freshest milk that I can get in that grocery aisle, right? What I'm not doing is I'm not going for the milk and the eggs that are about to expire. I'm looking for the guy to put out the freshest possible eggs, the freshest milk on that shelf. I'm not going for the older ones. Now, I want you to understand something. When you're going to school here and getting these PhDs and most of these degrees that for the most part are worthless because you can't work anywhere outside of a government job without them, what you need to understand is that takes time. These PhD programs take time. Now, it may be okay if you're retired because now you have time, but in other countries, Chinese women, Indian women, if they get a PhD, they've got that probably by the time they've just turned 30. And they've been in school for pretty much their early 20s, but they're typically getting married before they're 25. And they're having their children between the age of 25 and 30, but they're definitely married by the time they're somewhere in between 22 and 25. So the problem, what I'm saying is, if these women are going to be professionals so that they can have a PhD and brag and tell people, oh yeah, well, you got to call me doctor now. What I need them to understand is that while they're doing that, their biological clock is ticking. And once it gets to about 40 and then that last egg drops, then there's a problem. And the men are going to be like, well, wait a minute. Why should I date a woman like this when I can get one that I can support, that's going to give me what I want and not have to, I'm not going to have to worry about ectopic pregnancy. Or I'm not going to have to worry about having high-risk pregnancy. I'm not going to have to worry about having children with Down syndrome. I'm not going to have to worry about having children because their eggs are older and damaged. Do you understand that the biological clock is, how should I say, asymmetrical to the school clock? They're keeping, your women are losing time to
And I understand.
education systems.
I do understand that. And I don't have a problem with a brother choosing, based on the woman's age, right? But there are young brothers who aren't. People say, well, the
Wait, young brothers who aren't what?
Who aren't prepared.
No, but that's my whole point. Young men, the same age as the women, young men have not grown into their role or their career yet. That's why it actually makes way more sense for older men to be dating younger women. It doesn't make sense for women to be dating these guys that are their age because they can't do nothing for them. This economy doesn't support it.
That's I'm not going to accept that. And this is what stop in our society, right? Because this double standard, it's not going to work for me. If it's not good for the man, it's not good for the woman. Right?
No, it doesn't. No. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way.
Listen, we keep saying that the woman matures faster than male, and whatever study shows this and study shows that, and even our families.
Well, hold on. Do you understand why a woman matures faster?
Listen, I've heard it all.
No, right? No. I'm not asking about what you heard. I'm saying, do you understand why a woman matures faster?
I've heard it all, but in this situation,
no. But understand something. Why does I'm going to stop you right there? Why does a woman mature faster?
I'm choosing not to accept it.
No, you know what? No. See, you're trying to get around it. Let me tell you why. I'm just going to tell you why, because I don't think you understand it or you don't want to accept it. The reason a woman matures faster than a man is because nature designed us to be able to have a woman have children by the time she's 15 or 16. So our society has said, no, we want women to wait until they're 18. So they make statutory laws to say, okay, you're not allowed to engage in this, that, or the other until you're 18. However, in the old days, women were having children at 14 because the life expectancy was lower. When you go to other countries where the life expectancy is lower outside of the Western developed world, they're still having their children at 14, 15, 16. Why do you think why do you think they have their bar mitzvahs at 13 years old? Why do you think that Mexicans and the Hispanics have quince años? Why do you think they're doing that at 16? They're signaling that this is a woman and that she's ready to be procreative. So the bottom line is Men do not mature that quickly because it takes them more time to grow into these careers. Men were not designed by evolution to be sitting in an office in a business suit, sitting behind a computer. That's not what men are designed for. Men are physically designed to be out there hunting and doing physical shit.
Mhm.
And when they bring home that bacon, the woman is supposed to be up on her feet, ready to cook.
And this is why society has changed. There is no hunting.
It hasn't changed. That's why women are single.
The man typically was out hunting and gathering. What is he hunting and gathering now? The money.
What does he know? What is he hunting and gathering? He's out bringing home a paycheck.
But our black brothers are not out hunting and gathering the money so that we can be home and take care of our children the way we want to, like every other.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. You ignored what I said before about the problem is men are competing with women for jobs that they shouldn't have to compete with them for.
We should have no competition, especially in our society.
Who's we? Who's we?
Black women and black men. We shouldn't be.
No. You live in America. You're not in Africa.
What we're going to do. Exactly. We're not in Africa. We're not anywhere else. We're here in America, where it is imperative that both of us get out there and go after it. There is no, oh my God, stay home, take care of the children, love. Impossible. Right?
No, it's not. No. It's not impossible. What you need.
It's impossible to have one income and for a black woman to stay home, especially.
Excuse me. I'm going to challenge that right here. I'm going to challenge that right now. It's not impossible. What it takes
ever says to their woman, you can stay home, love. It's okay.
You're telling me that this doesn't happen? You're telling me that women don't get to stay home while their man is the only one working? That's not true.
Of color, no, not African American women. Rarely.
And that's not true either. There are a lot of African women, a lot of African American women who get to stay home because their husband's wealthy.
Very few and very rare.
You know why it's very few and very rare? Because men are too busy competing with women for jobs.
No, they're not competing. They shouldn't be competing.
But they don't have a choice because women are spending all this time in college and men aren't. That's why y'all are so deep in student loan debt.
Well, listen.
So John, you seem like you have the answers to everything, right?
Yeah.
Why fix it? Why don't you come up with a plan to fix it? Because
you know why? You want to know why I can't come up with a plan to fix it? Because y'all don't listen.
No. You see, that's the easy escape. That's your easy way out for
If I had mind control and I could get y'all to do what I want, all of you would have perfect 850 credit scores. You'd all be homeowners. You'd all own your cars with 0%. What is it? $0 in loans. The problem is y'all out wasting money.
You need to be a thinker. That's the problem, because when you think of all the other races out there, right, they seem to have adapted.
Yeah.
Right. So help you to adapt to this situation so that we can figure out how to fix it and become viable. Okay. So
I'm telling you the answers, but you say you don't want to accept them.
No, you're saying that what we need to do as Black women is stop going to school, stay home, barefooted, and stay in the kitchen.
Yes.
That's what we need to do. So
be subservient to your man, and after you've had your children, then you go out and get a job.
Meantime, hush. Let me say, in the meantime,
go ahead. I won't interrupt.
In the meantime, while we are staying home, just don't go to school, don't get employment, anything like that. In the meantime, just about what percentage of our men is in prison, right? So
well, you tell me, what percent of our men are in prison?
I'm asking you. Too many.
I thought you knew.
You tell me. I know it's a lot. I'm going to Google it, but I know it's a lot. I know it's
okay, go ahead. Find me a number.
Right? And how many of African American household are single parent household without a father?
Why? Why are so many women single parents if they were getting married before you were getting pregnant? Why?
To fix it to that. You're saying we're going to fix that, and the way to fix that is for the Black women to stay home.
And by the way, somebody pointed out in the chat that the number of Black men generally that are in jail, not only that, but also the number of Black men who are doing single parent homes or having children or even getting married, all of that's decreasing because Black men at this point, they're like, they're shrugging off marriage and they don't want children either because if they're not getting married, they don't want to end up in child support.
Well, it's about
All of those numbers are decreasing. My question to you is, as a woman, you are a gatekeeper to childbirth. So why are y'all having so many children? Why are y'all carrying before you're marrying?
All by ourselves. The men shared no damn responsibility.
No. It ain't like that. First of all, you control the access to the sex.
You know
so
what?
why are you carrying before you're married?
Cut off your damn willy. How about that?
Why are you carrying before you're married? Keep them legs closed.
Yes, and give the boys a bisectomy. Right?
No, you can't. If you do that, then you have no children at all.
We shouldn't do circumcision anymore.
I don't believe we should. But what I'm saying is, stop having children out of wedlock.
Cut it all off.
What are you talking about? Why are you talking about castrating men? What kind of sick, feminine, instinctive bullshit from fucking hornets and wasps are you talking about? What are you talking about?
But you're saying that we are the problem. You're saying that women are the problem.
I'm saying stop giving up the sex so early so that the men actually see the value in actually being with you instead of finding some other guys at your house.
How about you all stop raping women?
We're not raping. Who's raping women right now? No, but you can't rape women now. What are you talking about?
Tell your brother to stop harassing women. Listen, I'm a married woman, and I can't imagine or even count the number of times I'm being hit on by random men on the street and everywhere I go. So tell the brothers to put a lid on their hormones, control themselves, stop, coercing, can't even say the word, the women, and, begging, pleading, and cajoling them into doing things they don't want to do.
How are you blaming them? Excuse me. You have all you got to do is tell the men no.
A lot of these young women are insecure, right? And if a guy says to them, "Oh, you're gorgeous, you're lovely, I love your curves," even though no one else does, right? The legs go open. So it's both ways. So tell them to stop making these, suggestions to these young girls, especially who are educated, who have never had love. They never knew the love of a dad or anything. And so when any guy come into their lives and go, "Oh, you're so gorgeous," that's when the legs go open. Right? Now, my cousin and I are educated women. We don't do that. That's why I'm married 30 years, because I didn't go around opening my legs to every Tom, Dick, and Bloody Harry. Right? But a lot of my sisters don't get it. They don't get it that it's all about them and their pride, and they need to, have standards and morals and value about themselves. And then they won't be single parents and so on. You men have to earn the bloody right to get between people's legs.
Oh, excuse me. Women right now are not making men earn anything. The women right now, the modern women, are not. They are supposed to be gatekeepers, and they're throwing the WAP out all over. The WAP is everywhere. They're throwing it out there on Instagram.
I'm doing my YouTube channel, right? So tell all your friends and the girls and the young women who are, in your age group, whatever, tell them to just jump on my YouTube channel and just learn about how they should manage themselves.
The security guards, and you're not
exactly. You're supposed to be the security guard. She said you're not securing.
No, women are the gatekeepers to childbirth. If y'all are having illegitimate children, that's your choice.
And you guys are kicking down the gates, going, "What's wrong with you? Just come on," and cajoling them.
No, so then why aren't women telling men, "I'm not doing no sex until you put a ring on this finger"?
Because they're insecure, just like you lot are.
No, that's not even an answer. What are you talking about? I said, why aren't women saying, "I'm not going to carry a baby until you marry me"?
For everything that my cousin just told you, they're forced to go out there and compete.
Somebody said your cousin is blaming men. Somebody says your cousin's putting all the blame on men.
And you're not putting it all on women?
I am, because you're the ones responsible for childbirth.
And we are saying,
we it all by ourselves.
Yes, we are not going to do it anymore. But then it's always like,
wait. Who's not going to do what anymore?
We are not going to have children out of wedlock.
But they're doing it still.
If a girl says that, then you'd hear they're frigid. They are, they lack emotion.
No responsibility for getting a woman pregnant.
What is your responsibility to the man?
It's a shared responsibility.
No. I'll tell you what a man's responsibility is. His responsibility is to go out every single morning to his job, to work that job, to bring home the money and the bacon, and to then hold on. Let me tell you. You asked. Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. You asked me. Let me answer this question. Hold on.
Not procreate by herself.
Hold on. You asked the question. I'm answering the question. A man's job is to wake up every morning on time, get to his job, make that money, bring home that food and that money and that rent payment and that lighting bill and that mortgage payment. And then he's supposed to lay the pipe in his wife.
And you're not doing it.
Yeah, no. First of all, the men aren't married because they're not marrying these women because the women are carrying before they're marrying.
No, they're not even going out and getting the money either. They're not keeping up their
Who's
side.
not getting the money? I'm getting my money. What are you talking about?
You're 1 in a million. All right.
I'm 14% of the black male population. I'm 14% of it who earn over $100,000.
Bring me the other brothers who are doing just like you, right? The 2 houses, this and that, whatever. And then, as you just said, let us not, the women, come up with the same thing. And then you'll say they don't want you because you don't have it. So make up your mind. Either you want us to be home barefoot and pregnant, or you want us to be equal out there with you, walking side by side. Make up your mind. You can't have it both.
No, I don't want you to be equal with me. I'd like to go to work and not have to worry about a damn sexual harassment suit because I looked at somebody the wrong way. But the problem is you're competing for the same space.
Exactly. Well, no, we're competing against the same vagaries of society. We're going to the
vagaries of society.
Yes, we don't want to go to work and be accused of being angry.
So stay home to your married husband. Stay home. Do what has to be done in the house. Take care of the kids. Stay home.
All right. So why don't you go and find yourself a black woman and do that?
No, because black women are poisoned by the American toxic environment.
Asian to do that for. Why don't you begin the trend of changing what is happening to your African American sisters in this country? Be the solution, not the problem.
Be part of the solution that you want to see, my brother.
Yeah, be the change you want to see.
Whoa, hold on. First of all, there are high profile black men whose wives are cheating on them right now.
Who's that?
Oh, well, what? Who's a what? Stephen Curry? There's like a number of them. Look at Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre's wife. He gave her everything, and this bitch is trying to write $300,000 checks and steal money from him.
Really? Is she white?
No, she's not. She's like I don't know what she is, but she's not white. She's not white. She's not white.
Okay, John. First of all, you don't call a woman a bitch. Okay?
I'm sorry, what?
You do not call a woman a bitch.
No, well, who called a woman bitch?
You said this bitch is trying to steal from him.
Well, I'm very upset with her because at this point, she's no longer a lady. She's stealing from him by writing checks under his name and extorting him. She's taking his money.
You don't call a woman a bitch.
Well, hey, listen, I'll tell you what. He said, I'm quoting him.
Said, you want to something happen, begin that start. You don't know people's lives. You don't live in their homes. You don't know what happens. You don't.
But I do feel the effects on the street. I do feel the effects of all of these single parent households creating these kids that are trying to steal my Dodge Charger.
But you know what? So
Blacktop, I heard you back there. Was that you laughing?
You be that change. Okay? You seem like you have
no, listen. You say be that change. I'm telling you how I'm gonna be that change. I'm gonna go to another country and get me a foreign chick who's barefoot, and I'm gonna get her half my age. I'm gonna import her to this country, and she's gonna be a wonderful wife because she's been indoctrinated to be a wife and a mother.
Good luck with that. Good luck.
Thank you. I'm gonna do it just like Mark and Nikki. 90 Day Fiance. Mark was 58. He got himself Nikki. Nikki right now is like 23.
Oh my God.
We're not playing that game. We're not playing that game. We're getting fresh eggs, fresh milk.
That's exploitation.
No, it's not exploitation. They lined up waiting for us to come there to meet them so that they can marry us. Lined up waiting for us.
Wow. So you just want easy pickings. You don't want to challenge.
Easy, but why would we want to have to put this much effort into it when all this effort comes with an increased risk of divorce? Why?
We all know there's a problem.
Well,
we all know that.
You know what?
Why?
Well, you know what?
We all have to fix it together.
Well, John, we are going to sign off because obviously You just want to hear yourself speak.
Yeah.
Listen, I can stop speaking and you can talk to yourself and you can
You're not
talk to
doing
somebody
this.
else, but it's not going to change anything.
No, you're not doing this because you want to problem solve anything or because you think
wanna
there's a
help
viable
other people, yeah.
a viable solution. You just want to hear yourself speak a bunch of crap about nothing because you don't really.
Here's a question. Let me no. Well, bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Modern women, because you'll still never answer that question. Y'all got around it. What are modern women bringing to the table that makes them worthy of modern men putting that ring on their finger and marrying them? You still never answered that question. So
They're bringing WAP.
What they're bringing the WAP, right? And the WAP.
That's all I know.
You know what? When we say WAP, you know what we're talking about. We're talking about your modern women who are showing off the WAP on YouTube and they're dancing and singing about the WAP.
I that's all I've been hearing lately. It's just WAP.
So what are modern women bringing to the table? What are they bringing?
Want to define the WAP or whatever that was?
WAP is. Do you know what WAP is? It's Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. They have a song called WAP. You know what that? You know what that song is? I don't want to say it because I don't know if you want to hear those words.
Go ahead, say.
Wet ass pussy.
Well, I don't listen to.
I want you to go on YouTube when you get a chance.
Number one on the charts.
WAP. This is what you women are teaching our young girls. You're teaching our young girls about WAP. That's what y'all are doing.
Excuse me. I've never listened to anything.
I've never heard that song.
Okay, now listen. All right, listen. I understand that y'all are British and y'all don't know this English stuff and American stuff that well. I understand that you don't understand our music that well. I understand that. But to understand what I'm saying is the black women who are here in this country are teaching their daughters about WAP.
Excuse me.
WAP.
For you to make such a generalized statement is...
I'm telling you what's happening. I didn't do it.
No, you just made a statement, and that's very ignorant and it's very arrogant.
Did you see the video? Do you see these young girls out there talking about WAP? And did you see the performance of WAP? The WAP.
No.
What is your relationship?
We have daughters and they don't do that.
What is your relationship like with your mom?
Oh man, my mom and I are great. So is my relationship with my mom is perfect. I respect my mom. I do lots of things for my mom. I have no issues with my mom. My problem is with these modern women out here on the street because my mom came from baby boomers or whatever, or whatever she was, Generation X. And the thing about it is, those people, they got married and they got married for reasons, and the women were taught how to be women. My mom knew how to be a woman. She knew how to be a mother. She knew how to work. She knew how to come home and cook food and all that. But these modern women can barely boil ramen noodles.
All right, we're getting off now, John, because you know.
Oh yeah, but you'll still never answer the question.
We did answer the question.
No, you did not.
You don't. So my cousin was asking if you had a sister, and if you.
I do. I haven't. And let me tell you something.
Are they living, doing exactly what you're saying? Have they answered the question for you?
No. In fact, no. Let me tell you like this. My sister is one of those professionals that you spoke of who has one of those professional doctorate degrees. And she right now is, she's like 3 years away from 40. And the reason why she's not married is because men don't want to compete with a woman like that. And she right now is, she's like 3 years away. Wait, I'm hearing myself. What?
Yeah. Because you're talking a lot.
No. It's because I had to mute somebody. I had to mute Jimmy. No, but the bottom line is my sister's a professional woman. And the problem that she's having is the guys that she would normally want to get with don't want her because she's older and she's a professional. So she's going to end up probably having to marry some older guy.
I'm on mute.
A 30-something-year-old female.
And by the way, the creator who made WAP, she dated a thug and he ended up shooting her.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he shot her in the foot.
Oh my God.
All
yeah,
for
you
the
didn't
WAP.
know that. See, listen, I understand that you guys are British and y'all just came across that pond after we dumped your tea and told your King George to go kill himself. But I understand that you guys are British and everything. Y'all don't understand the culture over here that well. That's the reason why your marriages work and ours don't. Because y'all are not from here. You're not part of this toxic environment. You guys got over here after the Queen said, Meghan Markle, your kids are too dark. And then when y'all came over here, y'all didn't listen to the music. And y'all over here while we're trying to dump your tea.
about women from third world countries.
Well, listen, you guys came from Britain and everything, and when we dumped your tea and King George said he's going to send soldiers, we sent them back in body bags.
Can you
John,
be quiet?
number
Yes.
one, it doesn't matter who you marry, where this woman comes from. The one thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to shut the fuck up and listen. Okay? You just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. You're going to have to listen to the woman.
We're listening to you, but y'all never answer the question.
Hear her. I answered the
We
question.
answered it twice.
I answered the
over.
question.
Okay, well, let me ask you this one thing because y'all about to go. Should a woman have to have a low mileage when she married? If a man wants to marry her to be worthy of marriage?
Listen to me.
Pardon? What?
Should a woman have to have low mileage to be worthy of marriage?
I don't know what the hell
What
a
does
low
that
mileage
mean?
is.
It means that either she's a virgin or she's had very few sexual partners.
God.
Do you? Should you?
Why should the man be the same? How is it?
Yeah, honestly, I think the men should be low mileage, and the reason why is because there's less chance that they've had children from some other woman, so you don't have any baby daddies no more.
All right, listen to me,
same
John.
thing.
John.
Yes.
Because I'm a conservative Christian. I would say
Really?
yes.
Yes, we
Believe it
both
or
are.
not, I am.
Yes, we
Okay.
are.
And for most of this conversation with you,
Like the WAP.
playing the devil, right?
Yeah.
I've been playing the devil's advocate for most of the conversation.
You never even answered the question.
Would you shut up, dude?
I'm going to keep pointing out because you're trying to circumvent it. You're trying to get around it. I keep pointing out you never answered the question. I want everybody in the chat to tell her to answer the question.
No, hold on. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Exactly. Shut
Thank
up,
you.
John.
Dude, what I'm saying is this. One, the black man or the men on this chat need to give credence to the fact that the woman has gone through a lot. The black woman has gone through a lot. I've said that before, and you need to please give credence to that. And because of the woman's experience, she is who she is. In terms of what the woman is bringing to the table, I've answered that before, and I've said it again. Today's modern day woman brings to the table just about everything, unfortunately, everything. You guys don't like to hear this, but she brings everything that the man can bring to the table.
Yes.
Not because she wants to, but because she's put in a position where she must. Okay? So when you look at today's black woman was forced and is still being forced to go out and do for her and her children.
Exactly.
As a result of that, she is capable and is willing to bring to the table those things that the man should be, because in most cases, the black man is not the one bringing the bacon, right? Now, when you look at it, you're saying that the black man is not bringing the bacon because he's competing with the black woman. It is not. That's not true.
Oh, well, hold on. How many people in the chat believe that's true or not?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Through history, okay? Historically speaking, the way slavery has pinned the African American family and has separated the black man from his family, and the way slavery has set up the dynamics for the African American man, it has been very, very difficult for the African American man to penetrate corporate America, right? So the African American man is not competing against the black woman. The African American man has had extreme difficulty infiltrating the corporate world, the corporate America, because of the racism that's been stacked against him, right? And also, when you look at the academic school, social imbalances that has been placed against African American boys and African American men coming up, this has nothing to do with the black woman, but has everything to do with the social ills of our society, not the black woman, right?
We could barely make it enough.
So for the black man to place that on the black woman is very, very wrong. Rather, we need to partner together and see, okay, how do we better support? How do we lift up the black men? Because I so believe that black men are king. I believe that black men should be esteemed. I believe that black men should be elevated to their rightful position, because only then can the black family actually be successful, when the black man is in his rightful place, right? When they are the head of the household and they're functioning as the head of the household, that's when the black man will be in his rightful place. But if we continuously blame the black woman, no. What we need to see is to see the institutional racism that has kept the black man from being where he needs to be, right? And cause us as women now to step up, you know, to save the family overall, you know. So what must happen now is, first, look at the academic pieces. Look at why so many of our black men are placed in special education classes. Why so many of our...
Listen. You're going to lay out every single damn excuse that you've heard on MSNBC and CNN for the last 2 years. All I need you to do is answer one question. What are modern women bringing to the table that make them worthy of getting a ring put on their finger? That's all I ask.
Their vulnerability, because we have
vulnerability.
Yes, we have line forever. Black men and women can't blame each other. As she just pointed out, it is society, and we must join together, not blame, but come together and understand and move forward together as one. Right?
You still won't answer that damn question, will you? You still won't answer that question. If this was a court of law, like the judge would keep hitting the gavel.
We're bringing back the strength of the black family.
Strength.
We are flipping overcomers. We are.
No, hold on. I'm gonna ask this a simple. What is a modern woman bringing to the table to make her worthy of a man marrying her?
The WAP.
WAP. Okay, you see? All right, so at least you can say the WAP. Okay, the WAP. Okay? So at least, all right, so you're saying the WAP is the reason why.
They get freaky too.
All right, so there you go. Okay, so now you answered the question. You see? You couldn't think of anything else except the WAP.
Listen, I am kidding, because as you know.
No, you're not. You put
that Christian WAP on the brothers. That's what you be doing. You be putting that holy, you be sprinkling that holy water on them.
Listen, I'm married for 30 years. My husband's like my second boyfriend, all right, mate? So, no.
Yeah, so that means you have low mileage. So you actually brought something to the table.
So what we're bringing to the table is...
now, here's a question. Let me ask you this before you go on. Do you think it would be better if more black women had low mileage so the guys could trust them a little bit more?
They're not being taught it. As you know, my cousin and I just told you, we're conservative Christian women who were brought up like that and believed in that, right? And that's why we did that. But many women, I don't know for what reason, and especially in your age group and all that, are not even considering that they should think of their bodies and themselves as temples, right? First of all, many people and many of the people your age have walked away or moved away from the church and the values and morals that were taught you. I don't know if they were even taught to people. We're teachers and we see that in the schools. It's not, what's happening? What's happening to our children? What's happening to our families? They're not being taught anything. No values, no morals. And that's where the breakdown is. And whose job is that? It's the mom.
Here's a question. Let me ask you a question. Well, let me ask you a real quick question.
How is the man not teaching people anything, right?
Wait, how come what?
How are the men not teaching their kids, those who have them out of wedlock as well? Like she said, the woman doesn't have the child by her bloody self. It doesn't matter if her legs are wide open. He's bloody in there, creating the.
Oh, it is bloody in there. That's for sure.
Yeah, right. And so when the child comes, is it not your job, sir, whomever is speaking now, to take care of your child, to teach them properly how to behave?
Here, let me ask you a question. What if one of the things that I'm attracted to a woman for are real hair? How about real hair? How about every time I see a woman with real hair, not those shoestrings and those sneaker laces and all that, the wigs and stuff. When I see a woman with real hair, it doesn't matter what color she is, I can't help but look at her more. So how about low mileage, real hair? Can we start there?
You don't even know that white
Can we start with low mileage and real hair?
So stop it. First of all, you said you don't know what color she is. You don't even know that white women have more hair pieces on than we do. So stop it. You couldn't tell
No. Listen, I can spot a hairpiece. I can spot a hairpiece
on a white girl. No, you
on a
can't.
white girl. Yeah, I can because it's very simple.
No, you can't because you
What
said
I
you
look
don't have.
They
straight
pay
to the
top
roots.
dollar for that extension.
I
Yeah.
look straight to their roots.
Yeah,
I look
extensions
straight
can't-
to their roots.
no. Or you probably didn't
so-
know they had extensions, but they do.
Because
Anyway,
you know what? One of the reasons why I like Asian women is because they have real jet black hair. They got real hair.
John, you are so trivial. It's not even funny.
And low mileage whack.
Low mileage, real hair, and they know how to cook.
And they
How about
shut
that?
the
How about
fuck
knowing how
up
to
when we
cook?
talk to them.
How about knowing how to cook? Hey, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. How about knowing how to cook? Do you think women should know how to cook too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course they should. But you know what?
I don't think all
I
Asians
know
have low mileage, by the way.
that great.
Well, no. Listen.
I don't know
Thank
what
you.
you're talking
Thank
about.
you.
No.
We,
Listen, Mr.
Thank
Black.
you.
If you get
we from the
get
same neighborhood. I went to Queens too. I don't know about that low mileage, man.
Excuse me, you're
Thank
talking
you.
about Asian Americans. I'm talking about going straight to the tree and doing a Market Mickey
This
and getting
stream is based off on fucking race, man. I'm telling you, it's like all women have suffered. It doesn't necessarily have to do with race. Thank you.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's true. Women are suffering right now of all colors.
Hey, you know something though? Honestly, just to be kind of fair on both sides, since we're talking about the black community.
Okay.
In my personal experience, number one, we don't stick together like other nationalities.
Hell
I think
no.
that, and that's the number one problem. Especially, no matter what state you go to. For somebody like myself that, I currently live in Cleveland, Ohio. In East Cleveland, most of the homes are abandoned. You could go to one block and it'll be 10 homes and three are actively lived in. The rest of them are either burned down, abandoned, or whatever.
Wow.
Now, for somebody like me that would like to say, you know what? I would love to invest money into this neighborhood. As soon as I start construction on one property, I have to worry about my fellow brother or my fellow sister breaking into that home and stealing all of the fixtures and all of the
Yeah,
home
look what happened to
improvement.
Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle got killed by his own people, man.
Yeah, but it's not about being killed by our own people. It's just the fact that we don't stick together. Now, when the Jews and the Asians are building a community or a center, they're helping each other. They're not stealing from each other. You don't have to go to sleep worrying about waking up to your property being vacant and vandalized. So that's the number one thing. Number two, the problem is also, no matter what nationality, is the teen pregnancy. Now, another big issue when it comes to teen pregnancy, because I am myself a teen dad. I mean, I'm not a teen anymore, but my son was born when I was 18. Another problem is when it comes to the single parent home, the man, unfortunately, women cannot raise a man to be a man. And due to this situation with
That's true. Amen.
And due to the situation with a lot of women having to raise young men, we have become very feminine over the years, if you think about it. The women now also have become more stronger and have become more independent. So they're not going to stand for the certain, they're not going to back down towards any man because they didn't have a father in their life and their mother taught them to be that way. So the biggest thing between men and women now is communication, which is something that we lack amongst each other because we're brought up in different ways. Number one, a man and a woman, a young girl without a dad is out there looking for love in all of the wrong places. So when they find that man, that man is spitting that game and lying to him, talking about, yeah, I love you and all that shit, knowing that they don't
got
mean
daddy issues.
Exactly. Now they wind up pregnant. Now, in most cases, and correct me if I'm wrong, most cases, the young girl will go, she'll let the guy know, hey, look, I'm pregnant. The guy will tell her off the rip, abort it. Now, instead of the young lady going ahead, and I'm not saying this is right by any means, before you guys slaughter me through this conversation, I'm not saying it's all right for a man to say, fuck you, abort it, whatever. However, most of these young women are warned that they don't want nothing to do with it. The father doesn't want nothing to do with the child, and they feel that, you know what, I'm going to keep this child and maybe he'll change his mind. Or, you know, I'm going to keep this child and dangle that child over his head like a fucking carrot.
One man with some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, another issue that we have is the family court system. I myself have battled the family court system because me and my child's mother do not get along. We can't communicate because she sees things one way, I see things another way. And I have
Maybe
tried.
I'm possessive.
And the
At first, he
court
sweet talk you.
and I'm also Black and Puerto Rican. And I can tell you from experience in New York State, the family court system does not care about any father that is trying to do better. They do not help us. So in that situation, a lot of the fathers like myself, we tend to give up because we just get tired of the bullshit. The court system can take our money and rob us of child support, but will not provide us with the proper visitation, will not provide us with the proper assistance. Like, for example, a mother could go to family court and get free counsel, but the father doesn't.
That's crazy.
So a lot of Black men, or not even just Black men, a lot of fathers that really want to be there, it can make them very, very bitter to the point that they're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done with the situation. I'm walking away from it. She could have him or her, whether it's a boy or girl. So a lot of fatherless homes are not just because two people can't get along. Is a lot of cases that people like myself that we want to be involved, but the mothers don't allow us to be involved, but yet want to be on the social media crying out that I'm a single mother and my child's father's a deadbeat. But meanwhile, when people come to us and we have documentations up the fucking ass, which I have a binder full, then all of a sudden we're having conversations like this. Well, why is my daughter 18 and pregnant? Well, why is my son got fucking 3-4 kids at 23, 24 years old? How come this child grew up without a dad? Because people don't deep dive into the real issues of what's going on in
Like,
today's
They don't have
society.
responsibilities.
No, it's not responsibility. It's being accountable for the actions of, you know what? It's not that the mother failed at raising
That's what I'm
me.
saying. Yeah.
You know, we have to hold ourselves accountable as young men and as young women with the people that we decide to deal with. We don't cross-examine who we really want to marry. We don't really deep dive into, okay, this person is great, but what is their family like? Like, how many people have realistically, before they even got married, seriously went to a family dinner or family gathering to see, like, okay, well, his mother's like this, his father's like this, his siblings is like this, or vice versa, his or her, or even looked at the grandparents. Does the grandfather have a drinking problem? Is there a drug problem in the family? Is there abusive relationship in the family? Has there been child molestation? Like, things like that you have to think about. Did the father sexually abuse the sister growing up? Do I have to worry about this coming into my home if I marry this person or decide to have a family? So we're over here going back and forth about, well, the woman should be doing this, the man should be doing that. At the end of the day, it's 50-50. Me and my girlfriend are 50-50 because unfortunately in today's economy, it does not provide us for people that don't make 6 figures a year. It don't provide us with the lifestyle that we would like to have. Now, granted, if I was making $100,000 a year, my girlfriend would still work. I would not make her stop working because, number one, that's what she likes to do. I don't want her to feel the need to have to come to me and ask for money. If she wants to, she can. But I want her to feel like, you know what? I have a job. I have my own money. I could buy what I want. I don't want to ask a man for nothing. I have a cousin right now. Has a college degree and everything. Gave up her job to be a single mother. Now she's going through a divorce, living in her mom's house with no money. So a lot of women see these kind of situations like, well, you know what? I could be a stay-at-home wife. I do want to be with a man that makes 6 figures a year or more that can provide that lifestyle. But what if he decides to up and leave me?
Right.
Now I'm left with nothing. I have my cousin has nothing, no direction. She doesn't know where she's going to start. He paid for the cars. He gets that. He paid for the phone, cut off. Bank account, his name. House, his name. All she got was her son. What did she got to show for it? Nothing. Only married 3 years.
Mm.
So today's society is very, very different. Now, talking about what Don is talking about, a lot of black men do, just and some white, black women too. Some of us do tend to go outside of the US and meet foreign people that have been brought up differently.
Mhm.
I have experienced women from South Africa, for example, that are Christian, that are virgins, and will not give it up until they are married because that's the way they are brought up. But at the same time, here in America, when you try to bring that here, that's not what we're used to.
Right.
That's not how these young girls are brought up. These young girls are brought up just like these young men, lost.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to just be honest with you. So, ladies, with all due respect, you ladies may have been brought up the Christian way, the loving way, and a respectful way. But an American girl, that's not happening. An
And that's
American boy, that's not happening.
Yep.
These young girls don't know game at all. They don't. And that's why you see a bunch of kids running around here, because they don't know what's the difference between game. I now, at 30 years old, have a 1.5-year-old daughter. Whether me and her mother stay together or not, we both agreed that it's up to us to continue to teach her
Right.
and co-parent if it was to come down to that, which that's not something that we want to speak into existence. But that's the problem that I dealt with, because I didn't deep dive and get into know who I was sleeping with and who I was going to impregnate when I was 18 years old, and not listening to my mother, because my mother told me, leave that girl alone. My grandmother told me, leave that girl alone. I didn't deep dive into her really understanding who I was with. There was alcohol, physical abuse, mental abuse that started from her grandfather down to her own parents. And she grew up in that household, and all of them lived together in that household.
And to
But
see
once
that's
again, what happens when a man or a woman grows up in a household like that? They're already mentally damaged going into the real world as an adult
yep.
with a messed up mindset.
And see that's
Mental
why
health is at an all-time high right now.
mhm.
The suicide rate is at an all-time high right now. Think
Guerrero
about
me
what a
deja ir a
lot of
Bank of
these
America, pero no me deja ir a Google.
think about what these
Déjame ir
children
allá.
are going through right now within this past year of having to sit home and not interact with anybody.
Yeah.
Having to go out to the store and put a mask on. So once again, while this conversation is very relevant to what's going on, we need to focus on what's really going on right now.
Yep.
Right
And just
now, a man and a woman to be together and to have a household and to live comfortably have to be 50-50. Now, in some cases where John is in a position to where he can provide and he can live comfortably, that's not every male. However, when men are, in a position to take care of, the household, they are king. That is it. I have spoken.
Awesome.
And that's not something a lot of women that are independent and that are doing for themselves are going to be used to. A woman that is making $50,000-$60,000 or more a year, or even has a career, is not going to let a man say shit to her these days. That's the bottom line. You may have a conversation, but you ain't going to sit here and tell me, oh, I need to be washing dishes. No, motherfucker. When I get home, you wash the dishes. That's the miscommunication right there because of the way we talk to each other.
Yeah.
We don't even have the respect of having an intelligent conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the number one problem. Like, think about back in the day when marriages actually last. Like the woman just said, she's been married to her husband for 30 years. That don't make them perfect. They've been through a lot of shit. I can guarantee you they've been through a lot of shit. But it's how they overcame all of those issues through communication, through keeping a love strong, and keeping the bullshit aside. And that's something that we do not do in this new generation. We don't know how to talk to each other. We don't know how to respect each other. And another thing is that I recommend for all men, because this is something that I practice myself. If you feel like you're in a heated argument and the argument is going left, walk away.
Yep.
Ladies, when a
And
man is getting pissed off, please stop chasing him down the street. Stop
Mhm.
grabbing onto his shirt. Stop saying things that you know is going to get your ass beat in the middle of the street. I have seen so many women, especially in New York State, talk themselves into an ass whooping.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I
That
don't condone it. I don't condone it. But,
yeah.
ladies, once again, let's talk about young men. Well, since we're talking about celebrities, let's talk about the Chris Brown situation. People bashed him and blackballed him.
I
But
didn't.
they didn't say how that little cute Caribbean girl put her little press-ons in his eye before he punched her in the face, though. But because he's a man and he hit her, he was automatically in the wrong. And we have so many of these cases as well, that a lot of men are being blackballed because as soon as we do something, and that's why they talk about double standard, it's not. There's a lot of situations that, you know what, we get put in jail for things that we don't even belong being in jail for. So once again, ladies, if you are in your 20s or even younger and you're on this chat, please leave the man alone. If he cheats on you and you're that upset, I get it. Trust me, I understand. Fellas, woman goes, she done sucked your best friend's dick and balls, did all that crazy shit, wilding out. Guess what, fellas? She ain't worth it.
Yeah.
Ladies, he ain't worth it.
Yeah.
If you're in a heated argument, take 5. Walk down the street. Because just like I told my girlfriend the other day, when you get into a heated argument and you say some things that you don't mean, that's worse than being punched in the face. Because that will never leave somebody's mind. It could be something as simple as like, well, you know what? You're just like your fucking dad, a fucking alcoholic. You don't know what that could do to somebody. You know what? You're just like a whore like your mom that used to suck dick for crack. I've heard it all. I done seen some shit. But it's relevant to what's going on in the household. Once again, we don't respect each other. And this is exactly why, in today's generation, why we're in the situation that we're in. We don't even listen to each other. We talk over each other and cut each other off. There's no respect. There's no conversation
But just to
that we can have.
piggyback on what you're saying, you know why part of the reason why this is happening to this generation? It's because this generation is the product. Oh God, this generation is the product of reality TV and the bullshit that's being thrown in front of these young kids, the faces of these young kids, the reality TV, the love and hip hop. They're looking at these young women out there trying to, hustle and who don't know how to interact with each other. If you look at the behavior of these people on these reality shows, they don't know how to interact. They don't know how to critical think. Their first instinct when there's an issue to come up is to go over and start a fight and to hit somebody. So they're raising our kids to do the same thing. So when you see that happening out in the street, they're mimicking what they see on TV because they're not being taught the proper way to interact with each other.
But that's the problem. We're not interacting with our children the way we should be. We have let technology take over our children. Like, for example, anytime you go out to a restaurant, you see a teenager at the table. What they doing? They got their face in the phone. There's no more, let's sit at the dinner table, no phones, no iPads, no TV going. Let's just actually have a conversation. And this is something that my girlfriend pointed out to me the other day. She's like, you know what, babe? You come home and you're right on your phone. Like, we don't even talk anymore. And I'm like, shit. So sometimes, in situations like that, if we realize something, we need to do something about it. Bring it up to the person. Try to talk about it. We have to interact. It's up to us to teach our children. I'm not going to let the school system teach my daughter what they know. They can, that's fine. But I'm going to be working with her on my own at home. I'm going to be reading to her. I'm going to be teaching her how to count. I want her to be so advanced that when she goes to school, it's almost like they're wasting her time. She's just keeping a seat warm. But that's something that we're not doing. We're telling these teachers and demanding them to teach our children, but yet when they get home, what are they doing? They're getting right on the Xbox, right on the PlayStation, watching TV, barely doing homework. And what are we doing?
And it's going to get worse each generation because I'm a 20-year-old black man, and it sucks. My generation just thinks
the screen, technology and the social media shit, it's life, and it's really sad. And even seeing my younger siblings with social cues, they can't even talk to other humans because, you know what I mean? So it sucks. It really does.
That's definitely right. And Durango Demon made a very good point as far as keeping people out of your business. That's the one thing I completely forgot to even mention. That's another issue that we have going on in today's society. We don't keep our business in home anymore. Anytime we get into an argument, we're going right to Facebook, right to Instagram. Every time we break up, we're getting right back to Facebook, right back to Instagram, right back to Twitter. And you know what? We don't see how stupid we look when we do that shit. Because guess what? We hate each other today. We're back together next week. Or let's even talk about the children. Once again, it's important to communicate with them. When things happen inside the household, that is not your place to go to school and talk to other children or even a teacher about it. Because I realize a lot of so-called guidance counselors do more harm than good when it comes to these children. I'm talking about the New York City Department of Education.
They're the worst.
I've worked in elementary school, junior high school, and high schools for 4 years prior to leaving New York, which thank God I did, because it's a shithole now, but that's a whole other story. My whole thing is...
we're in the Department of Education, but we're really good.
No.
Oh, no, I know you guys are good.
No, listen, just to be clear, I'm not insulting any teachers that are on this line. What I am saying is that from my experience, we don't have enough teachers that engage with our children the way the teachers back then when I was going to school would engage. All we have now as teachers is 23-year-olds that come out of college, sit in a classroom, tell the children, hey, open this textbook, go to chapter 3, answer these questions, and then we'll read over it. And then what do? You walk by the classroom, what they're doing at the desk is sitting there on their phone looking at Facebook while the kids are digging their face into a textbook, probably don't even know how to pronounce half the words in the chapters that they're reading. Instead of when I was going to school, the teacher read along with us, and we was engaged with the teacher, and we understood. If we didn't know what word it was, we didn't have to wait until everybody was done to figure it out. The teacher pronounced it with us all, but no, we don't. And then they also want to know, which I don't understand for the life of me, why the teachers are getting banged in the classroom. I don't even know why these kids are snitching, because I would never told a soul. That's just me being me.
Well, Jimmy, on that one, you got to understand a lot of these teachers get sloppy, for one, and the problem is they're leaving a lot of text message evidence, and the kids themselves talk. So ultimately, there's been a lot of, especially these young white women who are in their 30s and 30s, like they always get caught because they take stuff like just too far. Like they be
they fucking the wrong
the kid's house, they be sleeping in the car with them.
Like me, shit. I would have told
it's a mess. But there's a lot of text message evidence because the problem is some of them are really like they're sending photos of themselves. And then sooner or later, those kids show off the photos to each other, and the next thing you know, it gets back to a parent. Next thing you know, it gets back to the parent-teacher conference, and next thing you know, it's a problem.
Yep.
Well, once again, that's the only way a lot of these young teachers are, engaging with the children. They're not hands-on with them anymore. Like now, if you in the Department of Education, why are these children even being given iPads?
The reason why is because the vast majority of the schools, because it's the city and because it's high population, the vast majority of the schools are still remote. So in a lot of other places, the kids are back in school, or they're, first of all, the DOE has a powerful teacher union. That's number one. A lot of the teachers have what's called an accommodation to stay home. So they don't have to actually go to the building. And now a lot of teachers have come back to the schools, but most of the kids refuse to come back. So you may have some schools, the kids are given iPads and the kids are given laptops, but that's only specifically for remote learning.
No, but that's before COVID, though. This is before COVID. They have Department of Education.
What
has
up?
a credit
Yep.
program.
Again.
Yep.
I'm
The
talking
reason
about
why is when we're talking of laptops,
Do you want me to
iPads.
answer that? So,
Here.
hello.
Why did he
So
call you or
what I
something?
do at the school is I'm a school social worker who works with the
All right, bye.
and we do the assessment for children whose
Buena la
parents
tardecita.
who ask them to have, an assessment for speech or some difficulty they're having in the school, right? So if it happens that the child does need to have an accommodation, because you can go to a community school even if you're blind, deaf, or dumb in New York City, which is a good thing, right? That means that you are amongst your peers, even if you can't see. The school has to provide a computer for you or braille services. They have to provide, if you can't speak, you have a stutter, anything like that, they provide a speech therapist in the school. And so that's the reason why some students do get a computer or a laptop or whatever in New York City. It's actually a good thing. And I'm part of that team. We're called the school-based support team, who assists the kids to get the services that they need so that they can function in the school. So
I agree.
yeah.
I agree
Yep.
with that 1000%. But I'm talking about a whole classroom. Like instead of them reading out of a book, they're reading out of an iPad. And I'm not talking about a special needs class. I'm talking about even in an honor roll class.
Well, Jimmy, I
Well,
will say this.
that's
Here's the problem: books are obsolete at this point,
Yeah,
and the problem is it actually makes more sense from a school budget perspective to buy the whole class iPads and have their books downloadable than it does to buy books. And at a certain point, when those books get too old, they totally get thrown away, and it's just a waste of money. You're actually getting more out of the tablets.
yeah. I wish I had
Right,
tablets when I was in
but
college, man.
also
Yeah,
too,
because
if you look at science,
literally where I grew up at, still we even had iPads, and that was given to every fucking student. Like literally, where I live, we probably had like at that time a little over 1,000 students, but it was just given to us. Why? I got no fucking clue. But no, again, you guys are right. That's just in every major city.
Yeah. And times are changing, and we have found some kids are more engaged as they are outside of school on their phones or whatever. So in school, yes, most kids are more engaged on the computer if it's done correctly. There are lots of programs that teachers how to use the computer in the classroom correctly with the kids. Like you
Yep.
get a question like John did, and everyone can answer on their computer, and then he'll know who said yes, who said no, things like that. And engages the
Yeah.
kids like playing games, but good educational games or in an educational way. So if it's done correctly, it's really a good thing. It's the way of the future,
Yeah.
no, and I agree. But I mean, if you look at a lot of these videos with these teachers trying to teach viral, these kids are
Well,
wild.
it depends. Well, it depends on what environment. I mean, and where I grew up, I mean, yes, the kids were stupid. But at the same time, yes. But at the same time, I mean, I believe our school did really well because they really tried to key in, statistics when it came to, okay, these set of 3 teachers teach algebra and they teach, 3 different levels, and every term they will evaluate how well each student did, and they would track that, and so that was one thing that I really liked compared to our school that was next to us. Some rumors that we heard was they didn't really care about that low key. They just wanted the kids to just get by, barely knowing, probably, passing by with a 61 grade,
And
not
that's
really
exactly
caring.
why I say it's important for parents to interact with their kids, and you can't just
Yeah.
rely, because if,
Yeah.
for example, you'll have like these 2 ladies that are on the line now. You'll have women like them that would be really engaged with your child, but by the time your child leaves that building, if you're not engaging with them and tag teaming with the educational system, then how do you expect your child to advance? It's like, think about it. You'll have a teacher that'll engage with your child. They'll be like sitting there yesing them to death. By the time they get home, they're not doing their homework. They're not completing any of their assignments, especially summer assignments or winter assignments. Like, what are we doing to be better as parents?
But
And
Jimmy,
Well,
that's been most of my point. A stay-at-home parent, specifically the mother, is making sure that kid is getting the discipline to do the work. But see, the problem is if you have both your parents not in the household, then the child never gains that discipline to get their work done. So one of those now, and I'm not saying it always has to be the mother, because there are some retired fathers who they become Mr. Mom, and they're the one who are there working with their kid, making sure homework is a priority. But the problem is, if you've got both your parents not there, work like that is not a priority. And it used to be, and it still is in some cultures, Asians, Jews, a lot of people who come here from foreign countries, the mother stays home with those kids, and she's making sure that those kids are getting their work prioritized.
And you know why that's happening, John? Because of the simple fact that what do the foreigners do when they come here? They
do their best to segregate and not assimilate.
They exactly. But my thing is that once again they stick together. If you think about it, in Borough Park, Brooklyn, that used to be a good part of it was Italian. The Jews came and bought each and every Italian out of that, like each house, cash. When they come over here from Israel, 9 out of 10, their people that are already here have them set up before they even get here. So when that happens, when a man comes here from Israel and there's already an arranged marriage, let's say the woman is already, in the States, and they bring him over, they already have a job to offer him. They already have businesses. They say, hey, you know what? We just opened up this warehouse. This is what we want you to run. And you know what they do? They're not tight-fisted. They pay each other very well. So they're able to do that. The Asians and the Jews and the Indians, they're able to be stay-at-home moms because they're able to be given that lifestyle because they help each other and they work together. A modern woman, and I'm going to answer your question, John. A modern woman, in order for her, in my respect, in order for her to even be considered a wife, to me, has to be 50-50 on everything. And it can't, I wouldn't say 50-50 with the bills so much. I mean, they can help, but I feel like as a man, it is my duty to provide a little bit more in that aspect. But for example, I work 15, 16 hours a day. When I come home, like I just did, my girlfriend has a full-time job. She goes, she picks up our daughter, she drops her off in the morning, goes to work, picks her up, bring her home, takes care of the both of them, and I still came home to dinner tonight at damn near 10 o'clock at night after she has done all of that. And she's also running her own side business outside of all of this. So that right there is what is worthy of a woman that should have a ring. Now, me and her are not engaged because I personally want to buy her a ring that I'm going to be happy with. I'm not just going to put a ring just to say. When I put a ring on her finger, I want people to understand what it really is and what it means. So I'm not going to be cheap about it because I feel like she will be deserving of it. Now, that's just to answer your question, John.
As far as I don't want to lose this thought. As far as being cheap about it, people, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, diamonds are mostly worthless. Like the gold ring is actually worth more than the diamonds are. Diamonds have horrible resale value. So when I marry whoever I marry, I'm going to probably go to JCPenney's when they run that sale. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to get like the cheapest fucking, I'm going to get the cheapest motherfucking rings that I could possibly get because I'm not wasting money on that shit.
And that's exactly how you stay rich, John.
It's a symbol. It's a symbol of my love. But the thing about it is, we'll either go to Costco or JCPenney's. I'm not spending top dollar on that shit.
Okay, but you know what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to say that it's been a breath of air just listening to you because you speak like a man with a plan and a man that actually live in the real world and a man who has gone through some things and your experience has taught you some valuable lessons. John, on the other hand, I don't know.
Oh, here we go. She wouldn't even answer the damn question. No, and now she's trying to call me out. She wouldn't even answer the question.
John, let me speak to Jimmy, please. So I just wanted to say.
Oh, you called my name and you wouldn't even answer the question. The only thing y'all could come up with was whack.
How dare you disrespect him on this channel?
So,
yeah, no, see, women do that. Women get real disrespectful, and all she came up with was whack.
I'm just saying.
No, I said that, mate. It was my cousin.
Yeah, but you'll never even answer the damn question.
Oh, we did.
My question is into everything that Jimmy said.
And Jimmy reinforced
it. because Jimmy spoke
They're like
from
the reporters. They like to avoid the questions.
Jimmy spoke from a place of intelligence, right? And Jimmy seems to be, well, I'm not speaking to the other men because he's the only person that spoke with any real sense, really. So
I think that wait.
What about me?
Okay,
What about
don't.
me? I think I
That's
said
now
some
you're
good
just
things.
being
See,
disrespectful.
this is when keeping it real
Now you
goes
just
wrong.
Wait, I said something good. Wait, I said something good.
Wow.
Yes.
Wait, what?
They're like the
Okay.
CNN where they
Okay.
avoid
All of
the
you
questions.
had great points.
What about me?
I'm just saying, I've been listening to Jimmy.
Yes,
I've
me
been
too.
really listening to Jimmy and listening to what he's saying. And Jimmy has said a lot of really, really, really awesome things. I sat and I took notes. I said, this is a young brother that truly, truly understands women. And Jimmy, when you do put a ring on your fiance, your future fiance, your future wife's finger, she is going to be a woman that is blessed to have you as a husband. I think you'll make a really, really great husband.
Here, here.
Okay, so that's all I've got to say. I think you are
I-
truly, truly going to make a great husband, Jimmy.
He's had a pain in the
And I
ass.
think, I think sometimes, and I think another thing too with like the argument earlier, low key, I think for both men and women, well, also Jimmy said about how there's a lot of young females and a lot of males. To be honest, you guys, I'm not calling you guys old, but the more mature audience would wish better. It's not like all women are like wanting these girls to be out here doing this shit. Like, no, I bet it is women out here fighting that shit, and it's also men like that that are fighting, shit like that. But it makes it harder for me being a young black male too, because I get the stereotypical of, oh, he's a young black kid. Oh, maybe if he gets with my daughter, he's going to probably do some dumb shit, and it just makes my life harder because even like personally, like my dad was, it wasn't really a successful relationship, but when it comes to shit like that and how society sees young black guys today, oh, it's terribly hard on us. And currently, I am in a relationship with someone that is from a different background, and unfortunately, she wasn't. She didn't know how society really was until one day when we did went out to New York, which was really surprising because that is home, and she found out how people are from her own culture while also seeing what I was trying to say to her about. Unfortunately, it could be males or females, but it was mostly in this situation, black females seeing me as a traitor and yada yada yada. That's one thing too. I think would be a good topic just because it kind of deals with this.
Well, at the end of the day, we have to look at it like this. When it comes to date, because my son, and I and I know the ladies are probably gonna hate me after I say this, but my son is half white. My first child is half white. So I know exactly how you feel because especially me, growing up in a Baptist church, when I brought her inside of the Baptist church, everything stopped. I'm not going to lie. So, but unfortunately, we are in a time where we are always going to be stereotyped because of once again, what people see on social media, what they see on TV. When they see even just a regular middle class person like me or you walking around with our pants sagging, of course we're going to be stereotyped. Also, too, you also have to think about as a young man, like me now, I'm 30 years old. I'm going to be 31 next month. My daughter's going to be 2 in September. After everything that you and me and even the other gentlemen and even the other women have seen, but I'm just going to talk this strictly to the fellas right now. Out of everything we done seen our boys do to these women, of course, when somebody enters our home with our daughter expressing interest, aka the boyfriend, yeah, we're gonna be on y'all ass. I know I am. I'm gonna want to know everything about you. I don't give a damn if you're 15, 16 years old. Now, how aggressive I'm gonna be, I don't know. I'm not gonna make it aggressive to a point that my daughter doesn't, not want to come home and not want to talk to me. I'm not gonna be that aggressive,
So, Jimmy, what you're saying is you're not going to point your brand new AR-15 at him at all?
God, here we go.
No. The reason why I wouldn't do that is because at the end of the day, I do have a son. And I know how outraged I would be if my son showed up at at a female's doorstep and her father answered the door with a gun pointed at him. So that's why I said we have to, know when to tone it up and tone it down. Now, you take my daughter
The
out
discipline.
and you tone it, thank you, and you tone it up and you start putting your hands on my daughter, you threaten my daughter, cause any kind of physical harm, you take her somewhere and now she's out stranded. I can't incriminate myself because remember, this is social media. But yeah, we gonna handle this a whole different way. Because at the end of the day, you also have a lot of men like me that grew up without a dad. She may come home with a young man that there isn't a father at home. There may be issues at home, but they're willing to be loved. They're willing to be spoken to and guided. And sometimes those are the best kind of men you want your daughters with. That they say, damn, you know what? Your father's teaching me to be a better man. He's teaching me to be like him. So if they are serious, because these situations do happen where young men grow up and the daughter's father becomes their father, that father figure. Let me not say father, their father figure, to where now when they do get married as a father, I can relax now. I'm never going to relax 100%, but I know that, you know what? Everything that I have taught this young man and everything that I have seen has been working. So I'm going to trust him with my daughter. Would I push marriage on a young couple? No, I don't believe that people in their 20s, if should get married right away. I think there should be a lot of time invested. Another reason why marriages don't work is because as young people, we don't take the time to invest in each other. For example, you never know what someone's like until you spent a few years in a household with them. We spend the night at each other's houses and we think we're in love and we're going to get married and rush off. Wait till you actually have to live with that person and shit gets real.
I already do. I'm actually living in college, but it's like with the dorm situation, and this June will be 3 years. I know 3 years ain't shit, but 3 years and basically ready to be with her in college for a year, living in the same dorm. Yeah, we learned a lot, but
dorm is not dorm is.
Oh, how are you living with a female in a dorm?
Yeah, so I know you guys.
Hey, don't rat yourself out. Your college might be on here. Just say, hey, look,
No. The college knows this. We told them, and we got special permission.
Told them. Here's my question. First of all,
Jesus,
you're supposed to be at college. You're not supposed to be playing house. You're supposed to be at college.
I am at college, John. So let me finish.
So why are you playing house?
John, because we just wanted to.
College with the knowledge, man.
Yeah, that's what we just about earlier about these party schools.
No, it's not a party school. It's a dry campus. So chill out, John. Please, for the love of God.
Here's a question.
Please, for the love of God.
Hold on. What's your major and what's her major?
She's in medical assisting, and I'm in business administration, general management.
Playing house okay. Yeah, that's fun. Okay.
Both now that sounds like that's gonna be a household filled with some income. I might need a loan in a couple years, man.
See, yeah. and she's paying college on time, and she has a scholarship, so she basically got to pay only $1,000 per term, which spans in 11 weeks. And I got my scholarship, so we basically going through college for free. So it's okay. We asked the college for special permission.
That's what's up. Good job.
Yeah.
That's
what I would say is, man, even though you two, I'm pretty sure you guys love each other, man. On a real note, please, man, please be careful and try not to have a kid too soon.
I know.
I know it's easier said than done. I know it's easier said than done. Trust me. And when you love somebody and you care about them, nothing in this world is gonna stop. And you know what? Listen, I'm not religious by any means. I do believe in God, but if that is what's in God's plan and that's what's in His will, then He'll guide.
It'll work.
Believe
my mom says this.
When my daughter was born, I was not ready.
Yeah. No, I know. Trust me.
For the first time to a whole nother state to be with my girlfriend that I'm with now. We've known each other since we was in elementary school. That's number one. She moved out to Ohio when we was in the 8th grade. Long story short, we reconnected through social media. Here we are.
Yep.
She was told she couldn't have kids. Here I am thinking, hey, free ball. Now here it is. I don't. And listen, it's a very parenting these days is very, very tough. It is very, very costly. Daycare now can be considered a mortgage, in my opinion.
No, I know. No, I understand. No, honestly, we both come from single parent homes. We both know how well, my mom, she had me. I'm the first one. She had me at 21, still really young, and I already seen multiple family members and also friends that had kids really early and shit going haywire. So I already had life experience that told me like, hey, let's not do this,
Keep that
But
pull-out game strong, man.
yeah, this is no, well, I know we talked about with the condom situation and shit like that, but no, we keep it safe. She got an IUD, and I personally keep the condoms just in case.
But but this
but
is
yeah.
and not to cut you off, man. I know this is,
Mm-hmm.
but this is the issue that we have now. We don't have more of us, how you and I may think in this generation.
Oh no, it's not. I'm scared about my own generation. Like I am.
No. But this is what our issue is.
Same
Though. We
thing.
don't have
I'm
enough
scared of my
of us going
generation.
around actually with common sense thinking about what the future may hold. Now, let me tell you something. I never been to college. I graduated high school and that was it. But one thing that I tell people all the time is we have to stop blaming our parents for raising us in single parent homes. We have to get to a point in life where we have to grow up and learn from our own mistakes, because that's what happened with me.
Oh yeah.
My
yeah,
mother
I understand.
all the time. She said, Jimmy, leave that girl alone. Something's gonna happen. I ain't listen. Guess what happened? Now she's pregnant, and I hit myself in the head, and I turn around and tell her all the time, Ma, it wasn't you. I didn't listen. I learned my lesson now. Lifelong lesson. My mother told me also as well. I was 17 years old. Never forget it. Jimmy, you need to be home before dark. It's not safe for you to be out in the street. All right, Ma. Nothing ever happened. Mind you, me and my son's mother dated for 5 years. Never had a problem. All of a sudden, one night, it was 11 o'clock at night. I was trying to get on the train, got harassed by the cops for no reason. And got arrested because I had a blade on me. And my mother told me when I got out, when she went to the courtroom, I was 17, just turned 17. The judge told her to sit down. She thought when I was walking around and, going to the table to be before the judge, she thought she was going to stand beside me. That judge was like, no, you sit right over there. He's a grown man now. So what I did was I learned from all of those mistakes that I have made, and that's what made me the man that I am now. I don't get why any man would like to go to jail to be someone's big homie, because let me tell you something. When you get fingerprinted and your mug shot and you sitting in a cell with a homeless man for 24 hours, and then you're given a bagel that's hard as hell with a butter that probably is expired. I don't know how anybody goes to jail. I'm not going to jail unless it's worth it.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. But that's the problem with our generation. We too busy trying to please big homie. Homegirls are trying to please each other. We trying to be be that nigga in the street. That's the problem. And me and John can tell you, we talk all the time. John is
I know.
John is my big bro. I mean, I don't fault him for anything. We're not always gonna agree on everything. That's just life, obviously. But that's a good thing, because you don't want somebody that agrees with everything that you say, because then you're not gonna learn from each other.
Well, thank God.
But once again, no, every man goes through their experience that they feel the way they feel, just like a woman. Some women like yourselves feel that, no, it should be 50-50. Some men want a woman that's going to be a stay-at-home wife, and some women are okay with that. Honestly, a lot of young girls would be okay with that. But we are not educated enough as young men to provide that kind of lifestyle. And that's the problem. A lot of us have become very lazy as men. We don't do the things that men are supposed to be doing. We don't mow the lawn. We don't fix things around the house. We don't step up when needed. If we lose our job, what are we doing? We're sitting on the couch instead of getting our ass up, or we'll get our ass on the couch and be on the computer. No, go from door to door. Go to a temp agency. Make it happen. Don't wait for something to come to you. But that goes for the women too. A lot of women rely on the system, and they use their kids to get money from the system. Like, it's crazy in New York State. If you have a special needs child, the amount of money you get per child that has special needs. And, listen, there's nothing wrong with a special needs child. Honestly, I feel that a special needs child has so much to give, and we can learn from them. especially if you work with them. It is amazing. I have 2 cousins that have Down syndrome. It is amazing the conversation you can have with them and what they learn when you work with them. I have an uncle who's autistic. He's now 40 years old, living on his own. Can't talk, but he can still get on the bus and go, and actually has a full-time job. Can you believe that shit? In Georgia. So once again, we have to stop being lazy. We have to work with our children. As far as being in relationships, we have to learn to communicate and respect each other. Watch what we say and how we say it. If we feel like the conversation is getting too hot, take 5 minutes. Trust me, I have made those mistakes, and I'll be the first one to say it. 15, 16 years, I'll call you bitch, whore, slut, get the fuck out my face, all that shit. And I've learned from it. Trust me. Had a bad temper growing up, too. I'm not even gonna lie, I had a real bad temper. I'll be the first to say it, especially because, once again, another thing that we haven't brought up in this conversation is, what is the effects of a child growing up without both parents being present? As a young man, you grow up wondering, how come my dad didn't love me like my friend's dad loves him? Same thing with a young girl. How come I'm at my grandmother's house every weekend? Just because they're young don't mean that they don't realize nothing. And they grow up angry. That's another reason why the shootings are out of control. Because people just walking around angry, just looking for a reason to kill somebody.
John don't care nothing about that. Right, John?
What are you talking about?
See? Not even listening.
Yeah.
No, I am listening. And the thing about it is, when you say right, John, what are you talking about?
That you don't care anything about that.
I don't care anything about what?
Anything that Jimmy is saying.
Well, I would argue that if more fathers were in the household, or if there was a situation where all of these households had both parents, that the boys would not be doing all these shootings of each other. I would argue that the single mom household is probably the most dangerous place for a black male in the country.
But you know something, though? Honestly, looking back at everything,
I would agree.
I'm actually
I'm one of them. I disagree. I actually came like that. I actually came out. I have a single mom. I came up with a single mom.
I disagree with things being better with both parents, because let me tell you something. The way I turned out, I can say I'm very proud the way I turned out without my dad being involved. I see a lot of parents now that are in that household, but they're not in the household. It's like, what's the point in 2 parents being together if they don't even really talk to each other? They're just staying together just for the sake of the family.
Because one time I remember there's this lady, right, and she was a tenant, and she was a single mom, and her child was he wasn't disciplined, and so one time I got upset, and I didn't even have to physically do anything to the child. I just told him, hey, don't do that, and he okay, whatever, and he listened. And then his mother was crying. She thought I was hitting him, and I'm like, no, I'm not hitting the kid. You don't really need to do that. All you got to do is just establish boundaries.
Don't get me wrong. I believe in ass whoopings.
Well,
they said a 3-strike rule.
Listen, my daughter, just because she's a female, now there's a different way of ass whooping I got to give my daughter. But if it was a boy, it's game on.
Well, honestly,
you'll catch hands and feet. Because let me tell you something. My daughter's gonna know from a very young age. What you do and how you act out in this street reflects on me and your mother. And if you embarrass me, I'm gonna embarrass you. And I dare somebody in the store to tell me some shit or let ACS or diapers come to my door. If you guys think y'all could do a better job than me, here you go. Take them.
That's my.
You know something? There's 2 options that you give your child when you're raising them. It's either you beat their ass or a cop's gonna beat their ass. My ass whooping, my child's gonna wake up sore the next day.
Yeah.
A cop's ass whooping, they're gonna wake up in the morgue. I guarantee
the problem
you
is that there's no discipline.
Facility.
There's no boundaries.
Here's the thing too. You gotta
Parents
get more
are being
creative.
more lenient now.
Well, yeah, but also you gotta be more creative, because honestly, out of me, it's 4 of the ones in the house. I'll tell you right now, the second one is a bad boy, and he got butt whoopings, and he's still bad.
Well,
I'll tell you that right now.
this is my strategy. You know, let me back up a little bit because I think I went a little bit too far with the discipline part as far as
Okay.
breaking it down.
You didn't.
As far no, because I skipped the most important part because I'm going to take steps as far as discipline. My first step would be, it's not that little timeout in the corner. It's literally snatching the technology away from my child. Meaning that the TV is going to come out of the room. The Xbox is going to come out of the room.
They should just get an Apple Watch and that's it. They shouldn't really
No,
become...
they're not even going to get that. I will take the technology out of the room. The only technology my child will see is in school. That's number one. Now, if they need technology, obviously, to
that is
complete
true.
their homework assignment, that's fine. No, you will not go outside and be with your friends. You come home with a fucked up report card, that's what you're going to deal with. Now, if you have to exercise things, talk to them, be involved with them, give them warnings. If that don't work, then you go to the next step. I'm going to make the discipline part my last resort because I don't
I hear
want my
scratch
child
your nose in the
to think,
back.
I don't want my child to think, oh God, I'm gonna just get straight. No, you're gonna get steps because I tell you, man, for me, it was just go. Something happened, knock the fuck out. Now, if my child thinks that she's gonna grow up disrespecting me, most definitely not. I'm not gonna be her friend, but I'm gonna be her father that she could come and talk to. And that's the problem with parents. They're too busy trying to be their friend.
Well, and what they end up with is kids that act like they're goddamn roommates.
Yeah, but that's exactly because
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
true. Yeah.
discipline and there's no communication. Like, especially once again, if anybody has worked in the Department of Education, they will see that these children, their conversations and the way they joke around with each other is way
They come
different
from
than what is
broken
going
homes.
on. Like, I actually witnessed a third grader tell another third grader, "Your mother is a fat fucking bitch." I mean, third grade, I couldn't,
Well,
and the kid just sat there crying. And I was like, yo, this is a whole different level of your mama.
because it wasn't around when I was growing up.
But once again, no, this is why we have to talk to our children and teach them how to carry on and to say, you know what? I know you guys are joking around, but I'm not going to get involved in that, because the first thing that came to my mind when that kid said that, and that kid's sitting there crying, is what happens if you say that to a child that his mother passed away? And that child doesn't honestly know no
That's
better.
some fucked up shit.
Yeah, because the kids, they're just ignorant. That's really how kids are.
Right,
but I was going to question what happens with those 3 steps you just gave me. What happens if they go over that?
Well, listen.
Because my mother was a really good mother. She took the Xbox, tried to talk, did everything in her power, still acting up. Now, obviously, he's ready to be out of the household, so that's not going to be an issue. But besides that, yeah.
That's a great question. If you was listening to the conversation earlier, I already told you what happens when all of that gets exceeded.
What is it?
My mother, I didn't listen to her at all, right? She didn't teach me. It's not that she didn't teach me. I didn't listen to her. I didn't learn from anything that she tried to do. Guess what taught me? Reality. Being arrested.
Yep. Which is about to happen. Yep.
Having a kid with the wrong person. Being in front of a complete stranger and a stranger telling me how much I need to pay for my child and what kind of visitation rights I get, even though I'm paying for that child. So if what your parent is not doing is not working, guess what? Society is going to tell you what you need to do, and society is going to fix you. If that doesn't work, if you can't do it as a middle-class American, like what I'm doing things the right way, guess what? Your ass is going to wind up in jail, and then you're going to be someone's bitch. And if that don't work, then guess what? You're just going to wind up dead.
Yep. And that's what my mom is saying. She's like, reality is going to get in, and like, well, in John's word, it's not jail's booty house, but fuck it, try and bring some.
You know what's helpful, also, guys? I have 2 children. I have 2 girls, and my girls, my younger daughter is 17, and my older daughter is 19 years old.
Damn.
And yes. What'd you say?
I said, sheesh, that's tough, man. 17 and 19.
Yes.
Are you teaching them both to cook?
Oh.
Like I said, right?
No, I'm asking a question. Are you teaching them both to cook?
I'm speaking, John.
Wait.
No, it's simple yes or no. Are you teaching them both to cook?
Wait, let her speak. Let her speak.
That's how you like to control your woman, eh, John? We are speaking. Let us speak.
They
Right?
need
Hello.
to make sure they can cook.
So right now at 44 years old, with my 17-year-old, my 19-year-old, my 19-year-old's away in college. My 17-year-old just finished high school, got accepted to Binghamton today. Actually, we celebrated that.
Wow.
Um, I'm a principal in Brooklyn. My husband and I, we work with both of our children. What worked for me in terms of discipline and raising my girls is also the help of our extended family. Okay, something that has not been mentioned, right? So, me, I grew up not knowing my mother, not knowing my father, rather. And because I didn't know my father, my I purposed myself that my children were going to know their father. So for me, growing up, I was purposeful to say I was one, never going to be a teenage mom. My mother was a teenage mother, and that I would never had children out of wedlock, right? And my cousin over here, this one here, she was kind of like my little mentor. Wherever she was, I was right there behind her. You know, whatever my cousin, we call her Kay. You guys know her as Joan. I was just right there behind her, just wanting to do whatever she was doing and whatever else. So when I got married young, and I decided that, you know what, having my children, choosing to have children young as well, is what I wanted to do. And in disciplining my girls, like Jimmy said, I didn't spare the rod. I believed that the best way was first I'd have conversation with them, and I'd tell them, like I would tell my girls, you see the rock right there. If you keep jumping over it, eventually you are going to fall. And if you fall and hurt yourself, do not expect me to come and pick you up. If they would continue to jump and fall, I'm not the type of mom who's going to go and pick them up and coddle them and said, oh, come, baby, come. No. If they fall, they're going to sit and they're going to cry on their own, and they're going to learn the consequences of not listening. And similar to what Jimmy said, I taught my children as well that in this household, listening is important, because if you don't listen, these are the consequences. And when I give you a flogging, you go to school, that's reported to ACS. Not only am I going to lose my job, but you're gone with ACS. Choose where you want to go. Is it to say I was abusive? No. Is it to say my kids got a lot of flogging? No, there was no need for any of that, right? I spoke, I set the rules down. My mom lived with me, so she cared for my children while I was away, while I was at work. Um, we ate together. We went places. We went to church every single Sunday. My girls sang on the choir, that they praised dancing. They were participated in community activities. We were involved, still is involved in a lot of different things. So I think the key to making sure that your children are engaged and doing things is the family doing things together as a family.
And I agree with you 1000% on that, but you also have to look at the reality of most middle class Americans like myself. I currently live in a state where I don't have any of my family here. It's literally just me, my girlfriend, and our daughter.
Mm,
And it's literally up to us. Like, we don't have our mothers here to where we can get 5 minutes to go to the grocery store or go out to date or have extended family around our daughter. So that's the reason why everything that you were saying is everything that I was explaining before. This is how important it is to interact with our children. I mean, extended family is always going to help, but at the end of the day, everything you said was that you interacted with your children growing up. It wasn't just discipline. You spoke to them. You understood how their day went. Some things they may have came to you and said, "Hey, mom, I actually seen, two girls actually holding hands today. What's that about?" And he was able to explain those kind of things that,
mm,
hey, don't hate them for what they feel towards each other, but these are things that are going on, and this is what you have to accept, but it's up to you on which way you want to go, because that's also another topic that I'm not going to get into because it's pretty very sensitive nowadays, which is same-sex relationships and same-sex marriages. A lot of us have an opinion on what you know, how we would feel or what could happen if our child came home with the same sex. Me personally, I'm still gonna love my child the same, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna be very scared because of the way the world is and how cruel it is. I did have this conversation with my girlfriend before because she asked me how I would felt if our daughter came home with a woman. And I mean, personally, compared to where some of these men are, shit, why the fuck not? But that's another conversation. At the end of the day, interacting with your child, speaking with them is very, very important. Being in church, that is important, you know, depending on who you are. Me personally, I'm not a church going person. I'm a God fearing person, but I don't go to church because I have a very bad experience with church people. I feel that they could be very hypocritical. And very
Yep.
opposite of what they proclaim to be. Like everybody's all holier than thou, but they'll be inside the same church. And I experienced this in a Baptist church. They'll be in the same pew next to you praying with you, but they'll be whispering, I heard so-and-so's husband was getting ready to leave her for this bitch over here.
Yep.
Jimmy, let me just introduce the panel to Mr. Fantastic over here. So, Mr. Fantastic, you guys have Jessica X. Well, I've got two British backups. I got Joan and I got her cousin over here. So I've got dual British power. But as I explained to them, we beat King George V. We dumped his tea in his face. There was nothing he could do about it. So we got AR-15s. So anyway, the question was, I asked them and they danced all the way around it. And I said that now we got way off topic, but the question was, what are modern women bringing to the table that makes them worthy of marriage? And Joan and the cousin, what's the cousin's name, Joan?
Don't worry, cousin.
Okay, no, we got to call you something. Okay, Queen of England. All right, so Joan and the Queen of England are back there, but they didn't answer the question. I'm waiting for the Queen to answer the question.
Are we?
So, Mr. Fantastic, what would you like? What do you think? What should modern women be bringing to the table that they're not bringing to the table?
Well,
what should they be bringing?
Well, thank you, sir, for having me on your panel. First off, we shouldn't be flogging kids. Flogging sounds so violent. Like, Jesus Christ, flogging? Like, goddamn, that's in the Bible. That's a Bible word. Flogging is a Bible word. To flog, I think that's like a special tool.
That's how we use it.
But nah, huh?
Oh, come on, my brother. You know what I mean.
Hey, we call it whooping. We call it whoopings over here. We just call it whoopings, or you know what I'm saying? But flogging,
if you grew up in the
man,
South, it's called the switch.
Yeah, that's biblical. Flogging is biblical. But nah.
Well, she did say she's a God-fearing woman. She go to church, so you can't.
Hey, I hope she ain't flogging them kids. I'm a snitch if she is. But yeah, man, women don't really have much of anything to offer from the American aspect. I can't speak on the UK. I don't live there. I don't know how things are there. But especially in the American situation, women have nothing to offer a man in marriage. I'm currently going through a divorce to be, transparent or whatnot, what have you. It's not on bad terms. Anything. Me and my soon-to-be ex, we're co-parenting. We just pretty much agreed with each other to go our own separate ways. We grew apart over 10 plus years of marriage, and people grow and change and all these different things. So and for now, everything sounds good. The deal that I got set up is pretty nice. Because the worst possible deal would end up with me paying her for life, because I'm in the military, and if you're married to anyone for 10 years in the military, you are due to up to, not necessarily guaranteed to be, but up to 50% of their pension, their military pension.
Wow.
So that's something she says she's not willing, she doesn't want to go for, but I am setting up another little settlement package for her that's going to be pretty decent for her favor. But for her to not say, hey, you're gonna pay me for the rest of your life is a huge thing for her.
That's right there. Hold on, but before we go any further though, I'm sorry to cut you ladies off again, but at the same time too, to be fair, we also have to think, what are we offering a woman so we can expect from them? Like, for example, me.
Right, Jimmy, before you go into it, let me tell you, I laid out what I know I'm offering. I'm offering a roof over her head. I'm offering a paid mortgage. I'm going to buy a little piece of shit car because she's probably going to wreck it. I can give her a job. Because I want a foreign girl because I'm gonna get her a little job. She can kick some money back home to her family, and on top of that, she's getting access to the Big Truck Series empire.
Right, but we're talking about an actual, like, an American woman, because not many of us have the pleasure or the opportunity to travel overseas and
Well,
Not even
bring
well, I can
stuff.
just use myself. I can use myself again. Like I said, I'm 2 years. I'm a little over 2 years away from retirement, so I'm going to have a guaranteed extra, pretty much I think like 50K for free, just 50K off the bat. From here on out until I die, and it's actually gonna be more than that because it increases the older you get.
Right, but
So
that's not what it really is, sir. What I'm talking about is, for example, as a young man, or even, I don't know how old you are, but even as an older man that's getting ready to be back into the bachelor life until you decide to settle down again. When you decide to settle down with a woman, I could say I have a checklist that we can meet 50-50. I don't want a woman that could give me her all, but I can't give her my all. It's not just about financially what I can do. I'd rather be with a woman that can build me up mentally, that we can have intelligent conversations. If she can give me that at the least just to start, I'm cool with that. It's not just about money, because
but that's everything though. So that's all you. So hold on. So a woman that can stimulate you mentally, that's all she needs in order to get provision, protection, and all of the wonderful things that I'd imagine a young man yourself has to offer, and she doesn't have to you know what I'm saying, reciprocate any of those things that you're giving her.
Nope. You know what? I'll double back with you on this one then, real quick. When me and my daughter's mother reconnected, I had a checklist. I wanted a woman that had a full-time job, basically that was just independent and that basically somewhat had her shit together. But at the same time, I had to have my shit together. Like, I can't have no job, no car, and shitty credit and then expect that from a woman that has it all together. I want somebody that's going to be at the least on my level or close to it.
But did you have any of those things though? Is that your situation?
That was my situation. However, not 100%, because when I met my daughter, when me and my daughter's mother reconnected, she still works for corporate. She has a corporate job. She had her own vehicle and had a 2-bedroom apartment. I worked for the Department of Education, had a sports car, but lived in my grandmother's house because I couldn't afford to move out. And I'm gonna just be real. Now, me and her dated long distance. We went back and forth with each other until one day she sat down and said, "Hey, how long are we gonna be going back and forth for?"
Is that me or him?
Before
I think that's Jimmy. Jimmy, are you?
That's not me. Yeah, I was just making sure. That's why I asked. Yeah, he's going all the way
I
in
think
there.
I'm losing you, Jimmy. I think I'm losing you.
Well, let me say this as he catches up. This is my thing. I provide for a woman provision, protection. I'm a BABG, big ass black guy for you guys that don't know. 6'5", 270, trying to get down to like 240, whatnot, what have you. But athletically built, active guy. I'm good. So I that's the bare bones minimum. Okay. Like I said, a woman is going to get me now coming out into the bachelor situation moving forward. Like I said, I have at the minimum it's going to be pretty much somewhere around $50,000 on like just before not even working a job.
Let me stop you right there though. How many young men or men are in that position like what you are in?
Very few. Very few.
Okay, so once again, it's men like yourself that are not asking for much. It's the men that don't have shit that's asking for much.
I will counter you on that because again, most men don't ask for much. Men in general are
no, I do.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying. You're an anomaly. Most men want peace. Most men want peace, good sex, or constant sex, or consistent, not constant, but consistent sex, and a female that they have some type of bond or whatnot. if you're saying much, I mean, are you asking a woman to meet you at the same level of provision? I highly doubt you are. You're definitely not asking a woman to protect you.
No. I'm not talking about from that aspect. I'm talking about being able to be 50-50.
So when you say
Able,
50-50, what do you mean? That's what
well,
I'm trying to get on. So do you
okay.
mean, because usually when people say 50-50, it's strictly a financial situation. It's hard and almost impossible to be 50-50 completely across the board because women bring different things than men bring.
Right. But if you put the two together, that's what makes a household. So I'll give you a perfect example of what I was saying before. My girlfriend has a full-time job. I have a full-time job. She has an 8 to 4 schedule. I have a 15, 16 hour a day schedule. When I come home from work, she has dinner ready for me. Even if it's 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Like I came home around 10, dinner was ready for me. On my days off, which would be Thursday and Friday, I take care of the baby as far as dropping her off at daycare, picking her up, or if she has to stay home from daycare, I'll do that. I'll go grocery shopping. I'll cook dinner. I'll clean up around the house. I do for her as she do for me. Now, when it comes to love and protection, she know I got her. That's number one. I'm always going to protect her and my family. But that's what I mean. What are we offering? Not just financially. I'm offering her peace just like she's offering me peace. We know how to talk to each other. We know how to communicate with each other. We know how to do for each other. That's what I mean by 50-50. It's not like, okay, well, you know what? Even though you worked a full-time job and I was off today, you still got to cook dinner. Even though I was off today, you still got to cook dinner. You still got to go food shopping. I could do the food shopping too. I could do the laundry too. I could fold too. Just like sometimes I'll do the laundry. She'll fold the clothes. So it's not all on just the woman. That's what I mean by 50-50. We are working together in a partnership. If I'm having a rough day, I know I could talk to her. She's having a rough day. Sometimes it doesn't have to wait till we get home. Call me, text me. Let's use the technology for what it was really meant for.
Well done, Jimmy. And that's exactly why I'm in a 30-year relationship, because of that. We work together.
I like that.
I wanted to ask the soldier, and I'm sorry, Ura, I don't know your name. What is it, sir? The person who's the soldier.
Mr. Fantastic, and I'm a sailor.
A sailor, right. So you were saying in the beginning, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the woman brings nothing to the relationship, but you were married for 10 years. So you're saying it was null and void of anything. And even when you met her, she had nothing. Is that correct?
Well, no. So when I met her, she did have nothing because we got married fairly young. I was 25. She was, I think, 19, 20?
No, but let me rephrase that question. So are you, as Jimmy was saying, is it just like what John's saying? Oh, I got a house. Oh, I'm giving you a car. And John, really, if you're not bringing some love and kindness to that woman, God help you, mate.
I'm going to give her, listen, first of all, I can eat, listen, understand something. Understand something. When it comes to love and kindness, I am Mr. Love and Kindness. Okay. I can eat a peach for hours. Understand? Listen, do you understand what I'm saying? I can eat a peach for hours.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on.
Oh my God. Come on.
I don't think you know what a peach is.
He's so hard.
Oh Lord.
You know what a peach is? A peach is an ass.
I can eat a peach for hours.
A peach is an ass though.
Oh no.
A peach is an ass though.
That's what he does when he goes to Thailand. But anyway,
but I eat butter.
So anyway, but
hey fellas, you know something? We laugh at that, but we're in the generation of what we may laugh at and may not do. Either somebody else will or a woman will do. So
everyone's
you better get with the times.
Everyone does their own little thing.
If they're wifey, your ass better be in a handstand doing whatever you got to do if they're your wife. I mean, look, if she's willing to do it for you, I'm willing to do it for her.
Now, I don't know about that one.
To be clear, I'm not letting no woman eat my ass. First of all, that's just to be clear.
Well, listen, if you wanted to last long, mate, you better. But anyway, whatever.
Hold on, you out here eating ass, Queen of England?
Hey, listen, I'm a girl. I don't eat that, mate.
Hey, I'm just saying. You said you. Hey, I'm asking.
I'm married 30 years. Get taken care of, right?
No, well, she's got she's got some good longevity on her marriage. Basically, she does what she's told.
Yeah, you're right, John. That's why I'm out at 11 o'clock at night, not in my bloody ass at my cousin's house. Shut up, rubbish. But no, back to the sailor. So no, not about she didn't
My
have
girlfriend
anything
loves her accent.
of material things, but are you saying she came in with no emotional, fortitude, no emotional stake, and you didn't have that either? I mean, what did you see in her
You know how to cook?
marry somebody, 10 years for
Well,
10 years? What did
well,
you
hold on.
see?
So I'll explain to you. So we were both young. Like I said, she was 20 years old. I was 25, and we grew together as as adults. So coming in, I think neither we had quote unquote love for each other, but not necessarily understanding what love truly was. So
So what
the
did you
first few
understand?
years were extremely difficult. My bad. Go ahead.
What did you understand love to be later as you matured?
Well, love is understanding and sacrificing for the person that you're with. It's not, this whole thing. And I had to understand that this more so than most females do this. Most females think like love is in love. Love and in love are two different things.
No,
We
no.
started out
You're right.
pretty much huh?
No, I'm sorry cutting you off. No, you're right the first time. It is the sacrifice and the giving and the caring and everything that what's his name's the other one, Jimmy said, right? So John, are you
Yeah.
listening? Yeah, it's not about, you're gonna, because like I was saying, let her live in America for 10 years, John, with your little Ford Focus and
In
see
10
what
years after I've had
she's
children
gonna
with her,
take of you
nobody else is
for
going
that,
to want her.
right? Give her your little crappy car and then see after 10 years being in America and understanding what a Ford Focus is. Let me see how great your relationship is going to be. And you're driving what you drive now?
Oh
The
no!
Oh,
Oh
yeah, what don't
no!
I
Oh
drive?
no! Oh no! Don't ask that question. He drives something baller.
oh,
So let's just keep it like that.
it's like, what is it, John? Like a Spitfire? What those fast?
I wish I
Spitfire?
had a
What the
vehicle
hell?
like that. I'll
A
tell you that.
Spitfire? Oh my God.
What's it called, John? Tell him your car.
Oh no! No,
SRT.
please, no.
She said, did you hear her say Spitfire? Let's just
Yeah.
call it a fast car, okay? Just leave it at
The Jeep thingy. All right. But
Spitfire.
so that's my point.
It's not a
Exactly right.
Jaguar.
The sailor's correct. It's the sacrifice and the love and everything that you bring that enhances that person's life, that you make them better, you help and support and care for them. That is what we bring to a marriage, and that's what women bring mostly, right? Yes, you're supposed to bring that protection and the money and the stuff, John, but you better have something else as well, right? Because that's what keeps it together.
Well, a little
That's
while
the
ago,
thing.
you said all the woman has to bring is the WAP.
Oh, shush.
That was a joke, though.
And that too, what she does have to bring
Because
that.
you ran out of ideas of what a
She
woman
does.
needs to provide.
That too, love.
I don't think you understand. When a man thinks about how a woman shows him love, all he's really looking for is a woman to keep his stomach full and his balls empty. That's it.
Oh no! Well, I mean,
No, that used to be that used to be that used to be the
that's a
old
young, horny
the
teenage kid, maybe. But
the balls the stomach full and the balls empty don't pay the bills. Fuck that.
No, but the thing about
damn.
but understand something, Jimmy. Even if she's not really bringing money and the guy is working, as long as she's not too high maintenance and using too much money, the guy can overlook the fact that she's not making a lot of money because he's so exhausted from all that sex that he doesn't have time
Jesus
to think about it.
Christ! Oh my
I
God! Oh my God!
honestly, I just look at it as, even if I would, you know what it is too, honestly, and this is what I learned from my cousin's situation. Having a stay-at-home wife could be a good thing and a bad thing. It could be obviously it's a good thing because they'll have more time and a little bit more energy to deal with the children and the household. I don't want to call it chores, but the household, things to keep the house going. But at the same time, we have to think about, what if that woman really wants to buy an expensive item, but now you're living off of one income. So it's almost considered like a fixed income, because now you as the male are budgeted to how much you can spend. Because now most households, you have 2 car notes, 2 insurance, the mortgage, the children. your personal expenses. Now you have to take care of her personal expenses, like credit card debt, number one. So what happens when a woman really wants to go out and indulge and have a good time, but she can't because you're living off of a fixed income?
It
And
becomes
then also too, what happens when, you also have the friends that, can get into the ear of, well, what happens if he leaves you? What are you going to get? Not many situations are like what the gentleman that is, going through his unfortunate divorce right now is saying. What he's is talking about, what's going on between him and his soon to be ex-wife, that is 1 in 1 trillion. You
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
never,
trust me.
when was the last
Hey,
time?
I can
Hold on a
attest to
second.
what you're saying. Hold on. She actually said that. She had several of her friends and family members come to her and say, "Do you know how much money you can get out of this?"
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And
Wow.
we had to have a serious conversation to be like, okay, hey, this is something we're both agreeing to. So why would you do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we truly loved each other, we truly care about each other, and we want to be friends, and we want to raise our son together on good terms. You think that's going to be the best thing for you to just get everything you can possibly get just because you can or out of spite, and we're both agreeing to go our separate ways? And like it's hard, bro, because like I said, from time to time, it's like walking on eggshells, and females are extremely emotional. Well, well, I could have this and I could that and I could this, and I'm like, hold on, I have to bring it to attention. So, what are we doing? Are you going to stick to your word, or are you going to keep threatening to me and holding it over my head about how you could, screw me over in a divorce? You feel what I'm saying?
No, what's crazy? That's exactly what you're talking about. Is exactly what happens, and even though it's not really too relatable, is exactly what happens between parenting and family and the family court system.
I've
Because
been there too, bro. I've been there too in a previous relationship. So I feel you, dog, all the way, 100%. I got
the
screwed over in that
women,
situation.
and exactly, and the women know that they have the upper hand in situations like that, and the family court system, or so I say the court system in general, makes them feel that way. Now, that's why I'm saying, at the end of the day, yeah, in today's world or society, let's just say, yeah, it's a good thing to be the man of the household. I mean, I'm still a man of my household, even though she works. Regardless, even though I make more than she does, she's still my equal. I don't make her feel like less of a woman or less of a person because I make way more than she does.
Mhm.
At the end of the
Well,
day, it's about
so hold on. So I got a question. I gotta have a little pushback on that.
Mhm.
So, you say you guys you're equal. So there's no leader in your relationship.
Just teamwork, really.
no, there is no leader. There's no one bigger than the other. However, I am
Well,
her protector. She knows that
well,
if it really comes down to I'm gonna be the one to stand up and be there for my family. But no,
but
she has
that
to
makes
say,
you a leader, though, right? Like I said, if you're willing, you're the one that should have the job of making the ultimate sacrifice in the worst possible scenario. Does
of
that not
course.
make you a leader? Okay, so with that being that you are the leader and you're expected to do these things,
Mhm.
I think this is where we get, and I don't know if it's a black male thing or whatnot, because every other culture seems to have this understanding. There's a hierarchy in relationships. Men are not equal to women, bro.
Okay,
In
but
way,
that's
shape,
the
form, or
problem.
fashion.
But that's the problem, though. At the end of the day, I can't. I don't. I know exactly what you're saying. I hear where you're coming from, but you also have to understand, from my perspective, as not just being a man, but a father to a daughter. I don't want my daughter growing up feeling like
She's
she's less
Mm.
of a person in that relationship. For example, if me and my girlfriend, if we want, especially when it comes to a financial decision, right? It could be something as far as a home. And we're going to go 50-50 on that mortgage. And we look at our finances. She's going to have a say in that. And don't get me wrong, we don't always agree on everything.
You didn't.
But she will have a say in a lot of situations, because something, some of us as men, and maybe it's just me, some of us, we need that in our lives. We need our partner to say, hey, you know what? That's not a good financial move. Or you know what? I don't think we should do this because X, Y, and Z. Remember, a lot of women, well, thankfully for me, my woman's smart enough to bring things to my attention to where I could be like, damn, you know what? I didn't look at it that way. But
Yeah,
yes,
but
I'm the man of the household. I'm the man of this family. I am the protector.
okay.
But
So,
once
and historically, from a historical aspect, what has the man always been deemed as?
The head of the household.
And the
but what
leader,
okay,
head of
what
household,
doesn't
head of household
make me
denotes
but what
leader.
what doesn't but with me being 50-50 with my partner, what makes me not the head of household or the
Well,
leader of my household?
you're
Because
you're
I
not
don't
truly 50-50 if let me hop in real quick. So you're not truly 50-50 because you say you make more than your significant other, right? Your girlfriend. So
uh-huh.
is it significantly more or just a tad bit more?
But because he makes more than his girlfriend doesn't mean that he's not 50-50. What
Nah.
he's
Well, hold on. This is
saying,
what
Nope.
no. Actually, it does.
Wait.
Actually, it does. Yes, it
no,
does.
What?
This is
what
why I'm
he's
gonna.
saying,
This is why I'm asking. This is why it's important. Because this is what I'm telling
no,
you. This is
no,
what I can promise you. Even if they're going
Go ahead,
50-50 on the mortgage, are you guys splitting everything 50-50 or you just doing 50-50 on the mortgage or on the living portion?
no. What he,
It would be like I pay most of the utilities in the
Thank
home.
you. That's what I'm telling you. I know
We go
that.
50.
I've been there, done that. So
We go
you really didn't have to tell me, but you just confirmed
yeah,
what I already knew. When you
but
make you, it would literally be torture and unfair, and it would be cruel to make someone that's making substantially less money than you have to pay the same amount of money of you. That's just math. That's just math. This is
right,
simple math. If
right.
you're out earning your spouse by let's say 20, even $10,000, a
Mm-hmm.
year, and you're making her match you in everything 50-50 down, that's
No,
cruel.
no,
Right?
I'm
That's
not
what I'm
doing
saying. So, exactly.
But
So this is what I'm trying to tell you. And my bad. Go ahead,
but
man. Go ahead.
yes. So what I got from that was not the 50-50 was not from a financial stance, but more so in terms of how his relationship is, in terms of how he perceives his partner, right? So he perceives his partner as someone who is his equal in terms of 50-50, but not in the sense as someone who's a provider in terms of going to provide 50% of the financials, right?
So Paul, so can I interject real quick? So do you understand how that's like a fundamental like fallacy and contradiction? Because one of the most important things, most important things in relationship is finances. Okay, one of the biggest reasons for it's one of the top 10 reasons for breakups and marriages or relationships not lasting.
I
So
understand.
something being that crucial. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I understand that, and Jimmy makes it clear that he provides, and he provides for his family. But at the same time, within his relationship, the dynamic of his relationship is that he sees his fiance as someone who is 50% his match, right? In other words, he doesn't see himself as anyone who is over, kind of like how John perceives himself, right? But he sees himself as someone who's they're both equal, right?
Let me
So
interject again. Let me interject again. And the thing is what I'm saying. Publicly he's saying that, but privately he knows that's not true because he just explained this to us.
how
This is
do
what I'm
you know
telling you. So
true?
for one,
But
hold on. Let me explain it to you. Let me just give
I
me a
think that's
second. Let me
called a
explain it to you.
controller, bro. I think it's a controller.
Well,
Well, I'm
it's
gonna be
not a
honest with
controller
you.
at all.
Well, listen.
It's
Well,
just a
listen.
natural. It's just a natural way of things and how
no,
societies are set up.
Well,
Men are
well. To be
expected to pay more. Men are expected to take more risk and more responsibility in a relationship. That's just
very
hands
true.
down. And he's
Very
doing all
true.
those things.
this
Mm.
is I
But
want a relationship where someone sees me as their equal, right? But I also sees my man as my protector, right? And I also sees my as the person who's going to cover me, that man who's going to provide for me, and that man who I step down to and allows him to lead. But because I allow him to lead doesn't mean that I'm not equal to him, right? I know
You
my
hold up. You again. Hold up. I gotta point out something again that you're saying. Listen, you don't allow your man to do anything. Your man just does it, and you follow. It's not you allowing him because if you're allowing him, that means you can stop him from doing it. That's the problem here. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. And
I understand. Well, I understand what you're saying. When I use the word allow, I'm not meaning that I'm giving him permission to do so. You know what I mean? It's a submissive
yeah, but that's
thing.
literally what it means, though.
I do understand what you're saying, but we're arguing semantics here, right? So
Okay,
what
well,
I'm saying,
so let me help you out. This is what I'm saying. it would be better off because it's you're making your man look bad. So let me say this, and you don't have to do it, but let me say my man leads. Okay, because when you say you allow your man to do something, that means you're giving him the authority, and you actually are in control because you're allowing him to do it. That means he could not do it. You can stop him from doing it. So you can say, hey, my man or my husband or whatever leads. When you say you allow him to do it, that means you're in control over that man and he's not truly leading.
Yeah, no, see that's not how things are with me and my girlfriend. Like, for example, there's a lot of times that I'll be interested. It could be a financial purchase. It could be like a vehicle, for example, because I have spoken with her about that. I said, you know something, babe? I had a sports car. I had a Dodge Charger RT. Nothing extravagant. And John knows it's not. 5.7 ain't shit to him. But but at the end of the day, I had told, I was like, damn, now I have a Grand Cherokee. I call it the Dad Mobile. It's fully loaded, but I had told her I would like to have, an additional vehicle. Now, if I decide to get an additional vehicle, it's up to me and it's my choice. All my girlfriend gives me is her opinion, and it's vice versa. We come to each other for opinions. Now, the reason why it's easy to do that as well, because another reason why, and you didn't bring up a good financial point, that marriages and relationships fail is because of finances. The one thing me and her will not do, married or not, is join bank accounts. You have
Smart
your
man. That this guy's a
have your
genius. You're on
money.
the right track.
You have your money. I have my money. At the end of the day, as long as the bills are paid for and the lights and everything is on, there's nothing she can tell me as far as what I want to buy. And it's vice versa with her. As long as her end of the bargain is fulfilled, if she wants to go out there and spend $1,000 on something, that's on her. But when I do it, don't say nothing to me. And we have that common respect. So that's another thing I urge people not to do. Do not join finances. It's the same thing with taxes. When we claim, our daughter on it, well, not we, but when one of us claim our daughter on the taxes, we're not greedy about it. I'll show her, hey, babe, look, this is what I got. We split it right in half. Like, for example, when I got my taxes back this year, instead of me saying, hey, this is what you was entitled to, I split my federal straight down the middle with her. Because that's how we are with each other. We have that trust factor. We don't need to be greedy or hide anything from each other. So that's what I mean by just 50-50. I could still do whatever I want to do. She could do whatever she wants to do to an extent. Like, she's not gonna be okay with me just going out there swinging my dick everywhere.
But that's what I'm saying. So still, it's
There's
like so you're confirming what I already knew. Listen, it sounds good. I'm not going to say it sounds good. She's
been right all the time listening too. So I mean, I'm not talking behind.
So let me get this out real quick. So this is what I'm saying. So for you to say that we're 50-50, we're equal, and this is the way I treat my woman, and all these other things, you're still carrying it from a traditional relationship standpoint because you have boundaries on your woman. You're calling most of the shots, and you're asking her for her counsel, and you're actually leading clearly in every situation I've heard you explain. You're the clear leader there, which it's nothing wrong with it, what have you. You're doing the right thing, though. Maybe that's what works for you better is to, I'll just present it to her as if she's an equally invested or equally empowered partner. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's sometimes how it has to work. But my whole thing is as the man, because is the Queen of England. I don't know what your real name is. Like he gave you the nickname. So you still here? The lady from Britain?
Yes.
Okay. So would you die? Does your husband expect you to die for him?
Good question, but I would. I don't know if he expects it, but yeah, I would. Without
Okay,
doubt.
cool. And that's a great answer. I can tell you this though. I promise you, your husband would die for you before he expected you to die for him. Okay?
Correct.
Guaranteed.
And
1000%.
that's what I'm saying. And again, it's a great thing that you have you actually have enough love for your husband. Very few females will ever even say that publicly, not even to mention actually believe it. And like I said, how long you been married again? 20 some years or something? How long you been married?
30.
Oh, wow, 30 years. So yeah, so 30 years. So that's guaranteed. You got the time invested. So to back it up. Yeah, so very few people have that understanding of the ultimate sacrifice. But most men come into a situation, especially a relationship, whether it be official monogamous relationship or something, legal marriage and all these other things. So that's why I say the person that risks and has the higher price is the person that should and has to be in charge. Otherwise, it's like, what other, this it's a reason why the CEO is the CEO, right? At the end of the day, the CEO holds the most risk than any other employee. If the employee is not acting right and all these other things, the employee can be replaced. But if the CEO doesn't monitor and carry the business properly, well, he fails and everybody else fails under him. It's the same thing for a man. A man is expected to be a good leader, make sound decisions, look out for the betterment of everybody and the progress of everyone. So that's why the moniker of leader is put upon him. And I just think,
Right.
Due to the current situation and society, the way things have gone, men have gotten away from that. And if you say that you're the leader and you're the not necessarily the end all be all, but you're like the clearance house or the person that's going to have the final say, it puts you off as a bad thing. You're a misogynist, you're a controller, you're all these different things. So that's just my perspective of it. Like I said, speaking of my own personal
But
experience, I've been in situations where I was dead wrong, and we took a loss. And my wife still, my ex-wife, still allowed me to do that because she let me she didn't, well, she did not let me, but I led. I was the leader and she was going to be there with me whether it was the right or wrong choice. And even in that, of course, she said after the fact, now, hey, you know fucked us over, right? Or we got to do this, that, and all these other things. And she stayed there with me. She didn't leave. She didn't falter. She didn't really throw it in my face all the time. It was brought up here and there whenever we had, real knockdown dragouts. But for the most part, she was there with me trying to build things back up to get where we need to be. So ultimately, that's all I'm saying, man. Like I said, nobody's gonna be perfect. And even from a partnership and in teamwork aspect, it was some things that we worked together. We made a mutual decision and it turned out to be bad. We thought it was going to work out one way, but it went to be the total other, So,
and that's
I'm
what and
very,
that's a part of life. It's called risk,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
also another thing that we me as a man, as far as what I want other men to understand though in the same breath is, even though I'm the breadwinner and I'm making more than her, we also I can't treat her different, because what happens if I did lose my job and I treated her like shit?
Mhm.
I don't want her to turn around and treat me like shit. I want her to say, babe, I got you the same way you got me when you were up, because I'm
exactly.
gonna help you get back up again.
That's huge. Like I
No,
said, that's
And
another
that's
big thing.
why I respect her so much, because for at the end of the day, like I said, when we was doing a long distance thing, she asked me, she said, how long are we gonna be going back and forth? And you can't do nothing but respect the woman that says, hey, you know what? We're not going to play house. We're actually going to be together, and doing this back and forth is some kid shit.
right.
When are we going to take it seriously?
Yeah, and that's it.
So, once again, she had a say in our relationship when she said, hey, it's either we, try to figure things out and get serious, or I may have to move on.
Mhm.
And you can't do nothing but, and I couldn't do nothing but respect her for it. So I said in return, what most men would have said, well, then, you know what? You do what you got to do. What I said was, you know what? I have a good one. So I'll tell you what,
Mhm.
I need you to help me find a job where you are.
Mhm.
If you can help me find a job, I'll go right over there. And that's what she did.
Yeah,
She
great.
sent me the
Yeah,
job
yeah,
link
but
to
she
where
she
I'm working
also she
now.
she also gave
Hold
you an
on, though.
ultimatum, though.
No,
She
no.
also
Yes,
gave you an
yes, hold on.
ultimatum.
Hold on.
Yeah,
And she did.
yeah.
And she did. And you know something? Learning from our past mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
you could lose out on a good person, because you know what? We don't think about the future, most of us. We
Right.
just enjoy the pleasure of, you know what? She's flying across 3 states to come and see me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting my stomach full and my balls empty, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe she wants a little bit more than that.
Right.
And you know what? I'm thankful that, you know what? She gave me that ultimatum. Because of her, I became a dad again.
Mm-hmm.
I've been able to be in a home with her and have a family and do it the right way and be on my own and get to experience life without my family and actually be in a whole different world in an environment without anybody. And I've learned and I've grown from this experience. So I'm grateful that she gave me that ultimatum, because without that ultimatum, guess what? We would still be playing, possibly still playing this back and forth shit across states. But you know what? I'm grateful that she gave it to me once again. But also, too, just because I'm making more money don't mean what I woke up with this morning can't be gone tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know,
All
kudos to you, Jimmy. Sorry for cutting in. My phone's about to die actually, because my cousin doesn't have a blooming iPhone and a charger, and mine's in the car. Do you have an iPhone? All right, so
That's not given to you because you need to get the heck out of my house and go home.
yeah, I have to go home and drive home. But you know, well done, Jimmy. You've got it right. You know, people always ask me, "Oh, what's the secret?" and all this stuff, right? And I'll tell you, it's this: you have to be all in. Right? And all this debate about 50-50 or halfway, whatever, and allowing, you know, I'm sorry, I remember your name.
When you say you got to be all in, you mean all in the whack?
Quiet, John.
Now, from the top, hit
Let
it back.
me
That's
Jesus
a whack.
Christ,
That's a whack.
bro.
Gentlemen, let me finish. And so, yeah, you just have to, you know,
Macaroni in a pot.
yeah, you just have to put your flag up there, mate. And you know, the sailor will get this. It's Iwo Jima, mate. We made it to the summit. You found the person. You have to go all in. And Jimmy's right. And let me tell you, I met my husband in college. And yeah, after 2 years, first of all, you know, I didn't do none of that. And you all know what I mean, for a whole year, because I was there for an education, mate. Right. And so he pursued, and he was a gentleman. And that was half of his winning proposition. And so then when it happened, it was like, okay, what are we doing here? We're not going to be playing girlfriend and boyfriend forever, right? After 3 years. So sometimes one of us has to say, what are we doing here? And then he gets it, like Jimmy got it. He knew that this was a great person. This is somebody he could, live his life with. He could protect. He has a child with her already. You know, what are we always looking for? We always think that, I'm here to tell you, it's not. You blooming water your grass where you are, right? And you make it better. And that is the bloody secret. Yes, all in with everything that you have, John. Yes, bring your blooming houses, bring your cars, give them to her, give her a crappy one and all that stuff. But when she gets it that she could be doing better, or not just be home filling your belly and emptying your balls, and she wants more, so you will let her have those things and not go, oh my God, now you have to stay home or else I'm sending you back to Thailand. Nonsense. Once you have a relationship that you want to work on, because that's what life is about, nobody wants to be out here on their own, begging to get a whop, now and then, whatever the hell that is, right? Having sex with somebody whenever they can. You want to have somebody who's there for you, like Jimmy says, that he knows he can protect. They talk about things together. All right. This is what my husband and I do. It's not perfect, no. And one great thing that you were saying too, we have an argument. Yes, Jimmy, he's on. He's like out the door, like, yeah, because he's got the temper and all that stuff. He's the American, so he leaves and go and have his moment, his mom's or whatever, and then comes out, babes, you're right, I'm wrong, sorry about that. I'm like, great. And no, fellas, yeah, I'm a foreigner. I do not follow any American down the road because I'm not getting beat up or any nonsense like that. So yeah, women, do not follow them. Let him go, because that's how he cools off. Because after a year or two, if you don't know how to deal with him or how to deal with his moods or whatever.
Oh, come on, don't be mean to John.
Yeah, John.
He's a good guy if you get to know him.
You better know how to deal with your man, okay? Women on here, and women and men know how to deal with the woman as well. Give them that space and time they need. Get to know the person, be all in. And you know why I know that too, to the soldier, why I would give my life for him, because I know he would for me, because he has kidney problems right now. He has dialysis, and he's like, no, I don't want your kidney. Oh, hey, I'm gonna get dialysis this.
Wait a minute, are you guys the same blood type?
Yes, shut up.
Oh, then that means he can take all of your parts, and you can make like an amalgamation.
But he's like,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
yeah, Yeah, I know. Oh, I can do this, and I gotta go get out of my cousin's house. 1 o'clock in the morning. I gotta go to my house.
I thought it's 6 in the
That-
morning.
I don't. If you guys might need it, and I don't want. If I take it, and then one day you might need it, and you know what? Why are we all gonna, be missing something? I'm like, babes, we only need one. Don't need two. But that's the kind of guy he is, right?
No
So,
offense. Which part of the UK are you from?
London, Wembley, North London. Do you know it?
Hey,
Oh
hey,
yeah, I've been to London. I've been to
Yeah.
Southampton. I've been to Northshire.
Yeah, North. Where?
Northshire.
What is Northshire? Spell it,
You
because
sound like a naughty boy.
you're saying it totally wrong. Spell it.
Okay, I don't know. Goddamn it. Okay, Northcheshire or some shit like that. I don't know.
Worcester. Is it
Oh,
W?
Worcestershire, like the
Yeah.
sauce. Is that where Worcestershire come from?
It's called
Hey,
Northshire.
how do you say that? I never asked this. You know what? I never even asked Jessica. So, hey, how do you
They speak
say
all posh, bro.
Worcestershire?
It's Worcester. You say Worcester, not Cheshire. The Shire is not said. Shire just mean county. So it's Worcester.
Worcestershire.
So it's just Worcester. Is the sauce? So the sauce is just Worcester.
Are you from Wiltshire? Wiltshire. Worcester.
R-E-S-E-C-T.
Oh, me? No. I've been to the UK because of my trips, man. It's kind of nice. Some people there are kind of rude as hell. I mean, but in Scotland, they're pretty friendly people. I'll say
Oh
that.
yeah. Well,
In Edinburgh.
they're poor as church mouse, and it's cold as hell, so they better be nice, right? But I don't know anybody in England who's rude. Never heard that in my life. But America.
Well, okay. I'll give you an example. If I go up to someone, like if I pass by someone, I'm like, "Hello, good morning." They just look at me and they're like, "Who the fuck are you?"
No, because
And it's old white people.
Yeah, well, white people are the same all over the world, haha. But rude. But no, not too many of us are that rude. I've never known that. In America, I've known that. Like bloody hell, being on the train.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we are rude. Yeah.
Flipping hell, in a hurry and beeping when the light turns green. Like really?
That's that SRT life.
Second. Anyway, so listen, I have to go. My phone's about to die. My cousin's asleep. I'm in her house. I live about 15 minutes away, so I have to go. It was a pleasure, gentlemen.
Yes, she needs to get out of my house.
Alrighty.
Even
Have a
though
good
I'm
night.
her.
Damn.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right, thanks for dropping in, ladies.
Yes. Talk to you soon.
Goodbye, John. You're a prick.
Oh yeah, and I'm glad you're the same blood type as your husband, so this way he can transplant your whap.
Jesus.
Now from the top, hit it, drop. That's a whap.
I hate Cardi B, man. I hate Cardi B so bad.
That's a whap.
I hate Cardi B, bro.
Now, man.
I hate Cardi B. I swear to God, I hate her.
Jimmy, keep doing what you're doing. I'll see you in the 30 years, mate. You're heading for it. Great
I
job.
appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully I survived that long, because sometimes you women can speed up the life expectancy too.
It was
And I got 2 of them in the house now. My daughter's already working on me, so.
Yeah. The sailor. It was good talking to the sailor as well. It was good talking to everyone except for John.
Oh yeah, and you still never answered the question because you couldn't.
No, because
John's gonna wind
Man,
up. John's gonna
quit with
wind
the
up
beef,
one of
man.
these
You gotta
brothers.
love each other. You know what I'm saying? Peace and love to each
Yeah,
other.
Hey,
You know.
the two
In
ladies that are
2021?
on the line, are both of you guys married?
he's a prick and he's a
Yes.
stud.
Sorry, are we married? Yes, both of us are married.
Both of you guys? Okay, I was gonna say maybe
He's
John
trolling.
needs to. Do you guys have? You guys need to get John with one of your cousins.
John hangs out with me all the time. The
Well.
30-year married lady, all the time. We got to eat. We're mates. We're really good.
Oh, are you the one that bought the Cadillac?
Yes, love. Oh, you saw me.
Oh, okay. I know who you are then.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
yeah. John
What
came.
the?
He the story. He came to her.
Mike, I know, right?
Yeah, he
I
came
think I
to.
saw her in one of the videos or some shit. I think I overheard her.
Yes. I went to buy a video. John came to help me. He's very good. He knows all that stuff. You know.
Really?
He knows all about.
Ooh, okay, John. Let me find out.
Damn,
Okay.
John.
Jesus Christ.
They have a bit
This
of
is probably some setup shit, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Nah, John and I are mates. Yeah, really good mates.
Oh, okay, Johnny boy. Wait till you get off the phone. We got a conversation.
Damn,
Excuse
John.
me, guys.
Have a different conversation about this shit.
Don't get the wrong impression because originally I said fresh eggs and milk.
Shut up, John. Fresh
See?
eggs and milk.
See? He's
Yeah,
a total
and
jackass.
His is not fresh at all. You know.
Women
and I
love
don't want none of his-
jackasses.
Yeah.
Oh,
John is
yeah.
Subway fresh, man.
he has soy milk, and I hate soy milk. So
What?
I didn't.
Man, the disrespect to soy
Man,
milk.
disrespecting other
Wow.
channel.
Wow.
Excuse me. Men age like wine, women age like cheese. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Even my mom says that. No, my mom says that too. So hey.
Good mates, and
your stick is
nothing
crooked.
like that.
Jeez.
Oh my! How would you know?
John?
Oh my God. She's trying to say you have the cheese curl dick. Damn.
That's a cheesy curly woo. Nah, he's a good fella usually. Only when he's on these things, he's
dying over there.
Yeah, I know. This thing is curly. Yeah, she likes to laugh at her own jokes. That's the principal calling you a prick over there.
Yeah, that's the first sign of a sociopath. If you laughing at your own jokes, but you
Yeah.
couldn't.
What? I'm laughing at my own joke. Damn.
Yeah, I do it all the time too, and I'm a social worker as well, so forget it. All right, mate. I'm off. Ta-ta. A pleasure, gentlemen.
All right, good night. Be careful.
Yes, thanks, love.
She sounds like that, laughing.
Yeah.
She ain't the type. She ain't the type
so
that
posh,
can do
man.
it.
Wait, that was laughter. I thought that was a haunted house.
Jimmy, he's not the type. Jimmy, what'd you say? She's not
Jimmy, you mean Johnny?
I said she laughed like that. That ain't the type that you can go in the closet with. She little laugh.
Jeez.
Yes, she would give it away. Yes, she would definitely would. All right, mates. Ta-ra. Bye.
All right, take care. Be careful.
All right.
Yep. Bye.
John's like, I hope you.
Yo, John, I'm sorry. I said cheese curl, man. I'm sorry about that. I was just trying to see I was trying to see where it was coming from, but yeah, I don't know. Hey, that was still a good talk, even though it was still good. So I'm just happy about that.
No, it was a great conversation. It's just that the problem is that nobody sees no one's point of view. Like John's point of view is that he's gotten to that point where
honestly we didn't get nowhere in the stream.
Huh?
Honestly, we didn't get nowhere in the stream, to be honest with you.
We did. We got very far because we came to an understanding. But the problem is with a lot of women, especially now, is that they don't understand that us as men, just like them, we have our own point of view.
7 days a week.
There's some men that are like John that have had and still has the experience and the luxury of meeting women outside of the States.
There's whores in this house.
No, it's not that. It's just
no. I'm not. I'm just trolling.
It's just realizing that, damn, you know what? The quality of women in this particular country is what I want. I don't want an American woman. This is what I want.
Me neither. I don't want an American woman.
But I think also it's on both sides too, because also there's a lot of fuckboys I have seen in my life.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I know some fuckboys here.
Like I have seen tons.
But you gotta understand though too, John is a black man, and at the end of the day, with John being a black man, and no matter where they're from, whether they're from the UK or not,
they like that
they're
chocolate.
black. No. Hold on, hear me out.
That BBC.
A black woman does not want to hear about a black man being with another woman outside of his race.
Yes, that's going on with me, and that happened to you too, right?
And the problem is with John is that he likes what he likes, and they cannot accept that. So they're looking at him as a controlling asshole instead of looking at it as, you know what? This is my preference. This is what I like. That's your preference. You stick what you like. But from a woman's standpoint, it sounds controlling. At the end of the day, when you're bringing a woman from another country, you can't really expect much out of them. I mean,
they get a lot of advantage.
They're raised. If you look at like these 90-day marriages, you see them in these third world countries. They're poor. They're home anyway. All they know is to take care of the home and serve their man. An American woman. Yes. An American woman is not going to have that same mindset because that's number one, that's not how she's raised. And number two, she makes her own money.
But you know, Jimmy, ultimately, see, the issue is, it does sound controlling. It does sound like insecure, but
you got to understand.
even regardless how it sounds, the men at a certain point, like I was explaining a long time ago, the men have the leverage. So the women have the leverage when they're younger, but if they're wasting their time and they're doing all these things like for instance, this whole thing about, oh yeah, well, she has to go to school and she doesn't have time to be a homemaker and all this. The problem is, what they don't understand is in a lot of other cultures, the women do go to school, the women do get married, the women
like
do
in the
have
Philippines.
children. Yeah, well, not just the Philippines, but China too, and Japan and all that. But see, they're able to balance those things because they understand what their priorities are. They
That's
know
actually
that their
kinda true.
priorities are to their husband and their children.
There's
So
this
they manage to balance all of those things. But see, what this chick was talking, like, bottom line is, and I was waiting for her to actually tell me, what is it that women are actually bringing to the relationship. Listen, this whole thing about 50-50, just like I pointed out to her, men would rather have a wife who's giving them everything that they need, even if she's not bringing home all this money. But the problem is, women think that, yeah, I'll just go out and get it all myself, and they're competing with men, and that's costing men jobs in the marketplace.
And it's a
But
waste
is
of time.
is that kind of, I'm trying to word this correctly. Well, I'm not saying, because I feel like when you said that, they was trying to feel like as if women don't deserve that, and I think
If
that's what
women
she
don't
got kind of
deserve what? If women don't deserve what?
like a job and education and shit like that. That's
Yeah,
what I
but
felt like
not
she got.
the problem is that you can't tell, like, the conversation that we're having. You cannot. It's tough because from a man's standpoint, you cannot have these kind of conversations with women because they're gonna automatically feel like, oh, so you just want a woman that's just gonna say yes to everything and do everything you want, and that's the reason why you want her to stay
Speaking of that,
home,
have
so
you
you
guys
could
heard?
discuss.
Well, let me tell you something
And that's
about
the way
that
they're
yes
gonna
woman
look at
thing,
it.
Jimmy. About that yes woman thing, let me tell you something. I observe my uncle's foreign wife while he's with his 3 kids and they're preparing dinner and this, that, and other. Yo, his wife is absolutely a yes woman, and my uncle is a very political. He watched MSNBC, CNN, all that shit all day long, and he's the type of uncle who you all probably have, and he's waiting for you to come to his house so he can start ranting and raving to you about all the shit that he learned on fucking CNN. Because the problem is,
I have
when
that
he
kind of
talks
uncle.
to his wife, all she does is be a yes woman. But guess what? She's not fighting him. She's not arguing with him. So that's why things work out as his wife. But see, the second that somebody's on the outside coming in, that's when he gets to vent all of that pent up energy that he has sitting home watching that fucking television.
Yeah.
Yeah,
basically.
see that's
So
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying
There's
is that she's a yes woman.
What kind of connection and communication do they really have?
The
If you
connection
can't
and
debate?
communication is, listen, honey, what are we having for dinner? Oh, the kids want this. Oh, what do we have? We got this.
That's boring.
I'll tell you like this. No, you may think it's boring, but the thing about it is that's going to change over time. But the thing about it is right now, her primary objective is to make sure her children are being taken care of. That's the
John,
primary objective.
Is that what she wants too?
Well, I don't know. Listen, if you're going to ask what does she want, the thing about it is where she comes from, her country, the women are indoctrinated to want that. So it's not like
just forcing.
She's like, oh, it's not like she's crying herself to sleep. She's like, oh, I never wanted to have 3 kids or 4 kids. I never wanted to have this marriage and this. That's not happening. That's all she ever dreamed of. Even when she got married, she was crying during the wedding. She was like, "Oh, this is my dreams come true," and this, that, and other. She said that. I mean, I got it on tape. She said that shit. So my thing is, women are indoctrinated in other countries to be like that. And
Damn,
a word
John got it on tape. That means when that divorce comes,
yes. No, there's never going to be. She will not. Let me tell you something. If she were to divorce him, her parents would crucify her. But all I'm going to say is this: one thing you got to be careful of is spoiling. Is when a father's spoiling his daughters, because the problem is if a father spoils his daughter too much, his daughter is going to want a man that acts exactly like her father. And the problem is most other men ain't gonna measure up to that.
But
So
that's the
she's gonna
reason
look
why.
down
That's
on
the
them.
reason why I would teach my daughter to be independent and to have her own money, just like how her mother
Yeah, but
does.
no, but understand something, Jimmy, and I understand where you're coming from. But the whole thing about independent having your own money, that's exactly what's leading to the problems that I've outlined today. The problem is the women want to be all independent, have their own money. So if that's the case, then they don't really need the man, or at least they think they don't. So then they end up doing things on their own and being like hanging out and shit till 8 o'clock with their girlfriends or whatever. And the problem is that kind of thinking, that kind of independent woman mentality. Most of them, see, listen, Beyonce can sing that song because she's got Jay-Z, an older man who's richer than she is. So she can sing that shit. But all these women dancing behind Beyonce with that bullshit, they ain't married. Most of them are single women and single mothers too. So what I'm trying to say again is that this spoiling women into thinking that all they got to do is go out and make all their own money, that makes men not want them. And the problem,
So we should teach
It makes
them the
it
opposite.
unappealing.
let me say,
No,
the
no,
only
there should be a balance.
I'll tell you like this. If you look at these, like the ones that Joan and them were pointing out, all these 30 to 40-year-old professional women, these women are so old at that point, the only thing they can get is these real young boys, and that's why they're called cougars. And the problem is, the only thing that they can offer at that point is sex. That's all they can offer. So
They
what
can
I'm
offer
trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that women, I'm sorry, it may sound what is it called? It may sound obsolete, and it may sound old or anachronistic. Women have to be subservient to their men. They have to be. Because you got to understand.
Well, this is.
Well, I'll say this and then I'll be quiet because we're going real long. I think we're at fucking 5 hours or 4 hours or something.
Yeah, and I
But
gotta
you gotta
get up.
understand, Jimmy. You're man, and just like you said, like a value man can spot another value man at a distance. So it's like some fathers, it's just like my ex-girlfriend's father. I'm real good friends with my ex-girlfriend's father, and he wishes I could be back with her. My problem with her was she decided she was going to do her own thing, and she could say, she wanted to do whatever she wanted. She quit a good job that I helped her get. If she had kept that job, she'd have been making $100,000 right now. She'd have been making that. She quit that freaking job. And because she wanted to sit home and she wanted to chill.
She wanted to be lazy.
No, well, yeah, she was very lazy. And the thing about it is her father is seeing she's up there hitting, but she's older than me. She's hitting 41, living in his attic. Now, any other father would have said, nah, listen, it's time for you and it's time for you to go.
If it were a man, you know what I feel like it is? I feel like fathers are too
all I'm
lenient
just
on their daughters.
Well, hold on, Garrido. What I gotta say, because see, I guess I'm talking to the panel, but I'm also talking to Jimmy. But Jimmy, you gotta understand, a man wants a subservient woman. At 5 o'clock in the morning, he's looking for sex. At maybe 8 o'clock, she's looking for sex. But the thing about it is, when he comes home, he's looking for food. He expects her to deliver. When he's looking for sex at 4 o'clock, he expects her to deliver at 4 o'clock a.m. He expects her to deliver. When he's looking for food, he expects her to deliver. When he's looking for those kids to have their clothes on and be ready to go so that they can get somewhere at 8 o'clock, he's looking to deliver. He's looking for her to deliver. That's subservience. Now, I'm not saying she's less than a man. I'm just saying,
human.
You know what a man is.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. And that's exactly what I get. But also, once again, though, for me, I didn't get it right on the first try. And that's what a lot of us have to understand as men. Now, another thing that I also wanted to mention to the women is, and even to you, John, is, for me as a man, I kind of, it's real tough to kind of touch the whole low mileage topic. I personally feel
no, it's not. Women need to stop fucking before they get married.
No, and that's exactly how I feel. Like, for example, my girlfriend's 18-year-old brother. He's out here running wild. Now, I talk to him obviously about protecting himself and that man-to-man talk or whatever like that. But she hates it. But I tell her that something, as young men, sometimes, and it's not all of us, It's not. But in most cases, I want to see a young man go out there, get as much pussy as he can. So by the time he meets the right one, and I'm hoping that by the time he meets the right one, he's ready to settle down. And it'll ease the curiosity a little bit. Because, for example, when you get married at, like, let's say 21, 22, you haven't experienced enough to know that you want to be committed to this one person the rest of your life. The women and the men don't look the same like they did back in the day. You got women that, even like these white chicks, man, they as thick as a black woman now.
Oh yeah, they
Even a
be on
black
that
woman that
workout on
even
that
thicker than,
program.
No,
like,
but Jimmy. It's not that they're thick. It's that they're obese. Women weigh more now. Kevin Samuels points that shit out every night.
yes, he
Women
does.
weigh more than the equivalent size man. Now, because we look at it and say, "Oh, she got a fat ass," because these rap videos have fucking popularized it, that doesn't make a female's obesity right. And I'll be fair. Men are obese too because
Yeah,
we're
that's
all
true.
coming from a poisonous
Cardiovascular
culture
disease.
that is
My
literally
skinny ass.
the culture itself is poisoning us. And as far as these women are going, they are a product of it as much as the men are themselves, right? So all I'm really saying here is that you're talking about you want a man to have gotten tired of women, right? Well, that doesn't happen to young men. A young man's biological design is to get as much pussy from as much different women as he possibly can, because that's how nature designs them. So society and civilization say, "Oh, well,
I
you
feel
need
left
to
out of
settle
shit
down.
now.
You need to have one wife, and you need to have children with just her, and you need to stick to just her." The problem is these guys are running wild. So the
I
problem
feel
is
left out right now.
there's always going to be more women than there
They
are
think with their
males.
penis.
Maybe the answer is young.
There's nothing wrong with a high mileage pussy, because I'll tell you one thing. At the end of the day,
It isn't but it is when you want to get married, Jimmy. A
yeah,
guy
but you
who
know
wants to
something,
get married
John,
don't want no high mileage.
John, in today's world, truth be told, no matter what relationship you're in, you really don't know what the true mileage is on any
But
female or male these days.
go get
You
yourself
only
a
know what
Low
people
key.
want you to know.
mileage is low.
Most of us men will tell a woman, "Nah, I only been with like 5-6 girls," knowing damn well we've been with like 25 within like the last 2-3 years.
I wish.
The same
But
thing with a
obviously-
female, and you got to think about it like this too. Think about it. Most men that get with a wholesome woman, like the British ladies that was just on the line, right? We'll get a wholesome woman like that. That's a boring ass relationship. They want a woman that's gonna pop their pussy in the handstand. No. Hold on, before you shun me. Hold on.
No, I'm not
We got
disagreeing.
Mr. Alpha in the house.
My girlfriend's right here. She's like right next to me. She hears me. This is the thing. This is why we have open communication.
She's been listening to these lessons of love.
Yes.
Okay.
She's like, "Mi amor, give me that pussy. Give me that."
Bro, I must be a boring ass person, and me and my girl must be boring ass people. Then both of us. But keep going.
You guys are both on a professional track. You're not the average people.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
I'm doing IT, man.
Well,
all right.
Well, no.
Keep going.
It's I don't know how to explain this shit to anybody. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of mileage. I mean, I don't want a girl that's been ran through by like 50,000 dudes, but
that's exactly what high
Cardi B.
That's
listen,
what high
but
mileage
you know
is.
something? You want to know what's funny though? We talk about women like Cardi. We talk about women like Cardi B. And don't get me wrong.
In a pot.
Don't get me wrong. Cardi B is a woman that most men, I don't want to say every man, because everybody
Wasn't she a stripper or some shit?
Yes.
Yeah, but so you guys are telling me right now, if Cardi B let you hit, y'all wouldn't fuck?
No, I don't care. I don't want to get AIDS. I don't want no STD. I don't want selfish. No, I hate her attitude.
Disgusting.
I can't, dude. The one thing I notice about women is young guys used to make fun of me when I said this shit. I don't care how good looking she is. If I can't stand her ass for more than 5 minutes, I'm not.
Yeah, but
and
see,
she's one of them.
This is the problem, though. But this is the problem right here, though. At the end of the day, when you look at women like Cardi B that talk and raps all these stupid ass songs, right? They're just like every other rapper or entertainer. They don't really live that life talking about I don't cook, I don't clean. But her husband posted a video of her cleaning.
He's a simp. He's a simp. He's a simp. Was it Quavo? No, it wasn't Quavo.
No,
no,
it wasn't Quavo. It was
one of the
Offset.
idiots. Yeah, okay,
Offset.
yeah, one of the idiots.
They don't
but
really live the rhymes
she
that
has
they
so
don't.
much money. When she says she doesn't cook and clean, she has so much money that she could literally hire somebody to do that shit for.
Well,
she's a sugar mama.
That's what she's talking about.
Well,
but the bottom line is, she's a stripper.
To sum it all up, man.
Isn't
At
she
the
a
end of the
stripper?
day,
Hold on, isn't she a stripper and she used to drug men and shit?
Well, I don't know.
She was in a gang too.
But
yeah,
hey, look, John.
That's why I hear him. But yeah,
John, listen, she's from the Bronx. What the fuck do you expect?
Yeah, but
well, my girlfriend's from the Brooklyn, and look at she's perfectly fine. Thank God.
Man, if you slipping men date rape drugs and shit, I consider that a problem.
Well, shit. Yeah. Niggas been doing it too. I mean, look at all these cases.
I haven't. That's why I don't hang.
We got Mr. Put. We got our infamous Puddin' Pop in jail right now for doing that shit.
I don't hang with no fucking strippers, and I'm not slipping women pills. I'm not Bill Cosby.
No, but that's you. But there's a lot of suckers out here that are doing it though.
Especially young idiots like my age.
Fools out there doing this.
Popping Molly, and drinking all these drinks. I know
people.
But see, once again, you're talking about the women who would do stuff like that, or the guys who do stuff like that. But guess what? None of those women are getting married.
Yep, exactly.
Because those dudes are in no position to marry them.
But you know what the problem is, though?
Are not marryable.
But you know what the problem is with the average?
They're going to be tossed like a bucket of chicken, John.
The problem is, though, at the end of the day, though, fellas, we have to know when we got someone good and we got to hold on to it because there's not many like we don't have many options. I'm just be honest. We don't.
No, I absolutely agree with that.
If you ain't got a woman that can't hold her own and can't hold you down and be your partner, then keep her as a fuck buddy. But you find a woman that you could actually build with, grow with, and establish a lot with together.
I like that.
Then cool. Call me a sucker if you want to, but at the end of the day,
bro.
I go to work and I see nothing but hoes. I'm talking about to a point. I'm talking about to a point that I look at some of these women, I'm like, even if I was single, I wouldn't even touch you. I'll be scared to touch you because the first thing I think about is, God forbid if I put a baby in your dumb ass.
Well, my fear is not just putting a baby in one of them. My fear is catching fucking HPV or some shit.
That ass.
STDs, man.
And that's the thing too.
Hold on. That's an interesting question. Why would you even drive a Kia? Get out of here.
Hey, a Kia Stinger GT, that's not a bad car.
Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
At least it's not a Nissan. Damn. With a Stevie shitty ass T.
Hey, John. Or Johnny. Or Jimmy. Jimmy Johnson.
It's all right, man. With Stinger, it's all right.
Nah, I'm just
it's all right, man.
How many hoes have you screwed?
Oh,
that's
man,
a personal question.
I wouldn't answer that. I would not answer that question on this freaking.
No, you want to know what? Believe it or not, I want to say it has to be is less than 10.
But I'll tell you this. I
wasn't really, because to be honest with you, fellas, God honest truth, I was never really the type to be a hoe.
I'll tell you this.
I was a relationship kind of dude always. Now, did I have my whole moments when I was breaking up with women? Yeah, of course. When I had breakups,
I respect that.
Like that, but at the end of the day,
I'll just say this: if my
but
first,
you know what stopped me? You know what it really was for me? I was with my son's mother for 5 years. We was together from 15 to 20. When I got out of that relationship, you guys have to remember, I had a kid with the wrong person. Being that I had a kid with the wrong person, that made me think much more realistic, especially sticking my dick in the female. Like, okay, I don't want to do this again. So in most cases, like when dudes say, oh, you need to put, value your dick, I actually did. I didn't go just screwing any old kind of woman because even with a condom, anything could happen. And all I keep thinking about is, what if I fuck up like this again? So that's the reason why my mileage is very low, because I learned a very big lesson. So that's why my mileage is low. Now, could it have been very high? Of course it could have been. But let me not say unfortunately, but fortunately enough for me, due to what I was going through and the lesson that I learned with dealing with the wrong person, I realize sometimes Pornhub is just a better option. Beat my meat, go to sleep, no risk. Not waking up burning, not waking up to another child support
There you go.
check, not waking up to like, oh my God, not having to worry about, oh man, you fucked my girl, man, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't want to deal with
Mia
that shit.
Khalifa.
And then on top of that, got way more options. If you feel like you want to fucking
This is why they should
Asian, you
legalize
can. If you want to do
prostitution.
it to a fucking 500-pound woman, you can. You get more
This is
options
why-
that way. And one
This is
night
why
in the same room.
this country needs to legalize prostitution.
No.
man. Honestly,
I
it's a fucking
disagree. I
taboo.
disagree. No. Because the STD rate is high, so high right now.
Shit is so fucked up right now, especially with this Instagram shit and fucking what is it, OnlyFans? If this country legalizes prostitution,
Oh hell no.
18-year-old girls would be like the top 1%.
Hey,
No,
you know
not
something?
want that.
Hey, guys, fellas, listen. Let me tell you something. I'm partially on that fence of
No.
I really don't want to say legalizing it, but and it's tough because
Decriminalize.
I used to make an ignorant statement like this and say, you know what? I want them to legalize prostitution because my first train of thought is that maybe, just maybe, that'll stop one rape out of 5.
That's not gonna. What are you kidding?
Hold
That's
on.
not gonna stop.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
god.
No. Actually,
Hold on.
Let me
Hold on,
emphasize
because
on
if
this.
you think about it, John,
I know
if there's
That's
a
not gonna
predator,
stop rape at
John,
all.
if there's a predator walking the street, right? For example, and there's a woman saying, "Hey, look, $5-10, I'll give you a hand job, blow job."
That's not gonna stop rape.
No, I didn't say it's gonna stop rape. I said it could potentially stop
Hey.
1 out of 5. It could be if
Nah.
it's one person, I'm okay
It
with
could.
that.
No. First of all,
It's
John,
like the
what
red
we're
light.
trying to- for
Hey,
example,
John, what about how do you feel about the red light district in London?
Oh,
I've never been to London. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay,
Hey, John.
so but that's what I'm saying. How is the rape or well, I don't want to say molestation, but how is the rape out there compared to the United States with that option right there?
It's probably
Because you have
low.
that option to go and walk the strip, buy a hoe.
No. First of all, you're dealing with two totally different types of people. See, the thing about it is,
come on,
rape still happens among prostitutes. But what you need to understand is men who are out there trying to take advantage of women, the women who are not the prostitutes are the ones that they would be targeting. And the reason why is because them too, they don't want the risk of disease. Some of them are reproductive abusers who actually want to get women pregnant. Some of them are. Not only that, they don't want to catch anything from them. And then you've got to deal with all of these psychopaths who are, especially these ones who are repressed religious fanatics. Look at this guy who just shot up that the Asian salon. He was talking. Now, mind you, if he wanted sex, he could pay them for it. And look what happened to him. He was paying for sex, and he was so mentally repressed that he decided to go out there and start killing them all. No, that's not going to stop the crime.
Here's why they should
let me tell you something. Wait. In a country where you have a severe problem with materialism, the last thing you want is to let women think that it's okay, or to let girls think, I should say girls. Let girls think, because no. Well, you say
it's too late. That's what OnlyFans is.
Hold on.
It's too late.
They've got a lot of them. They've got a lot of them on this OnlyFans shit. They've got a lot of them on Patreon.
And how many of us are paying for that shit?
But here's the thing. Here's the problem.
Here's why they should legalize prostitution.
Hold on. If you allow them to think that there's nothing wrong with it morally, and you allow, if you see, this is what they say.
I actually agree with this.
If you stop shaming them for doing this, they're going to turn themselves into the worst possible women that they could possibly be. And you talking about them not getting married now, it'll be twice as worse later because more of them will be doing it because they'll see it as a means to an end to get what they want. And they'll be walking around fucking Jimmy Choo shoes and goddamn Gucci bags and driving Rolls Royces. If prostitution was legal, think about all these super rich guys who would pay these young girls top dollar for a little bit of that. But millionaires overnight.
Let me say something. Okay, hear me out. The reason why they should actually legalize it is because you got people in the ghettos, people in the who actually kidnap women and they actually exploit them. And with prostitution, they can be self-employed.
You think they don't kidnap
That's
women
actually a
who are
good
not
reason.
into
I mean,
prostitution? They
I'm
kidnap
not.
them and force them into prostitution.
No. But what I'm saying is, if for example, in countries where they have it legalized, it's a different scenario. They are self-employed. They can, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. But here in the States, because it's taboo, but on the other side, we're hypocrites
Here's a
because
question:
we
have you
jump
ever lived
back
in a
and forth.
place where prostitution is legal?
Yeah.
Where did you live where prostitution's legal?
In Mexico.
Knew it. Knew he was going to say that.
What quality of life do the women in Mexico have?
Not a very good quality of
Thank
life.
you. You just said it for me.
But that's in a developed country, not in a
developing. Terrible.
That's in a developing country, not in a developed country, though. You have to.
Okay, so what developed
difference
country have you been in where there's legalized prostitution?
The Netherlands.
Now, what is the quality of life of women in general in the Netherlands involved in prostitution?
I'm about to search this shit up.
It's fair. It's fair. I'm not.
I've heard that they have children in
it's
freaking
great.
cages.
I'm about to search this up.
Man, just take me to Brazil. I'm good.
Oh yeah, really? What's the quality of life for women in Brazil or men in Brazil? Brazil's a fucking war zone.
No, my fucking doormate before he left, he was from Brazil.
Prostitution is bad.
Wait, I had a doormate that was from Brazil, and he was like, "It's shit."
Of course it's shit. Brazil, have you well, first of all, I haven't been to Brazil. One of the reasons why I haven't gone there, Brazil has extreme poverty. Brazil has
extreme violence.
Extreme fucking I used to watch Best Gore before that website went down because they stopped paying for it. Man, the violence that they had in Brazil was the most fucking vicious shit I've ever seen.
Mexico. It was like they looked at Mexico like, hold my beer.
So, John, what kind of violent sex would you have with a Brazilian woman?
I'm sorry, what kind of what?
What kind of violent sex would you have with a Brazilian woman? would you slaughter that pussy?
No.
You know that like anal, right?
Listen, I'm not into no violent sex. Furthermore, Brazilian women like this. I've seen a couple of Brazilian.
You wouldn't beat that pussy up, John.
I like.
You hold them by the back of their neck and hit it from the back.
Let me tell you something. As much as I would like
make them fart on you a little bit.
A lot of these Brazilian women, because of exactly what we're talking about now, a lot of them are high mileage. So I'm not interested in any. I don't want any women high mileage. If I have to, I will go to the desert sands of the most conservative Muslim country where the women are dressed like tents.
Exactly.
And I'll get one of those long before I'm taking any high mileage.
Hey, fellas, before you guys jump on that bandwagon of like,
I agree. I'm
when
not.
you fall in love with that woman
John is kind of right.
like no other woman has.
Jimmy, I'm with you.
Jimmy, I'm with you. Just think about where she got that experience from. No woman.
Jimmy, I'm with you.
Now I get the point where you're going at, John.
No woman is swallowing a dick the first time.
She doesn't have to do nothing but lay there. The thing about I don't need her to be experienced. I don't want no experience. If you can promise me zero experience, I'll sign on the dotted line immediately.
So this is a half and half. I'm with Jimmy and Mike. I don't know if you.
It's like buying a car.
Come on, John. You gotta get.
If I buy a car
once in a while.
I don't want 100,000 miles on a car. If I'm buying a car, I would prefer.
No, but you want at least some experience. It's like
I don't want none.
Okay, but that's also saying too. It's like us eating pussy, man. Like we ain't gonna get it right on the first try.
Look. Me obviously. Wait. Me being the youngest one on here, obviously, I was comfortable where
I'm the youngest one on here too. I'm fucking 20, bro.
Oh, so we're the same age. Okay, fuck. So both of us was not like experienced. So from comparing from like my other dorm mates already being experienced and shit. They low-key even said to themselves, like, you know what? Low-key, I wish I would have met with someone, even if it didn't last that long, still would have met someone that at least I experienced some shit with because they kind of like regretting that shit now. That was their words. And it was like
always need to meet that one person that's going to turn you the fuck out.
Not me.
What do you mean?
Well, everybody's different. What I mean is,
Yeah,
like,
everyone's different. Yeah.
like for example, that'll have you trying like trying different positions.
Oh yeah, we have games. We have like everything. Trying
Yeah,
like
like
so. But
yeah,
your
like,
wife Jimmy's probably like. So. But
Yeah,
no,
like Cardi
Guerrero,
B said, make her cream, make her scream. Put that
now when
cream.
you get to a point where
Hey
I don't
Jimmy,
know, man.
you're probably a
Sometimes,
porn
like I
actor,
said,
man.
that's what I mean. Like when you find a good woman that can do a combination of both, is that's what I
practice
mean.
makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. We
Jimmy,
both
are
on the
you a
same
porn
page.
actor or something?
Am I
Oh
what?
no.
A porn actor, a porn star.
No, not at all.
John is.
I would love
No.
to say, yeah, yeah, I most definitely am. Do I feel like I'm on the
So,
best?
so
Hey,
Jimmy,
listen,
so
you know
Jimmy,
why? You know why I have that attitude, man? Is because if I start having that kind of attitude, walking around thinking I'm the shit, guess what? There's always somebody that's better. Remember, at the end of the day, there's somebody with a 12-inch dick that's bigger than mine. There's somebody walking around with a
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
6-pack, taller, a much better smile. But guess what? That works just the same way for women. We can't be too full of ourselves and thinking that we got it. Because that's where we
that is
get
true.
comfortable. And we think
Honestly,
that we're the
women
shit.
require too much, man.
And this is the problem with most relationships with
Yeah,
men
that's
and women. We think that we get too comfortable in thinking that, we're the shit, that we forget ourselves. We can never get too comfortable thinking that way. I will always say, you know what, I'm average. I would never say I have it all. I can have
Be
$100,000 in my
humble.
account. I'm still broke. I never think that I'm better than anybody. I don't think that nothing can happen. I don't think that I can have everything today
Be
and nothing
humble
could be
about it.
gone tomorrow. So that's just my mentality. Is my woman completely happy? To my knowledge, yes, she is. She's completely satisfied. And I am
Wait a
too.
minute. First experience dating, not aware of red flags, naive. I'm so confused. I'm
What do
reading
you
the
mean?
chat. I don't know. I'm reading the chat.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. So, but no, honestly, man, I'm happy. What age when I mean, I know, like, I'm not too religious, but I know people take like losing their thing as religious as crap, which I really don't. But I'm pretty happy at how long I lasted before then. So.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about just figuring out, what you want in life and where you want to be. Some people are better off, being alone and they want to be bachelors. Some people want to be in real relationships. Some people just don't know which way
But
they
don't
want to
always
go
think
yet.
with your dick, man.
And so it's always gonna be some men that be like Drake. But
Hey, let me tell you
let's skip
something. You
that.
could be a hoe. You could be a hoe all you want, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just tell people be careful because at the end of the day, only one or two things are gonna come from just going around slinging. Maybe even three now. You either gonna wind up dead because you done fuck somebody else's bitch, or the bitch is gonna kill you. You'll wind up with an STD,
Or you're gonna get
or
STDs.
you'll be just like me, having a kid with the person that you can't fucking stand, and you got to give your money away to every
And this is
fucking
why.
month.
This is
So
why.
at the end of the
This is
day,
why
there's
I haven't
nothing
slept
wrong
with
with being
nobody,
high
man.
mileage
I'm a
as a
virgin.
man.
I'm telling you.
But at the end of the day, remember that can also come with a price. So just choose wisely. That's the only thing I tell people. Same thing with women. At the end of the day, we could talk about high mileage or not. I don't give a fuck what none of you guys said. At the end of the day, we will never in our lifetime, or unless we do a lie detector test, we will never truly know how many people our partner has truly been with, and vice versa. We can always tell them, well, yeah, I've been with 4 or 5 women. That's it. Knowing damn well you've been with 15. A girl could tell you, yeah, I was in a relationship with this guy, but she'll never tell you about that gangbang she had with 3 dudes at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we will never know, and we will never know that. So when people talk about high mileage, how the fuck do we really know? Unlike a used car, you could see it. You could know from a Carfax. And
actually,
and you know what? You can't even compare it to a used car or Carfax. And guess what? You can still rewind the mileage even on the digital one these days.
As a matter of fact, John, let me tell you something, John. I knew a woman. She was from Kuwait, and I remember she was there in France. And I'd like talk. She was like in her damn 30s, and she'd say that over there in Kuwait, she'd be all like, Muslim and shit. But when she'd come to the West, man, she'd be banging,
Yeah, they get fucked. You know
right.
what a lot of Jewish women do, especially in Brooklyn? They will let you fuck them in the ass, not the pussy.
Wait. I'm asking my girl that because she's from Brooklyn too.
No, it is true.
Oh, okay.
Any
So Jimmy,
Hasidic,
you said
any dirty Hasidic Jew will get fucked in the ass because they cannot give up their virginity. Because if they give up their virginity, and that is determined, that will cause some serious problems in an arranged marriage.
And
So
don't
if a woman is getting
just like what you're outlining right then and there, once again, you have a cultural backstop that puts control on women. So
why
that
do you think it should be a control on men though?
no. The reason why they don't bother with the controls on the men is specifically because it's the men who are typically going to be of the higher value, and they want to be able
Who
to
judges
marry
that?
these women off. So the
Who judges
problem
that?
is, it's not about what the woman. It's not. See, this is the problem. Y'all looking at it from her perspective. It's
No,
not.
I just want to get out. I just want to get the whole view.
My whole thing. It's not about what the woman wants. It's about what the man wants. Here's a question: what would you say if a barrier? See what they need to do, and maybe it's coming to this. Maybe the barrier to marriage means to be that in order for the man to marry the woman, that she has to be a virgin. What that would do is it would say, and that's what it used to be. It used to be unless you were a virgin, you were not getting married. The period. Do you even know, why they have bridesmaids? Do you know why they have bridesmaids? The reason why, I bet no woman out here knows why women have bridesmaids at a wedding. The reason why women have bridesmaids is because in the old days, they used to have to travel from one place to the next in order to get to a wedding, right? So there was always the possibility that there could be some pirates or there could be some people out there who might try to mug the women. So in order to keep them from spoiling the bride, they would throw the bridesmaids at them. They would use the bridesmaids as interception. So the bride, because if that bride got fucked before she was married, her value dropped to zero. And the guy would refuse to marry her. And part of the reason for that was because they didn't have paternity tests. So the only way you could be sure you were a father was if she was a virgin the night you slept with her. So that allowed you to understand no paternity test. Now I know I'm the father. Look what's happening right now. You're taking paternity tests. Maury, you're not the father. And you're finding out years later you're not the father. This is why I'm not messing with no high, but I will take an average looking virgin over one of these gorgeous 30 or 40-year-olds with high mileage. Forget it.
No, and I agree with you, and with that fact, in that statement. I mean, what man doesn't want to be a woman's first? I mean, but at the end of the day, we have to also look at it as like the women want the same respect.
I don't care.
We can't, They don't want, and that's the reason why.
If you want that ring, you're gonna give me what I need.
And that's the thing with with you and the British lady. The British lady's like, well, we should be equal and everything.
No,
and I get it.
I'm not.
And I get it. But I mean, now that I have an understanding of who she is, we'll have a sidebar about that, John. But
we are not equal at all. I bring
John,
more to the table.
You know what's crazy, John? You know what's crazy? Yeah, have you heard on the news that there's 4 women of color who are now commanders of a naval, I think it's a U.S. Navy warship or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, great. So you put 4 women at the head of a system where everybody doing the work for the most part is men.
Man, that's fucking crazy.
Hey, let's see. Let's see in a couple of years.
Here's my question. Point out the Navy battleship where it's a crew of 100% women. Point that one out.
I mean, I could tell you somewhere else that had 100% women.
You'll never see that shit. You will never see that shit.
Maybe in Israel.
I want to see some women. No. Even in Israel, that shit doesn't happen. The women are able to be snipers and gunmen.
Oh, come on.
But short of that, no. You show me an Israeli IDF Air Force F-16 where you see nothing but women lifting up missiles and bombs to put them on a rack. That does not happen.
But wait. Did you ever see like an all-women crew somewhere though? Like anywhere?
No. Have you?
I have.
You know when I saw it on the movie Wonder Woman, and I was like,
okay, well, Well, wait. It's nothing crazy about it. But it was at one dealership. It was an all-women staff crew, and I actually
No, but that's
respect
not
it.
the same thing. That's not the
I
same
know that,
thing.
but I was just saying anywhere in general. That's why I asked
what I'm
anywhere in
saying
general.
is, and I'm because see, first of all, at the very basis of those car manufacturing, it's all men. And
Oh,
even
here we
when
go.
there are some women in there, they're usually doing some bullshit like safety expert, or they're fucking putting rivet Rosie
Maybe
the Riveter,
dealership.
putting rivets.
Wait.
Women are not pressing steel.
Rivet, what?
Women are not pressing steel.
No, before that, you was like they doing some bullshit like rivet what?
Yeah, the Rosie the Riveter. They're doing some very simple safety inspection job. They are
They're
not
probably
doing
rotating
No. Literally, literally, I'm on their website. The general manager of that dealership, and me and my girlfriend been there, is a woman. The whole sales people is.
Listen, you're talking about a dealership. I'm not talking about the clean.
The manufacturer. You talk about the manufacturer.
I'm talking about the entire thing.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it makes sense.
Everything. You can't point that out anywhere because it does not happen.
Okay.
Not,
all right.
yeah.
All right.
Maybe
On a
not
smaller scale, though? On a smaller scale, like I just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can teach a woman to use a torque wrench and to fucking drive bolts into some shit. They did that during World War II.
I'm driving my bolt inside of her.
Yeah, what you didn't see was women actually building the goddamn planes.
Well, yeah. Well,
that's what you didn't see. Now,
Hey,
Grant, you
hey,
can.
John.
Yes.
Hey, John. As much as I'm enjoying this conversation, I gotta be up within like the next
Yeah,
5 hours.
I know. In fact,
Alrighty,
I'm
good
about
night,
to shut
man.
this whole thing
It's a
down.
pleasure talking
I'm
with
going
you,
to
Jim.
shut this thing very soon.
Guys,
Very soon.
Honestly, it was awesome going back with everybody and getting everybody's opinion. I respect everybody's opinion.
That's right.
Even the Navy dude, I respect his opinion. I respect the London lady's opinion. Everybody's opinion matters. And even though somebody
He's a
had
sailor.
mentioned a point that we
The
didn't
sailor
really
probably
get
had
nowhere.
5 bitches.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
The sailor
Jimmy.
probably had like 4 hoes.
All right. Well, whatever it is,
The
at the end
sailors
of the
like
day,
to get on the women.
I'll shut down the. I'll shut down. I don't know if I can leave StreamYard up while I shut down YouTube because I'm going to turn my computer off. I'm not really certain, but it might work. I think I can turn off the YouTube stream and leave
Not yet,
StreamYard
John.
up. So anybody who's still
minutes.
in here can be in here for as long as they want, but I'm gonna definitely shut YouTube down. So
yeah, I want to be out. I'm gonna be out.
Yeah, I mean it's damn near fucking.
once again,
We've been on here for almost 5 hours.
Anyways, y'all, you know what? Everybody be safe. I hope everybody is well, and I just hope everybody. I hope everybody walked away with a little bit of something. I mean, I know I did. John, you know something? I would love to see you and that English lady in a reality show together.
Oh my god!
Oh man, yeah.
Oh,
you know
what?
You know what I would love to see? Shut the fuck up, bitch! Are you talking to me? I'm going to
I'd like to see that shit.
Fucking head, you fucking cunt! You got me cursing and screaming. This is not Christian like.
Yeah,
and
right. Yeah, her husband wouldn't like that very much.
That'd be funny as shit.
Oh please, her husband has no say, man.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
well,
please.
He'd be jealous. He'd be too afraid of that game.
As big, John, as big as you are, her husband has no say.
Game.
Yeah,
John, as big as you are, you can
I wouldn't disrespect a man's wife like that. I wouldn't do that shit.
Man, please, men's wives get disrespected every single day. Is what they allow.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. Oh.
I wouldn't disrespect. I would not.
Nah.
I wouldn't disrespect
listen,
a man's wife. Like
I see it. No, it's not all of them. But let me tell you something. A lot of these women ain't got no fucking morals. They ain't got no respect for themselves. I watched a guy. He's actually in the Marine Corps. I watched his fucking wife in front, like all up in another nigga's face this morning. So. At the end of the day, the whole values and everything.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the values and everything of women is a whole different generation. And that's the one thing I was trying to get the lady to understand. We live in a whole different world. See, she grew up in an era where, you know, she respected herself and her husband respected her, and they grew up with morals and all of that. These young
She
women
grew up
don't
in the
even know how.
boroughs of England.
These
man.
young women don't know how to stay married, which is why their divorce rate is so fucking high. They don't know how to stay married. The same thing with the men. We get bored very easily, and that's another thing too. Once again, if you don't go out there and experience enough, you know, it's going to happen. But if you do find the right one at a young age, keep them. That's all I'm going to say, fellas. I'm just going to keep it at that.
Me, you already not playing, being cocky.
All right, well,
but yeah.
Once again, thank you everybody, because we had a solid, we had like between 60 and 100 at any given time. So everybody,
Damn, we
in
got
chat,
4 hours and 38 minutes.
hope you
and
guys
35
enjoyed
seconds.
this. I hope you guys enjoyed this spontaneous live stream.
Yeah, John.
What I'm
What are
gonna
you gonna
do
have
is
another live stream, John?
I'm gonna shut down YouTube, and I'm gonna go turn my computer off, go to sleep. But I'll leave StreamYard running for as long as it'll run. So if it will run and you're busy in here talking, that's fine. But I can't add or I can't add or take anybody out because I won't be active. Okay. So, all right, everybody, y'all
Peace
have
out,
a good
John.
night, good morning. I can't believe we did 5 hours. It's 1:39, but this was a spontaneous subject, and I hope y'all enjoyed it.
Yep.
Yeah, I did.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Alrighty.
Okay.
You can do it more often, John.
All right,
Like at
good
least once a week, because I'd love to hear you and the London lady go at it again. That shit was hilarious.
Oh yeah, you know what it was?
Yeah.
Part of me inviting her was I wanted her to see exactly how well a live stream can go, because when she does hers, nobody joins because nobody wants to hear that pro-feminist bullshit. So she only gets like 6 7 people.
Oh, fuck off, John.
I don't think it was.
I've seen her have more than 10 people in the fucking chat, and she's on Facebook, and she doesn't know how to use YouTube, and she doesn't know how to use
Fuck off,
stream.
you cunt.
That was a nice lady, though.
I was trying to teach her. Since I'm a man and I know everything, I was trying to teach her how to use this shit.
Shut up, you wanker. Imagine.
Exactly.
Hey, John, she's going to flock you when she sees you.
Good for her.
All right, good night, fellas.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Alrighty, good night.
Good night.
Peace out.